Part 4. Faccia a Faccia. Chapter 10. The Anarchist Fighters. Most Americans had never heard of Luigi Galleani. Around the Justice Department, however, he was known as a force to be reckoned with. One of the most notorious anarchists in the United States, in Palmer's words. The son of a schoolteacher, Galleani had grown up middle class in the Piedmont region of Italy, seemingly destined for life as a lawyer. Like so many young men who came of age in the wake of the Paris Commune, he found his course in life disrupted by the lure of revolution. In a few short years, in late adolescence, Galleani converted from republicanism to socialism to anarchism. By the age of 28, he had left Italy to join the workers' movement, first in France, then in Switzerland, from which he was expelled for organizing a commemoration of the Haymarket executions. Within 4 years, he found himself in jail in his native land, confined to the island penal colony of Pantelleria. After escaping in 1900, reportedly by seducing his jailer's wife, he made his way to Paterson, New Jersey, the former residence of King Umberto's assassin, Gaetano Bresci. In the United States, he built up a devoted following among a small group of Italian immigrant anarchists, including Niccolo Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti, whose Massachusetts murder case would later be a cause célèbre of the international left. Galleani's followers had been Flynn's chief suspects in both the May Day and June 2nd plots. Now, though Flynn was loath to share the details of the investigation with the press, they were also his main suspects in the Wall Street explosion. With his neatly trimmed beard and balding pate, Galleani looked less like the stereotype of the wild-eyed anarchist than like the lawyer he had once intended to be. Appearances were deceiving. Though less famous than Berkman, Goldman, and Haywood, Galleani surpassed them all in his espousal of violence as a means of vengeance and anti-capitalist revolt. Where they hedged their bets on terrorism, he embraced it unapologetically, cheering almost every act of assassination and bombing that came to his attention. They shared neither a language nor a common set of historical experiences. But Galleani was Johann Most's true heir in America, a militant, charismatic devotee of revolutionary terror. Had Galleani attempted to immigrate to the United States just a few years later, he might well have been barred from the country under the new anti-anarchist law. As it was, in 1901 his arrival was legal, but his welcome, like Most's some 20 years earlier, was not especially warm. In 1902, Galleani joined up with striking silk workers in Paterson, urging them to escalate their conflict into armed revolt. For his troubles, he was shot in the face by local police. He then fled the United States, crossing into Canada to escape charges related to the strike. After a brief stay in Canada, he sneaked back across the border and took up residence near the industrial town of Barrie, Vermont, under the name Luigi Pimpino. In 1903, he began to publish Cronaca Sovversiva, Subversive Chronicle, an Italian-language anarchist weekly of revolutionary propaganda. One bureau agent later denounced it as the most rabid, seditious, and anarchistic sheet ever published in this country. In the pages of Cronaca, Galleani echoed Most's unyielding animosity, both to the state and to amassers of private property. Overthrow the government, make the country free once and forever, with the triumph of true democracy, the one that is made by Americans, not by Wall Street, he instructed his readers. He also published articles in translation from other anarchist magazines, bringing the messages of Goldman and Berkman, among others, to his 4,000 to 5,000 Italian-speaking readers. Despite his association with prominent American radicals, he remained an obscure figure in the wider world of progressive politics, never forging the social ties with the American intelligentsia that Goldman struggled so hard to maintain. The vast majority of his followers were immigrant working men, manual laborers, and autodidacts who tended to congregate around industrial centers such as Paterson, Barre, New York, Boston, and Wrentham, Massachusetts, Galliani's final home on U.S. soil. In keeping with anarchist ideals, they acknowledged no bona fide leaders, hierarchies, or organizations. But their name, the Gallianisti, was a testament to Galliani's influence. Flynn was himself impressed with Galliani's eloquence, declaring the anarchist one of the most difficult individuals the United States Secret Service has ever had to deal with, because he was the brainiest. It was what Galliani was saying, however, not merely how he was saying it, that attracted official scrutiny. From the moment of his arrival in the United States, Galliani openly espoused revolutionary warfare, calling for dynamite, nitroglycerin, knives, gunpowder, blasting gelatin, and pistols as the means to working-class liberation. In 1905, he published these ideas in a little red-covered book titled La Salute è in voi, Health is Within You, essentially an update of Most's Science of Revolutionary Warfare. Though its prescriptions were not entirely reliable, one edition badly miscalculated the amount of nitric acid required for nitroglycerin, La Salute proved to be essential reading for his followers, a step-by-step description of how to fight capitalists with the tools of their own making. Chapters included explosive material, nitroglycerin, dynamite, fulminate of mercury, preparation of fuses, and capsule and petard. La Salute had captured the attention of the New York bomb squad during the dynamite scare of 1914 and 1915. Mere possession of this wicked treatise, wrote bomb squad chief Thomas Tunney, would suggest that the owner was up to no good. Official opinion was roughly similar concerning Galliani's Faccia a faccia col nemico, face-to-face with the enemy, a compilation of essays published in 1914 by a group of admirers in East Boston. Like La Salute, Faccia a faccia sported a bright red cover with gold embossing. Inside, it tended as much toward the inspirational as the practical. Each chapter featured a portrait of a lone anarchist who, in the words of one Chronica advertisement, embodied the ideals of justice, of courage, of victory, of vindication. Among their numbers were Gaetano Bresci, King Humbert's assassin, Sante Caserio, who had killed the French president in 1892, and Clément Duval, who made his name in 1886 by knifing a Parisian police officer in the name of liberty. As one bureau report noted, the book also illustrated the minute construction of various bombs used by such men to carry out their deeds. These examples proved inspiring to at least some of Galliani's admirers within the United States. While Goldman, Berkman, and Haywood were garnering headlines, the Gallianisti had emerged in the early war years as suspects in a series of scattered terrorist episodes, including the arsenic poisoning of some 200 men and women attending an archbishop's banquet in Chicago in 1916. Once the United States formally declared hostilities in 1917, the pace of violence escalated, a tit-for-tat response to government jailings and deportation raids. Most of the wartime incidents were treated as local matters. The bomb left in the basement of an outspoken anti-radical priest's church in Milwaukee. It exploded at the police station, killing 10 detectives and a bystander. The 3 bombs packed with metal slugs that exploded overnight in Philadelphia in 1918, targeting the homes of a local judge, a police superintendent, and the president of the local Chamber of Commerce. Galliani himself managed to avoid implication in any of the crimes. As with Goldman and Berkman, what finally brought his freedom in the United States to an end, and what propelled him into direct confrontation with the federal authorities, was not his espousal of violence, but his opposition to the war. Just after midnight on June 15, 1917, within hours of Goldman and Berkman's arrest, federal agents showed up at his door in Wrentham, Massachusetts, to seize him for obstructing the draft. The basis for this action was a column entitled Matricolati, printed in Cronaca on the eve of national draft registration. In it, Galiani argued that mandatory conscription infringed on the 13th Amendment's protection against involuntary servitude. He also warned against the possible induction of foreign citizens into the U.S. military, promising that aliens forced to enlist would fulfill the government's worst fears of domestic sabotage. In technical obedience to the new espionage law, he relied on suggestion rather than outright exhortation to instruct his readers in the fine points of draft avoidance. The Justice Department nonetheless recognized the message behind his words. Over the next year and a half, in an effort to build a stronger case against Galiani and his followers, federal agents raided Cronaca offices in nearly every major city between Chicago and Philadelphia. They also swept through Galiani's home, taking letters, files, records, books, memorandum, etc. Based on this evidence, in January 1919, immigration authorities ordered Galiani deported from the United States as an anarchist and an undesirable. He did not take the insult lightly. As he prepared to leave the United States, Galiani urged his followers to seek revenge against the tyrannical and corrupt federal government. Almost immediately they began to heed his call. In February 1919, a flyer titled "Go Ahead" announced the start of a new dynamite campaign against the federal authorities. "You have shown no pity to us. We will do likewise," read the flyer, found at various sites throughout New England. "And deport us. We will dynamite you." The following month their war began in earnest. Their opening shot was an accidental explosion of dynamite in Franklin, Massachusetts, where 4 anarchists, all killed in the blast, had been preparing a bomb for the American Woolen Company. In mid-April, Flynn believed, they had followed up this act with the May Day mail bombs intended as a grand protest against Galiani's deportation. When the bombs failed to strike their targets, they had constructed the still greater conspiracy of June 2nd, 1919, and now the Wall Street explosion. There had never been much question around Bureau headquarters that some anarchistic group had orchestrated the June 2nd bomb plot. What Flynn and his men were less sure about, at least initially, was precisely which anarchists they were supposed to be seeking. According to a summary report prepared by Hoover, initial suspects came from 4 distinct communities: the Spanish anarchists of Propensa, based in Philadelphia and New York; the Lera Nuova group, composed mainly of Italian anarchists in Paterson, New Jersey; Berkman and Goldman's individual followers spread throughout the country; and the Galiani group, with headquarters at Lynn and Boston, Massachusetts, and Barre, Vermont. Agents interviewed Galiani himself on June 23rd at the Boston Immigration Depot, where he was awaiting deportation. Apparently, however, they were still unsure about his complicity. The next day he was shipped off to Italy as scheduled. It was a decision Flynn soon came to regret. By midsummer, the June 2nd investigation had begun to focus almost exclusively on the Galianisti. Indeed, the swiftness with which Flynn zeroed in on the Italian anarchists tended to contradict Palmer's far more public claims during those months about an ever-expanding radical menace. Even as the Justice Department called for a new sedition law and added appropriations, Flynn had begun to operate on the theory, in one agent's words, that the bomb plots of June 2nd were conceived and directed by Luigi Galiani. The Bureau's theory stemmed in part from the bombers' choice of targets. Most of the bombs erupted in cities with powerful Italian anarchist movements: Boston, New York, Paterson. Within those cities, the would-be victims had frequently come into confrontation with the Galianisti. Massachusetts State Representative Leland Powers, who received a bomb at his home in the Boston suburbs, was the son of former Congressman Samuel L. Powers, infamous in radical circles as counsel for the American Woolen Company. New York Judge Charles Knott had sent anarchists Abarno and Carbone to prison in the failed 1915 attack on St. Patrick's Cathedral. Palmer himself, busy overseeing Galliani's deportation order, was one of the democratic lords of the autocratic republic, denounced in the flyer plain words. In addition to this circumstantial evidence, investigators had uncovered a wealth of material evidence pointing to the Gallianistes' complicity in the June 2nd plot, much of it on Palmer's own front lawn in Washington, D.C. Scattered across the grass and in wet scraps throughout the neighborhood, detectives had found the remains of a man, presumably the bomber, who had been standing remarkably near the explosion when it erupted. On the roof of a house on S Street, near some spots that looked like brain, in the words of one police sergeant, they also came across a small piece of scalp, sprouting a crop of black hair presumed, by the estimate of a local hairdresser, to belong to an Italian between 26 and 28 years of age. Bureau agents traced the scalp to one Carlo Valdinocci, a dapper young Italian, and, in his comrade's words, un grande anarchico, who had worked by Galliani's side as the publisher of Cronaca Soversa. This identification, perhaps the most important discovery in the June 2nd inquiry, ruled out rival anarchist groups as the plotters. It did not go terribly far, however, toward ruling in specific individuals, preferably living ones, who might be prosecuted. For that, the Bureau had relied upon its other major piece of material evidence, the plain words pamphlets found at the various June 2nd bomb sites. As a guide to the bombers' motives, the plain words flyers fit perfectly with Galliani's message. We have been dreaming of freedom. We have talked of liberty. We have aspired to a better world, and you jailed us, you clubbed us, you deported us, you murdered us whenever you could, the flyer accused. More importantly, plain words was printed on unusual pink paper, an aberration that led the Bureau to its second major break in the June 2nd case. During a February 1920 raid on the offices of L'Era Nuova, another Italian anarchist publication, agents happened upon a cache of pink paper that proved identical in stock to the sheets used for plain words. During the course of that raid, they also arrested a prominent Italian anarchist named Ludovico Caminita. Though not a disciple of Galliani's, Caminita knew most of his followers. Moreover, he proved willing to talk. Under threat of deportation, Caminita had volunteered a torrent of detail linking the Gallianisti to the June 2nd plot. He has a boy about 10 years of age in whom he has centered his affection, noted Hoover, who personally conducted the investigation. And it is through this boy, by playing on Caminita's emotions, that much information has been obtained. From memory, Caminita provided the names of nearly a dozen anarchists he considered to be the most likely perpetrators of the June 2nd bombings, including a man named Niccolo Recchi, a stonemason who had lost 4 fingers on his left hand in an earlier round of bomb-making. At the Bureau's prompting, he also looked over a list of Cronaca subscribers, checking off the names of dangerous individuals. Most remarkably, he informed the Bureau that Recchi had assembled the bombs at Galliani's house in Massachusetts. The plain words pamphlets, Caminita guessed, were printed at a Brooklyn shop by an Italian anarchist named Roberto Elia. Armed with this information, Flynn had moved to track down the various suspects. The easiest to locate was Elia, who was arrested at the Brooklyn shop on February 25th and charged with illegal possession of a gun. 2 weeks later, the Bureau seized his co-worker, Andrea Salcedo, a Galliani disciple who had labored for years printing various papers of the Italian terrorist type, in the words of one Bureau report. Rather than hold them in jail and risk letting the other Gallianisti know the Bureau's suspicions, Flynn secretly transported them to the Bureau's Park Row office. There the 2 men were held in a small room together, sleeping on cots at night, playing cards with the agents by day, taking regular walks through the city for exercise, all without formal charges. At first they refused to talk. "I do not know anything about the business of others," Elia insisted during his initial interrogation. Under the pressure of detention, however, they soon opened up. According to Bureau reports, both Elia and Salcedo confessed to Flynn that they had printed plain words, that they knew Galliani and Recchi, and that they were certain that these men, along with a handful of others, had planned and carried out the June 2nd plot. By April 1920, his case nearly complete, Flynn had made preparations to seize the Gallianisti in a round of triumphal arrests. Then, to his lasting distress, things went seriously wrong. At 4:20 a.m. on May 2nd, 1920, a policeman discovered Andrea Salcedo, clad only in his underwear, lying dead on the sidewalk in front of the Park Row office. According to the Bureau, Salcedo had become increasingly depressed while in detention. That night, without warning, he committed suicide. To Salcedo's friends and family, this story rang false. They informed the press that Salcedo had been beaten by Bureau agents and possibly pushed to his death. Whatever the truth of the matter, the Salcedo incident destroyed months of painstaking work in the June 2nd investigation, sending the Gallianisti scurrying for cover and exposing the Bureau to intensive criticism for its allegedly brutal methods. To Flynn's frustration, the Salcedo scandal robbed the Bureau of credit for its remarkable detective work in tracking the bombers, lending the impression that the June 2nd investigation was a simple failure. With the Wall Street explosion, he intended to rewrite the story. Flynn had begun to track the Gallianisti within hours of the explosion on September 16th. Even as the press focused on Haywood, Tresca, and other famous suspects, the Bureau had been busy establishing a program of surveillance at East Coast ports. Agents focused on vessels, the SS Italia, the SS San Gennaro, bound for Italy, and on passengers with Italian surnames. This was an effort to forestall what had happened after the June 2nd bombings, when, as Flynn reminded the Sun and New York Herald, many of those destructionists made their getaway by stowing away on transatlantic steamships. The Bureau's only catch, however, was 28-year-old Marozzo Domenico, found crouching in the hold of the SS Kretik. A one-time crew member of the ship, Domenico had apparently grown tired of his work as a longshoreman and a hat factory hand, and had returned to the Kretik to beg for his old job. When his offer was refused, Domenico decided to travel as a stowaway. Flynn had touted the arrest as a small triumph of Bureau surveillance. "We have kept watch this time and landed this young Italian," he told the papers. "However, there is no charge against him, and we see no reason for holding him." He boasted as well that the Bureau was much better prepared than it had been a year earlier to meet the challenge ahead. On September 18th, the day after discovering the flyers, he had publicly identified the Gallianisti as his top suspects. And while he admitted that there was as yet no tangible evidence pointing to their complicity, he assured the press that activity was humming behind the scenes. "In this case, we have much more to work upon at the start," he explained to the New York Tribune, predicting a rash of new arrests. "The similarity of the circulars makes applicable all our knowledge of the gang who committed the outrages last year." This was not strictly true. Nationwide, the Bureau employed only 3 agents fluent in Italian. "I have been, to some extent, retarded in this investigation," Flynn later admitted to Palmer, "because of the lack of agents of Italian extraction capable of making criminal investigations amongst this element." At the General Intelligence Division, Hoover had compiled lists of nearly anyone who had ever received a copy of Cronaca, L'Era Nuova, or any of the other major Italian anarchist publications. With all of the misspellings, mistranslations, and phonetic guesswork in the files, however, Agents had to assume that any given name was, at best, a creative approximation. Galliani, for instance, had been listed early on as Louis Gallerini. Indeed, despite its importance to the ongoing bombing investigations, the Bureau had managed to misplace its entire file on the Galliani group earlier in the spring. Perhaps to make up for these technical shortfalls, Flynn set out in late September to reorganize the New York branch of the Bureau to facilitate the hunt for the Gallianisti. He established a special office on Nassau Street dedicated wholly to the Wall Street investigation. From Park Row, he was joined by Charles Scully, head of the Bureau's New York Radical Division, and a veteran of the June 2nd case. In early October, Scully divided up the Kronika subscription lists by city and sent them off to the northeastern offices, Providence, Buffalo, New York City, Boston, and others, for thorough checks on the subscribers' current whereabouts and activities. By October, he could boast that his quick thinking had resulted in a search for more than 2,000 alleged Italian anarchists. Flynn admitted to Palmer, somewhat less enthusiastically, that not one of those Italians had been connected with the Wall Street explosion. Even this admission, however, understated the Bureau's discouraging record as the hunt for the Gallianisti got underway. Of 59 Kronika subscribers investigated in Buffalo, for instance, precisely 11 could be shown to have some sort of radical affiliation. Their numbers included 5 active socialists, 3 anarchists, 1 former socialist, 1 man convicted of espionage law violations, and 1 whose political affiliations leaned radical but were hard to quantify. The others fell into one of 2 categories. The greatest number of them, 26, were simply missing, having moved or, perhaps, disappeared underground. The rest were ruled entirely free of radical sympathies. The June 2nd precedent was little more effective in helping the Bureau to locate possible ringleaders. In his February statement, Caminita had named a raft of likely participants in the June 2nd plot, including the stonemason Niccolo Recchi, Galliani devotees Gemma Mello and Filippo Cacci, who reportedly planted the bomb in Patterson, and Giuseppe Sperna, a New York anarchist and member of the Bresci group, who had allegedly helped to coordinate the entire plot. With the Wall Street explosion, the Bureau took pains to track them down once again. From Patterson, agents reported that Mello had shipped a package to a comrade in Stafford Springs, Connecticut, a town rumored to be a rendezvous for terrorists. Sperna they sought under a variety of monikers, including Joe Sabana and Giuseppe Sabane. Reports described him as a dark-complexioned, dark-haired, medium-built Italian who tended to favor a checkered overcoat. When agents showed up at the door of his New York apartment posing as anarchist booksellers, however, they found no one matching that description. Sperna's wife, who answered the door, explained that her husband had left for Italy 9 months earlier because he feared the police were after him. As for locating Recchi, the man said to have constructed the June 2nd bombs, the Bureau pinned its hopes on the cooperation of the postmaster in Wrentham, Massachusetts, where Galliani had lived before his deportation. Galliani's wife and children were still in Wrentham, living in the same house where, according to Caminita, they had once sheltered Recchi. The Bureau apparently had no warrant to intercept the Galliani family's mail. Despite this, the postmaster generously agreed to look out for letters and return addresses that looked suspicious in any way. Still smarting from the way Salcedo's death had exposed his efforts in the June 2nd plot, Flynn did his best to keep the names of suspects out of the press in the early weeks of the investigation. He far preferred to be mocked for his ineptitude than to risk spooking his targets of interest. That included limiting what he had to say in the newspapers in early October, when the Bureau, assisted by the New York police, finally arrested an Italian anarchist. In the early morning hours of September 23rd, 7 card players ambled into a poker hall, posing loosely as a coffee house in Waterbury, Connecticut. One ordered coffee all around. Then they all drew their pistols and suggested that the patrons raise their hands on pain of being rendered full of holes. First, they relieved the tables of their swollen pots. Next, they lined up the players and stripped them of diamonds, cufflinks, excess cash, and other sundries. All told, one newspaper reported, the team made off with between $3,000 and $4,000 in loot, like bandits from the wild and woolly West. 2 weeks later, on the morning of October 6th, the New York police swooped down on more than a dozen Italian men suspected of involvement in the heist. They grabbed a young man named Gaetano Caruso on an East Side elevated train platform around 9 o'clock. Later that morning, they raided an East 15th Street barbershop, known to be frequented by Italians, loading the patrons into a waiting patrol wagon. At the station, police interviewed all 15 men, but witnesses shipped down from Waterbury identified only a few as possible highway robbers. In addition to Caruso, they selected 23-year-old Frank Ferro and Vincenzo Abato, a 22-year-old stationery store clerk. The police also decided to hold Charles Fasulo, who owned the barbershop and therefore seemed to own the 5 pounds of black explosive powder uncovered on the premises. Caruso earned a gun charge. When arrested, he had been carrying a concealed and loaded .38 French automatic. The city held Ferro and Abato as fugitives from justice. Nothing in the content of the charges suggested any connection to the Wall Street explosion. Newspapers were nonetheless quick to make a link. "Bomb maker held as daring robber," the World applauded in its front-page headline, identifying Caruso as the ringleader. The stories that followed described him as an anarchist, a friend of Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman, and most likely a member of the Galliani school. Flynn objected to any suggestion that Caruso was directly involved in the Wall Street case. "Suspect is not bomb plotter," read a chastened headline in the next day's Sun and New York Herald. He acknowledged, however, that he planned to interview Caruso on the matter. Indeed, the Bureau had been watching him for months as one of the likely participants in the June 2nd plot. Caruso had first come to the Bureau's attention in April 1920, when he unwittingly shared plans for bombs more powerful than the ones of June 2nd with an undercover informant. Their surveillance apparently trailed off 2 months later, in the wake of Andrea Salcedo's death. When the more powerful bomb erupted on Wall Street, they took up surveillance once again. They believed that Caruso was intimately acquainted with bomb throwers, whether or not he himself had engaged in such activity. Bomb squad detectives had described him as a dangerous man, associated with a bad crowd of Italians. This billing promised great drama for the Bureau agents assigned to track Caruso in mid-September. They discovered, however, that even a notorious bomb-plotting anarchist tended to lead a rather mundane existence from day to day. Caruso's routine began and ended at his home in Corona, Queens. In between, he made trips to his job. He worked as a steam presser, and to Fasulo's barber shop. Through round-the-clock surveillance, agents deduced that Caruso received his wages on Fridays. That was when men left the factory with pay envelopes, and that he seemed to enjoy playing with his infant child in a family-like manner. Rumors that he was hoarding nitroglycerin and blasting gelatin were never substantiated. The only criminal act that agents came close to witnessing was the robbery in Waterbury. On the afternoon of September 22nd, they had watched Caruso leave his house with a man of swarthy complexion, and the two then made their way to Manhattan on the train. The Bureau men subsequently lost the duo. The suspects, looked back once or twice, and we allowed them too much headway, but picked up their trail in time to board the train to Waterbury. Upon arrival, according to bureau reports, Caruso and several friends met up with a handful of other Italians waiting on the platform and proceeded en masse down a street lined by factories and empty lots. In such an exposed environment, the bureau men grew nervous of discovery, so they turned off the street, once again losing sight of their prey. The next morning, to their embarrassment, they heard that a group of out-of-town Italians had hijacked poker night at a coffee house. In custody 2 weeks later, Caruso refused to dignify the robbery accusation with more than a curt denial. He was slightly more voluble when it came to the bomb plots, laying out an offer, in Charles Scully's words, to assist me on certain matters. Scully was eager to hear what he had to say. In a search of Caruso's house, undertaken while his wife lay in bed with a 3-day-old child, agents had found a cache of anarchist literature, including copies of Cronaca, along with 2 letters that seemed to affirm their suspicions that Caruso might be a valuable inside man. The first, from a woman named Vera, passed along reports of her new cashier's job and an update from a mutual friend, Sperna, presumably Giuseppe Sperna, suspected in the June 2nd plot. The second, signed by Roberto Elia, the man who had printed the Plain Words pamphlet, outlined costs of a possible printing job. This was enough to persuade Flynn to interview Caruso in person. On October 11th, he arrived at the Tombs to meet with the prisoner. Caruso failed to name any names, but Flynn left the encounter optimistic. "I am of the opinion that he will soon consent to make a statement that will aid us materially," he wrote to Palmer. In the meantime, Flynn had a lead on 2 other Italian anarchists who might yield still better information. In contrast with many of their comrades, they were easy to locate. Nicola Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti were already in jail in Massachusetts, awaiting trial for murder. In the fall of 1920, Sacco and Vanzetti were hardly household names, "just a couple of wops and a jam," as the Call's city editor described them. Born in Italy, they had arrived, separately, in America in 1908, unnoticed newcomers in a peak immigration year that saw 130,000 Italians land on U.S. shores. They shared few physical characteristics beyond slight stature and dark coloring. Sacco was clean-shaven and square-jawed, whereas Vanzetti appeared more downcast, his face dominated by a bushy, drooping mustache. Their paths in America differed as well. Within a few years of arrival, Sacco had established himself as a skilled shoe worker in Massachusetts. He also married and became a father. Vanzetti was more of a loner, a self-taught intellectual who preferred to set his own hours by peddling fish or taking up odd jobs. Neither had anarchist leanings before coming to the United States. Once here, though, they quickly adopted Galliani's brand of militant anarchism. For Sacco, the turning point was the Lawrence strike, where he came face to face with the miserable conditions of America's unskilled workers. Vanzetti embraced anarchism around the same time, but for more personal reasons. Though he later established a nurturing community and found stable work in the Boston area, his early years in the United States had left him homeless and desperate. Despite their later reputation as martyrs of American liberalism, both men espoused an unabashedly revolutionary form of anarchism. "Both Nick and I are anarchists," Vanzetti explained. "The radical of the radical, the black cats, the terrors of many, of all the bigots, exploitators, charlatans, fakers, and oppressors." They subscribed to Cronaca, and with it to Galliani's brand of class warfare and propaganda by deed. After the United States' entry into the war, both men had fled the United States for Monterrey, Mexico, joining a commune of Gallianisti, hoping to escape conscription and plan for revolution in Italy. Though they had met briefly in Massachusetts, it was in Monterrey that they became friends. There they also forged lasting bonds with many of the men ultimately suspected in the June 2nd bomb plot, including Valdenoci, Elia, and Salcedo. Sacco and Vanzetti were themselves likely involved in the June 2nd conspiracy. Vanzetti especially was rumored to be the man who had made the bomb destined for Judge Hayden's house in Boston. Certainly they were active in the effort to shield their friends from the Bureau's suspicions. In late April 1920, Vanzetti had gone to New York to check up on Elia and Salcedo, then being held in federal detention. Though he never managed to contact his friends, he returned to Boston with ominous news of their predicament, instructing local allies to purge any incriminating evidence in anticipation of possible federal arrests. When Salcedo fell to his death a few days later, both Sacco and Vanzetti made plans to flee. Before they could depart, however, they found themselves under arrest. Their alleged crime had little to do with revolutionary politics, at least on the surface. On April 15th, just before Vanzetti's trip to New York, two unknown men had robbed and killed payroll guards Frederick Parmenter and Alessandro Berardelli in South Braintree, Massachusetts, making off with almost $16,000 in cash. Had Sacco and Vanzetti committed the deed, Galliani might well have approved. He believed in expropriation when necessary to fund revolutionary activity. As it was, the evidence against them was thin and contradictory. Nonetheless, the two Italian anarchists had found themselves enmeshed in the Massachusetts court system throughout the summer of 1920, all the while protesting their innocence. In early July, Vanzetti was convicted in an unrelated robbery case in South Bridgewater, Massachusetts. On September 11, 1920, 5 days before the Wall Street explosion, both Sacco and Vanzetti were indicted for the Braintree murders. It did not take long for their names to surface as possible conspirators in the Wall Street case. On September 16th, while investigating anarchists in the mid-sized Italian stronghold of Milford, Massachusetts, Bureau agent William Hill reported that Sacco had once lived in town, where he was known as a rabid anarchist. 4 days later, the director of the Boston office noted that both Sacco and Vanzetti were starting to attract attention in Italian anarchist circles as victims of police misconduct. It is desired to advise that since the arrest of Bartolomeo Vanzetti and Nicola Sacco, he wrote to New York Superintendent George Lamb, the Italian anarchists have been engaged in the circularization of anarchists throughout the United States for funds. This office, he concluded, submits the above for whatever they may be worth. By the time the letter wound its way south from Boston, Flynn had begun to think that such information might be worth quite a bit. Unhappily ensconced in jail, Sacco and Vanzetti could not be considered actual suspects in the Wall Street case. As with Caruso, however, it seemed possible that they might know who had set the bomb and why. Considering the timing of their indictment, they might even be the political prisoners described in the American anarchist fighters' pamphlets, men who would have to be freed on pain of sure death for all of you. Given the unceasing newspaper coverage of the explosion and the long hours to be whiled away in jail, they might at least be privy to a name or a theory as yet unconsidered. In mid-October, Flynn decided to provide a willing audience on the off chance that they were forthcoming on this front. Still waiting for Caruso to break his silence in New York, the Boston office began making plans to put an undercover agent in Sacco's cell at the Dedham, Massachusetts jail. Flynn was himself no stranger to the challenge of undercover work. As a young Secret Service agent, he had once tried to do the job himself, crafting an elaborate plan to infiltrate a meeting on 26th Street in New York, where Galliani was scheduled to speak. I donned overalls, a bandana handkerchief, a queer-looking hat of some sort or other, and brogans, he later wrote, which I took good care should be well coated with plaster and otherwise made to look like the boots of a laborer. When he arrived at the hall, he attempted to brush past a lookout standing in the door, but the man made him as a detective almost immediately, asking with some amusement which precinct Flynn belonged to. "Of course I got out," Flynn later wrote. He never went back. As head of the Bureau, he had nonetheless come to rely on undercover men, as well as informers such as Caminita, to penetrate radical networks off-limits to the average agent. Most undercover men were not full-blown Bureau employees, but merely day-to-day contractors. In some cases, the Bureau simply borrowed them from private organizations, often business groups or wealthy individuals, who were willing to fund such activities. In 1919, for instance, a New York attorney named Alfred Becker had struck out on his own to hire an undercover man in the May Day and June 2nd cases. His operative, an Italian immigrant named Eugenio Ravarini, managed to insinuate himself among the Gallianisti, providing Becker and, in turn, Flynn, with a wealth of valuable clues. After a few trial months, Flynn formally hired Ravarini at the Bureau, where he helped to identify Elia, Salcedo, and Caminita. Like all undercover men, Ravarini was known at the Bureau only by a code name. His was D5. In the early weeks of the Wall Street investigation, Flynn had sought to replicate Ravarini's success, choosing two spies, N-122 and P-137, to infiltrate Italian anarchist circles in New York. Attempting anonymity, they loitered around coffee houses, barber shops, and meeting halls. They also engaged in active political work, stamping envelopes and raising defense funds at organizations such as the Italian Workers' Defense League. Like their counterparts elsewhere in the Bureau, they were particularly adept at gathering lists, membership lists, subscription lists, lists of contributors and supporters and would-be activists. Neither one, however, managed to uncover much about the bombing. Indeed, it was partly as a result of their failures that Flynn had turned his attention to Sacco's cell in Massachusetts. As Bureau agent William West would acknowledge 6 years later, the decision to spy on Sacco was in part an act of desperation. The man they selected, a local Italian immigrant named Domenico Carbone, was, unfortunately, not up to the task. Carbone appeared in the Dedham County Jail on November 24th, posing as an accused robber. He had been instructed that he was, under no circumstances, to force himself upon Sacco, but to let Sacco approach him. But he paid little attention. Placed in a cell adjacent to Sacco's, Carbone lost no time in asking his new friend about the best contacts for acquiring dynamite. He also bragged about his own vast criminal history, advertising a lifetime's worth of fictional exploits as mere precursors to the big blow-up to come. The jail authorities helped him along by providing the two men with free run of the corridor and, on occasion, the yard, where they could stroll about and grow intimate. Sacco was more interested in professing his innocence in the Braintree murders than in arranging new dynamite plots. He described himself as a victim of cruel government oppression. "They have accused me of having committed a terrible crime," he protested in an Italian-language note slipped to Carbone, "simply because I have been the defender of the workers, and also because I am an Italian. The Italians are despised by the Americans." According to Carbone's report, Sacco consistently maintained that he was an anarchist, that he was against the capitalist, but that he had never killed any man. About the Wall Street explosion he had nothing to say. Carbone left the Dedham jail on December 3rd, after less than 2 weeks of confinement. One reason for the quick extraction was the realization that his volubility concerning dynamite had raised Sacco's suspicions. Through his haste to secure information, a report later complained, He had disclosed himself and rendered himself useless. Outside the jail, by contrast, the Bureau's surveillance continued unabated. To complement the work of his undercover operatives, in early November, Flynn had quietly secured a warrant to read all correspondence delivered to the Boston office of a new organization known as the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee. Bureau agent William West used the same procedure for each batch of mail: open, copy, reseal, resend. Once acquired, the letters were translated and assembled into a weekly report titled Bomb Explosion, Wall Street, New York City, September 16, 1920. Anarchist Activities. Though the correspondence concerned Sacco and Vanzetti's legal defense, a realm in which attorney-client privilege reasonably applied, the Bureau had managed to gain federal court approval for its actions. The warrant covered mail addressed not to Sacco and Vanzetti's lawyer, but to Aldino Felicani, a friend and fellow anarchist, who had undertaken the task of raising money and composing propaganda in preparation for their upcoming trial. As one of the few prominent Gallianisti living and working openly in the United States, Felicani was an obvious target of Bureau interest. As head of the fledgling Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee, he was also an invaluable repository of information. The committee had formed on May 9th, 4 days after Sacco and Vanzetti's arrest for the Braintree murders. In the months since, it had been engaged in scattered fundraising and pamphleteering, operating out of 2 tiny rooms on Boston's North End. Its main achievement by the fall was hiring Fred Moore, a devoted, if erratic, defense lawyer who had helped to represent Haywood at his wartime trial. The Bureau had little interest in Moore or in the details of the criminal case. With so many anarchists on the run, forced into exile or biding their time underground, the committee stood out as one of the few places where the Gallianisti might still gather to organize and converse. From the Bureau's perspective, this made it one of the best available sources for tracking the sentiments and whereabouts of the bomb suspects who had so far escaped official scrutiny. Before taking up work on the Sacco Vanzetti case, Felicani had been best known in anarchist circles as a prolific essayist, a self-taught radical thinker who subsidized his editorial work with factory wages. Unlike many Italian radicals, he was fluent in English, a skill that made him particularly well qualified to serve as a propagandist to the American public. According to Caminita, Felicani played a major role in the composition of plain words. He was the type that does the thinking and the writing for those who do the dirty work, one agent noted. Not long after Aaliyah and Salcedo's arrests, Bureau agents had called Felicani in for an interview in the June 2nd case. They told him he was being interrogated for draft evasion, a ruse that undoubtedly seemed thin. For purposes of future identification, agents noted Felicani's bushy blonde hair, thin on top, brushed straight back, black velour hat, and blue serge suit. Then they released him, in lieu of further developments. That development turned out to be the Wall Street explosion. In early October 1920, as the Caruso arrest was unfolding, New Jersey agent Frank Stone notified Flynn, based on information from a very confidential and reliable source, that Felicani seemed to be in touch with a wide range of Italian anarchists, including such members of the Galliani group who have not as yet left for Italy. He suggested that Felicani be picked up and tailed, but not molested, on the chance that he might lead the Bureau to some of his missing friends. His caution reflected Flynn's fear that any misstep could send the remaining Gallianisti scrambling for shelter underground. Indeed, though they continued to try to link him to the blast, Felicani was far more valuable to the Bureau as a free man than as a prisoner. By keeping him out of jail, the Bureau could wait and watch and hope that, a lead on the Wall Street bomb may be developed. Felicani's mail appeared to be a godsend, a window into the tight-knit world of Italian anarchism. First, there were the names and addresses not only of Defense Committee organizers, but of the hundreds of men and women who contributed a few pennies in response to one or another hometown canvass. Most were Italian anarchists and labor activists, poor men who often felt compelled to apologize for the small size of their donations. "We are only a few," one Ohio supporter explained of his $35 collection, "and the majority of us are out of work." But they were not the only ones writing in. Though the Sacco Vanzetti case had not yet emerged as a national scandal, it was beginning to attract the attention of small numbers of communists, socialists, reformers, and civil libertarians, concerned that the men would be framed because of their Italian backgrounds and anarchist beliefs. Overall, the Sacco Vanzetti supporters came across as a dispirited group, politically engaged, but worn down by the challenge of survival in a hostile country. "We will do more in the future, but it is very hard," promised Alfredo Zamarchi, writing from Haverhill, Massachusetts, "because we have generally been unemployed since 8 months. Ironically, this sense of depression, of desperation, may well have heartened the Bureau translators who pored over the letters week after week. In contrast to their imagined portrait of militant anarchism, rife with encouragements toward violence and sabotage, they found a crowd of anxious men and women pessimistic about the prospect of victory. "Today my heart seems almost broken," wrote one Pennsylvania correspondent. "Never did I dream my own land, my native land, could stoop to do to our own and of other nations the hellmark of these past 3 or 4 years." Calls for violence and uprisings were not totally absent. One Illinois radical sent a note denouncing the strategy of relying on lawyers to win an acquittal. "This is not our tactics, because it is a wrong action. But who is ready for the direct action?" To the Bureau's disappointment, however, most correspondents were far too savvy, or far too innocent, to reveal anything of an incriminating nature. Despite months of painstaking translation, despite weekly reports that expanded to fill dozens of pages, by the end of the year the Bureau found not a single mention of the Wall Street explosion. Elsewhere, the investigation seemed to be similarly stalled by late autumn, as the flurry of initial excitement gave way to the grind of waiting, watching, and reading. In October, with the help of police manpower, Bureau agents established that the stamps used to create the American Anarchist Fighters pamphlets belonged to the stock of the R.H. Smith Company of Springfield, Massachusetts. They also managed to locate an Italian blacksmith named Gaetano de Grazio, who said that he had shod the bomb wagon's horse on September 15th at his stable at 205 Elizabeth Street, a section of New York, Flynn noted, notorious for its Italian criminals and for murders. In neither case, however, had there been more concrete developments to date. None of these difficulties convinced Flynn to change his views about the Gallianisti. They did, however, make him increasingly wary of talking with the press. After Caruso's arrest in October, Flynn did not deliver a major statement about the investigation for another 6 months. As far as the public knew, the only development of note in the entire month of November was a World article claiming to prove that the bomb plotters were construction workers, annoyed at being shut out of the stock exchange annex job by a Tammany-supported union. An unnamed Justice Department spokesman soon quashed the speculation. "We investigated this theory and other labor quarrel theories weeks ago," he informed the rival Times, "but found no connection between them and the explosion." Flynn himself had no comment. What could he have said? The Bureau's main activities, surveillance and undercover work, did not lend themselves to public scrutiny, nor were there any grand new theories to report. If anything, the slow progress of the fall simply seemed to convince Flynn that more aggressive tactics would be necessary. In December, unbeknownst to all but a few hand-picked confidants, he quietly dispatched a man to Italy to find Luigi Galliani. The plan was simple, but high risk. Sometime toward the end of the year, Flynn explained to State Department officials an operative from the Bureau of Investigation would appear in Italy to find and infiltrate the circle of anarchists responsible for the Wall Street explosion. Flynn is fully convinced that the hand behind this and other bomb outrages is located in Italy, noted the State Department files. The operative would arrive in Rome bearing a confidential card for identification. After confirming his bona fides, the American embassy would take charge of communicating his messages to the United States. The agent's life, one State Department official remarked, might well depend on keeping the cables secret. If he is successful, it will be a big plum in not only the eyes of the department, but of the whole country. If, however, the reverse is the case, and the man is found out, I do not think we will even have to worry about shipping his body home. The man expected to assume this peril was Salvatore Clement, to be identified in communication only by the code name Mull. Born in Italy, Clement was a rare breed, one of the few men in Flynn's employ capable of blending in with the Gallianisti. He had proven as much during his pre-war days in the Secret Service, when Flynn had assigned him to infiltrate Galliani's circle in Massachusetts and Vermont. Clement's skills of ingratiation were sophisticated enough that his double life had gone unexposed during the assignment and in the 8 years since. It was hoped that his radical contacts from those days, many of them now in Italy, would lead him without subterfuge or suspicion to Galliani. He planned to pose as a desperate anarchist from Paterson. Clement departed New York on December 28th on the Giuseppe Verdi, bound for Naples. By way of identification, he carried only his U.S. passport and the special card provided to ensure his welcome at the embassy. The Bureau shipped ahead several photos of Italian anarchists, including one of Galliani, for Clement to pick up upon his arrival in Rome. After retrieving them, Clement journeyed to the home of an old acquaintance from his faux radical days, a man named Antonio Mazzini, who kept an apartment in Milan. Staking out the flat from a nearby corner, he waited for his friend to return home from work, then popped in with greetings from abroad. Mazzini offered to cancel his dinner plans, but Clement said he'd much rather tag along with Mazzini and his friends. They went to a cafe, ordered dinner, and drank a few bottles of wine. The magnanimous American visitor, Clement announced he would pay for everyone's meal. Only then, with his friend sated and thankful, did he broach the subject of Galliani. Clement began with a cheerful jab at the Bureau's incompetence in the June 2nd bombing investigations. "I said the job was done pretty slick," he wrote to Flynn, "and I was glad no one was caught." Mazzini agreed heartily. He said everything was all right, but mourned the loss of poor Carlo Valdinucci. "This proves beyond doubt," Clement noted, "the identity of the man who was killed at the time of the bomb explosion at Attorney General Palmer's home." On this particular tidbit, Mazzini's source was exemplary. In July, he claimed, he had shared confidences with none other than Galliani himself, apparently quite broken up over Valdinucci's death. "Galliani had tears in his eyes," Clement wrote, paraphrasing Mazzini's account, and as if talking to himself would say, "Poor boy, poor boy." Mazzini also recalled that Recchi had been in and around Galliani's circle in the past year, but had recently disappeared. As for Galliani himself, Mazzini knew only that he had fled the country, running this time from the Italian authorities rather than from the Americans. After his deportation from the United States, Galliani had resumed printing Cronaca on his old printing press, which had been disassembled and shipped from Rhode Island to Italy. The Italian government, however, was no more hospitable than the Americans had been, and in October they shut down the paper and issued a warrant for his arrest. In response, Galliani had taken deportation into his own hands and vanished. Clement did manage to track down an apartment in Vercelli, where a sign over the door advertised the residence of one Galliani. A sweet, older woman who answered the bell informed him that Luigi, the man of the house, was currently out of town. She invited him to come back and visit the lady of the house, Galliani's sister. When Clement stopped by again, however, the sister was incredulous at his queries. "Don't you know what happened?" she asked. "My brother had to leave the country." There was a certain irony to this outcome. Had the United States not deported Galliani in 1919, surely he would have been much easier for the Bureau to find. If Flynn recognized this aspect of his predicament, however, he did not let on. By the time Clement returned to make his final report in March, Flynn's critics had begun to wonder openly if the Wall Street case would ever be solved. With a new Republican administration coming into power in Washington, they were also beginning to speculate that it might be time for a new bureau director. Chapter 11. Illegal Practices. Attorney General Palmer knew he was out when the Republican candidate Warren Harding won the 1920 presidential election. Harding's campaign, like the man himself, had been lackluster, but with President Wilson weakened by a stroke, with his proposed League of Nations floundering, the outcome of the vote was a foregone conclusion. An Ohio senator with few outstanding achievements, Harding had been plucked from obscurity by the Republican leadership only after the party's convention failed to settle on one of the top candidates. He spent the fall of 1920 campaigning from his front porch in Marion, Ohio, on a vague platform of reason and calm. "America's present need is not heroics but healing, not nostrums but normalcy," he maintained. His greatest quality, according to campaign manager Harry Doherty, was that he looked the part. His 6-foot frame and piercing dark eyes made him appear, in a word, presidential. When the totals were counted up in November, the nation agreed. Harding won more than 60% of the national vote. His Democratic rivals, James Cox and vice presidential candidate Franklin Delano Roosevelt, received 34%. Debs, running from prison, won just 3.5%, a disappointing showing, the call conceded, that fell far short of the general expectations. Palmer may have taken a certain amount of pleasure in Cox's defeat. Though the Attorney General had dedicated his life to the Democratic Party, Cox rejected his offer of help in the campaign. He viewed Palmer as a dangerous force, an all-too visible reminder of the Wilson administration's missteps in the transition from war to peace. Despite Palmer's initial hopes, the drama of the Wall Street explosion proved to be of little use in altering this reputation. "Cox stands for Palmer," Forest Service founder Gifford Pinchot, an ardent progressive, had charged in early October, who denied the rights of free speech and free assembly, imprisoned hundreds of people in defiance of the law he was sworn to enforce. Harding himself never offered a formal statement on the explosion, nor did he talk much about the problems of terrorism and revolutionary agitation that had shaped so much of Palmer's recent career. This set him apart from his running mate, Massachusetts Governor Calvin Coolidge, who had made a national name for himself by calling in federal troops to suppress the Boston police strike in 1919. "There is no right to strike against the public safety by anybody, anywhere, any time," Coolidge had written to Samuel Gompers. Harding, by contrast, seemed to view labor conflict as a simple matter of miscommunication. Not being imbued with the facts in the case, he explained during the campaign, Thousands of honest, well-meaning men became imbued with the idea that they are viciously oppressed. Misunderstandings result, causing trouble that could be avoided by a simple exposition of the truth. He applied the same measured tone to the issue of revolutionary bombings and assassinations. "It is quite true that there are enemies of the government within our borders," he explained. "However, I believe their number has been greatly magnified." Palmer found this not only insulting, but positively dangerous. Despite Harding's victory, the Attorney General continued throughout the late months of 1920 to prod the federal authorities into action against the terrorist threat. In his annual report for the year, released in December, Palmer pleaded with Congress to pass a peacetime sedition law. He also insisted upon claiming the deportation raids as a major success, citing the admission, allegedly uncovered by federal spies, that the arrests made at the instance of the Department of Justice had resulted in the wrecking of the communist parties in this country. As a lame duck and discredited figure, however, he encountered little enthusiasm for the renewal of either campaign. When Palmer appeared before Congress in December to request extra funds for anti-radical work, the committee saw fit to grant a $400,000 bonus, a subsidy to make up for the previous year's excess expenses. But it also pared down demands for a permanently enlarged anti-radical budget. Palmer had asked for $2.65 million for the upcoming year. He got just $2 million. Behind this subtle rejection, many historians would later suggest, was a shift in national mood, an inability, or perhaps an unwillingness, to sustain the heightened levels of fear and anxiety necessary to enact Palmer's proposals. Whatever role such nebulous matters as mood and psychology may have played in preventing Palmer's revival, there were more concrete factors at work as well. Harding's lack of interest was a crucial element. When the incoming president felt that too much has been said about Bolshevism in America, it was hard to stir up prolonged debate. Among Democrats, not only Cox, but also key officials within several federal agencies, including the Labor Department, continued to shy away from cooperating with Palmer. Without their help, and without the support of Congress, there was little Palmer could do to translate his ideas into action. Nor, to be fair, did he try terribly hard. Despite his bold words after the Wall Street explosion, Palmer was not the crusader he had been a year earlier, when it appeared as if he might ride his martyrdom all the way to the presidency. The trials of managing the Justice Department, especially when it came to enforcing the new prohibition law, had taken their toll on his health. So had the relentless criticism, with its caricature of him as a paranoid, vicious, and hysterical hunter of Reds. Palmer had attempted to counter this with a recommendation that President Wilson pardon Eugene Debs. Wilson rejected it out of hand. To most of the country, though, he remained the embodiment of the previous year's misbegotten raids. If anything, Flynn's policy of silence in the Wall Street case had only provided an opening for further attack, leaving a void that Palmer's critics were perfectly happy to fill. Throughout the late fall, as coverage of the investigation trailed off in the mainstream dailies, the socialist press stayed on the Attorney General's case, mocking his assertion, in the words of the New York Call, that radical agitators now in the United States are waiting for an opportunity to do many desperate things. This kind of contempt was to be expected from socialist quarters. More surprising, and ultimately more damaging, were the attacks coming from Congress itself. In early December 1920, a month after the presidential election, a Senate Judiciary Subcommittee announced hearings based on the springtime report that had accused the Justice Department of illegal practices and ruined Palmer's presidential aspirations. The 12 prominent lawyers who composed the report were not socialists, much less communists or anarchists. Nonetheless, they shared many of the assumptions being articulated in the left-wing press: that Palmer was a rogue agent, that he allowed bureau agents to trample the rights of alien radicals, and that it was the Justice Department, not the anarchist or communist movement, that was terrorizing the nation. Had the Senate witnesses been aware of what was happening behind the scenes in the Wall Street case, they might well have objected. The June report had listed many of Flynn's tactics, including the use of undercover operatives and the infiltration of radical groups among its illegal practices, examples of government intrusions into the right of free speech and opinion. As it was, with the hunt for the Gallianisti safely out of the newspapers, the Wall Street explosion entered the Senate hearings only by inference, part of a tableau of bureau incompetence and false accusation. Still, it is hard to imagine that the hearings would have gone the same way, or indeed that they would have been called at all, had the Bureau managed by January to come up with definitive proof of anarchist complicity in the Wall Street blast. With a solution to the Wall Street case in hand, Palmer might have approached the Senate's scrutiny from a position of strength, vindicated in his claim that radicals posed a significant threat to the national welfare. Instead, he found himself struggling to convince both the Senate subcommittee and the public that the United States had ever faced a bona fide terrorist emergency. In a roundabout way, Emma Goldman bore a measure of responsibility for Palmer's predicament. Almost 2 decades earlier, in the aftermath of the McKinley assassination, she had joined with a group of like-minded New York libertarians to found the Free Speech League, the first formally organized civil liberties association in the United States. The League's agenda had reflected her concerns about the growing clamor for restrictions on speech, especially with the passage of the anti-anarchist law. Its earliest efforts focused on the case of John Turner, a British anarchist and friend of Goldman's, who had the dubious honor of being the first man excluded from the United States under the new immigration law. While Turner lost his appeal, the case set a precedent for the League's later activities, as well as for the Wobblies' subsequent free speech campaigns, and now for the activities of Palmer's critics. Dedicated in theory to the proposition of liberty for all, the Free Speech League had, in practice, mostly defended its own members, anarchists, birth control advocates, Wobblies, and other varieties of revolutionary. The civil libertarians who had emerged from the Great War and who had composed the June report on the Justice Department took a more distanced approach. Though passionately concerned with the rights of alien radicals, they were solid members of the establishment. Indeed, the 12 lawyers who signed their names to the June report had far more in common in Palmer than with Goldman. They taught law at places such as Harvard, Columbia, and Yale, and they tended to believe, in the words of signer Felix Frankfurter, the meritocratic institutions such as the Harvard Law Review in particular, and the Harvard Law School in general, constituted the most complete practices in democracy. Largely Democrats and Republicans, spiced with only the occasional socialist, they entertained their own hopes of appointment to positions such as Attorney General or Justice of the Supreme Court. They did not stand on street corners with the Wobblies shouting, "Have you ever read the Constitution?" or "What is this, Tsarist Russia or free America?" Instead, they appeared before the bench, issued reports, lent their good names, and testified in government hearings. A few of the report signers were longtime champions of civil liberties and labor rights. Frank Walsh, who had led the pre-war Commission on Industrial Relations, was the most notable. Others were relative newcomers to the cause. Frankfurter's own interest stemmed from his appointment as head of President Wilson's Mediation Commission, dispatched to the western states in 1917 to assess wartime labor unrest. Under the commission's auspices, he had traveled to Bisbee, Arizona, where 1,200 Wobblies and strikers and their families had been deported to the desert without food or shelter. He also led the federal inquiry into the Mooney case, convinced that prosecutors had coerced witnesses and manufactured evidence. He urged Wilson to push for a new trial. Himself the son of immigrants, one of the few Jewish professors in the Ivy League, Frankfurter may have felt a natural sympathy for outsiders and underdogs. As a lawyer, he expressed this not by denouncing capitalism, but by composing legal briefs and government reports. Frankfurter's Harvard colleague, Zechariah Chafee, another of the report's signers, had arrived even later to the civil liberties cause. The son of a Boston industrialist, he attended Brown University and then Harvard Law School before joining the Harvard faculty in 1916. When the United States entered the war the following year, he grew concerned that the Espionage and Sedition Acts were fatally undermining the country's democratic, libertarian traditions. Once converted, he took on the question wholeheartedly, publishing a path-breaking 1920 book titled, appropriately, Freedom of Speech. In his book, Chafee acknowledged the genuine problem of revolutionary violence and terrorism, but he warned that a rush to restrict speech as a means of containing the crisis would ultimately endanger constitutional freedoms. As an example, he cited the injustice of Haymarket, suggesting that his countrymen, whatever their fears, might wish to avoid a repeat of the event. If an emergency really exists, he argued, it behooves us all to keep cool. Even for established lawyers such as Chafee and Frankfurter, speaking out on such questions proved to be a considerable risk. Chafee had nearly been fired from Harvard for expressing these sentiments, a measure suggesting that his employers had not actually read the title of his book. Others had lost friends, money, and social invitations. Nearly all had, at one time or another, been subjects of bureau inquiry. Perhaps for these reasons, they went to considerable pains to forswear any sympathy or association with radicalism when they appeared before the Senate in 1921. We who have signed this pamphlet did not go into the case because of the slightest sympathy with revolution, Chafee explained, but as lawyers trained in the preservation of personal rights. Among those who accepted Chafee's distinction was Walter Nellis, another Harvard-trained lawyer, who had found himself alarmed by Wilson's wartime suppression of dissent. After graduating from law school, Nellis had taken the standard path of joining a white-shoe law firm. In 1917, however, as preparedness gave way to war, he had abruptly abandoned his post to take up full-time work for the newly formed National Civil Liberties Bureau, NCLB, led by his Harvard classmate, Roger Baldwin. Over the course of the war, the NCLB represented hundreds of imprisoned dissidents. By 1920, it had changed its name to the American Civil Liberties Union, or ACLU, but its mission remained the same. After the deportation raids, the ACLU provided legal counsel to scores of deportees, including several of the Gallianisti. When the Wall Street explosion erupted on September 16th, the ACLU's New York office promptly opened a clipping file in anticipation of prosecutions to come. Though not the first organization of its kind, the NCLB was by far the best known and most influential of the civil liberties organizations to emerge during the war. Some of its founding members, such as Morris Hillquit and Elizabeth Gurley Flynn, were themselves socialists or communists. But many others, such as Nellis, were moderate lawyers, concerned less with their own right to speak than with far more abstract legal principles. Civil liberty means this: that everyone may think for himself upon every public question, that he may say what he thinks, and that he may do his utmost, and get his friend to do theirs, to bring what he thinks home to the minds and hearts of others. Nellis wrote in his pamphlet, Seeing Red. Nellis spent hours each month compiling law and freedom bulletins for the ACLU, outlining developments in the areas of due process of law, revocation of second-class mailing privilege, and other civil liberties issues. Though operating on what Roger Baldwin characterized as a bare living wage, he also took on the cases of dozens of anarchists, communists, and wobblies. Among his clients in 1921 were the 5 ousted Socialist assemblymen in New York and the June 2nd bomb plot suspects Roberto Elia and Andrea Salcedo. Just weeks after the Senate hearings began, Nellis filed suit against Palmer, Flynn, and New York Bureau Chief Charles Scully on behalf of Marie Salcedo, Andrea's widow, accusing them of murder. Nellis did not actually sign his name to the June report on illegal practices. His partner, Swinburne Hale, helped to compose the report and signed it on behalf of their law firm, Hale, Nellis, and Shore. Nonetheless, the stories of Nellis' clients, including the Gallianisti, played a major role in the report's indictment of Bureau practices. One of the most significant was the case of Gaspare Canone, a Galliani follower who had been arrested in March 1920, allegedly for deportation, but actually for suspicion of his involvement in the June 2nd plots. According to an affidavit by Nellis, in the spring of 1920, Bureau agents had arrested Canone without a warrant, beat and kicked him into submission, showered him with profanity, and forged his name on a confession that he longed for the government's violent destruction. Other cases in the June report told similar stories of police brutality, forgery, excessive bail, abysmal jail conditions, compelling persons to be witnesses against themselves, propaganda by the Department of Justice, and, most important, warrantless arrests. All of these accusations and more would come out once again during the Senate hearings. Palmer arrived at the hearings on January 19, 1921, accompanied by J. Edgar Hoover, who had slaved for weeks compiling exculpatory evidence for his superior's use. Throughout the Wall Street investigation, Hoover had been working behind the scenes, coordinating intelligence and initialing documents. In his annual report, Palmer had praised Hoover's General Intelligence Division for its fine work in such matters, pointing out that the division had compiled some 200,000 files on the country's radical agitators. This card index makes it possible to determine and ascertain in a few moments the numerous ramifications of individuals connected with the ultra-radical movement and their activities in the United States, he boasted, a claim belied by Flynn's experience with the Gallianisti. Hoover's role at the hearings was to provide information about how the Palmer raids had been carried out. Other than a few points of reference and clarification, "No, sir, I do not. And yes, I have been advised of many cases where search warrants were obtained." Hoover maintained a respectful silence. As Attorney General, Palmer bore ultimate responsibility for what had taken place. The hearings unfolded around a long wooden conference table in one of the Capitol's corner suites, an intimate setting for an altogether personal confrontation. 3 senators, Democrat Thomas Walsh, Montana, along with Republicans William Borah, Idaho, and Thomas Sterling, South Dakota, sat in judgment, while witnesses trickled in and out. With only a few months left in office, with his political reputation at stake, Palmer had no intention of allowing the so-called leading lawyers of the country to maneuver him into an admission of guilt. Seated before his senatorial inquisitors, he portrayed himself as an embattled Cassandra, a man who knew too well the doom that would soon descend upon his laughing, mocking liberal critics. I apologize for nothing that the Department of Justice has done in this matter," he thundered. "I glory in it. I point with pride and enthusiasm to the result of that work. And if some of my agents out in the field, or some of the agents of the Department of Labor, were a little rough and unkind, or short and curt with these alien agitators whom they observed seeking to destroy their homes, their religion, and their country, I think it might well be overlooked in the general good to the country which has come from it. That is all I have to say." Thanks to Hoover's careful record-keeping and bureaucratic zeal, the skills for which he had initially been hired, Palmer came well armed with affidavits, court decisions, editorials, and police records contradicting the lawyers' committee's published claims. His response to the charges concerning Cannone alone took up 22 pages of Senate transcript. In that case, as in many others, the issue came down to conflicting testimony. The lawyer's report said that Cannone had been provided with only 5 meals in 4 days of bureau custody. Palmer said that he was supplied with regular meals and was not limited to any specific amount. Cannone said he had been beaten and kicked by a handsome agent in a blue-striped silk shirt, later identified as New York agent Charles Scully, Flynn's right-hand man in the Wall Street case, and that agents had nearly drowned him in profanity. Scully himself claimed that no cursing or violence had occurred, and 3 colleagues backed him up. Similarly, they denied arresting Cannone without a warrant. Instead, they claimed that Cannone had voluntarily allowed them to interrogate him and to search his house. Any implications to the contrary, they asserted, were due to the effort of Mr. Nellis to misstate the facts and to mislead the public. For all of this painstaking detail, Palmer's bid for redemption rested quite outside any factual corrections. In the first place, many of his claims were less than persuasive. Was it really plausible, for instance, that Cannone would offer the agents carte blanche to search his home? In addition, the back and forth about who had signed what, when, and why failed to address the fundamental legal principles that lay at the heart of the deportation raids. "I should like to hear the Attorney General tell us by what authority of law an agent of the Department of Justice makes an arrest in deportation proceedings at all," demanded Walsh, who had organized the hearings with this question in mind. There, Palmer was on exceedingly shaky legal ground. As Hoover had acknowledged in a February 1920 letter, the Justice Department's mandate for the deportation raids had been supported by public opinion rather than any actual statute. Unlike the allegations of brutality, profanity, and lack of blankets in the jail, this charge could not be met with an affidavit from an agent saying that he, for one, remembered that a statute had existed. In answer to these larger questions, Palmer turned away from a defense based on fact and toward one based on justification. If the Justice Department had exceeded its authority, if it had made a few mistakes, and Palmer wasn't saying that it had, wasn't it justified by the emergency the country had faced in 1919? Mustering his crusader's passion once again, Palmer argued the country had been engaged in a literal civil war in 1919 and 1920. In war, the normal rules, the restrictions of statutes and rights and procedure, did not always, or even often, have to apply. This was a view supported by several jurists, and Palmer did not hesitate to offer their decisions for the Senate record. Among them was the statement of Northwestern University Law School Dean John H. Wigmore. If some of the deportees were victims of their own ignorance or of subordinate officials' harshness, well, every soldier knows that such things will happen in war, and this was really war against an enemy. Mr. Palmer saved the country, in my opinion. In a final appeal, Palmer called upon his audience to remember the fear, deep and seemingly bottomless, that had gripped the country in the wake of the June 2nd plots. I remember, Mr. Chairman, the morning after my house was blown up. I stood in the middle of the wreckage of my library with congressmen and senators, and without a dissenting voice, they called upon me in strong terms to exercise all the power that was possible to the Department of Justice to run to earth the criminals who were behind that kind of outrage. He also asked them to think about what sort of bombings or attempts at revolution might have disrupted the transition back to peace if the Justice Department had not swept in to clear out the muck at the bottom of society. His deportation strategy had been preventive, he maintained, designed to rid the country of its undesirables, rather than wait for the actual throwing of the bomb. Palmer stated this doctrine as if it were the simplest thing in the world, a matter of transparent common sense. What he was describing, however, was precisely the slippery slope down which civil libertarians feared to slide. If it was possible to arrest men in advance of any actual wrongdoing, who could not be deemed a danger to the national soul by one standard or another? At any rate, as a policy for preventing terrorism, Palmer's strategy had not worked terribly well. Though the hearings focused on earlier events, everyone present was perfectly aware of the stalled investigation into the Wall Street explosion. Palmer was the first to testify. He was also the last, closing out the hearings with a letter defending his treatment of communist deportees. Among the witnesses who appeared in between were many signers of the report on illegal practices: Chafee, who testified by letter, Jackson Ralston, counsel for Louis Post and Samuel Gompers, Washington University Law School professor Tyrell Williams, and former U.S. Attorney Francis Fisher Kane, the first man to resign in protest of Palmer's policies. Other witnesses represented various civic reform groups. Helena Hill Weed journeyed from Norwalk, Connecticut, to recount the objections of the American Women's Committee, while manufacturing chemist Frederick F. Ingram came from Michigan to deliver a report from the Citizens of Detroit, a local businessmen's organization. Notably absent from the lineup was anyone, anarchist, communist, immigrant, who had experienced the Justice Department's illegal practices firsthand. Though Senator Walsh, a progressive Democrat, had initiated the hearings as a forum for criticizing Palmer's policies, the roster of witnesses was also a testament to how effectively those policies had foreshortened the range of permissible debate. Before the war, radicals had hardly been the architects of government policy, but they had at least been part of the conversation. Now they were thoroughly disinvited. In an effort to negotiate the delicate imperatives of defending radical rights without seeming too sympathetic to the revolutionary cause, the critics who appeared throughout February and into March borrowed heavily from the same rhetorical arsenal that Palmer himself had deployed in his War on Radicalism. They went out of their way to position themselves as the true guardians of American freedom against the influence of destructive forces. "We want to look like patriots in everything we do," Nella's friend Roger Baldwin, head of the ACLU, had instructed a colleague in a similar situation. "We want to get a good lot of flags, talk a good deal about the Constitution and what our forefathers wanted to make of this country, and to show that we are really the folks that really stand for the spirit of our institutions." By adopting and then redefining the language of super-patriotism, they hoped to use Palmer's own words against him. "There is no danger of revolution so great as that created by suppression, by ruthlessness, and by deliberate violation of the simple rules of American law and American decency," the lawyers warned in their June report. From the point of view of the Justice Department's critics, Palmer was the great danger to American institutions, the terrorist, the true revolutionary. It was ironic, therefore, that Palmer often took far more seriously than any of his critics the ideas and intentions of radicals and communists. By the logic of his own defense, Palmer was obligated to argue strenuously that Bolshevism was sweeping the world, that radical militants retained an unwavering and well-organized devotion to their cause, and that within the United States, communists in particular wielded substantial power and persuasive ability. During an earlier round of hearings before the House of Representatives, for instance, he had nearly burst out singing the Internationale. All over the world, he had cried, and in every major tongue, bands of workers, men and women, joined already in conscious and conspiring fraternization, are singing the New International. Stand up, ye wretched ones who labor. Stand up, ye galley slaves of want. Man's reason thunders from its crater. 'Tis the eruption none can daunt. Before the senators, he described a great movement afoot for the overthrow of the government of the United States, sponsored and adhered to by thousands of alien agitators, directed and engineered by the guiding hand of Lenin and Trotsky. His critics, by contrast, the very men so often derided as parlor pinks and closet radicals, pooh-poohed the idea that radical movements had ever been either strong or serious enough to deserve government attention. After the trauma of war, they argued, when the country's collective mind was ripe for manipulation, ambitious politicians had stepped forward to channel the public's anxieties onto small groups of men and women with unpopular political views. It is just because at this present time we had gotten into a frame of mind of hating somebody, Attorney Charles Recht, who represented several prominent communists, told the Senate subcommittee, and it was found to the advantage of some people to transfer a well-established hate to an object more nearly at hand for reasons of their own. In his springtime testimony before the House, Palmer himself had offered an astute summary of his critics' main contentions. First, that there has been no red menace in the country against which the government ought to proceed. Second, that the methods adopted by the Department of Justice have been high-handed and even unlawful and unconstitutional. And third, that in the enforcement of this law and in its efforts to keep the peace in the country, the Department of Justice has attacked American labor. Palmer, it went without saying, thought such arguments palpably false. And yet, without proof of who was behind the June 2nd plots or the Wall Street explosion, the precise character or intent of that red menace remained thoroughly open to question. At the Bureau, Flynn would do his best to change that impression in coming months, conducting his first major arrests in the Wall Street case. For Palmer, though, the time was up. Along with an ill and limping President Wilson, he left office in early March, still awaiting vindication. Chapter 12. The Martyr Who Wasn't. Palmer's departure should not have been a problem for Flynn. Though appointed under Wilson, a Democrat, Flynn had long been a dependable cog in the New York Republican machine. As a local party activist, he had helped to found the venerable Riverside Republican Club. Within New York, he had often defended Republican mayors against partisan attack. But given the failing state of the Wall Street investigation, suggested Palmer's replacement, Harding campaign manager Harry Doherty, this record might not be enough to save his job. As he prepared to assume office in early March, Doherty urged Flynn to reassure the country that the Bureau was indeed hard at work on the Wall Street investigation, and to come forward with anything in connection with the bomb plot inquiry which might properly be made public. This Flynn refused to do, at least initially. He did, however, provide Doherty with a confidential summary of a recent Bureau breakthrough. In a memo composed on April 4th, Flynn reported that the Bureau had cobbled together a description of the driver who had abandoned the wagon at Wallen Broad and, as a result, had its eye on a new suspect. Over the next few months, this revelation would lead the Bureau agents back to where they had begun the previous fall, to the May Day bombs and the June 2nd plot, to Galliani and Sacco and Vanzetti. And while it would not ultimately yield a definitive solution to the bombing, it would have at least one lasting effect on the nation's politics. By keeping the threat of anarchist terrorism alive on the front pages of the press in the weeks leading up to their trial, the Wall Street case would help to secure Sacco and Vanzetti's conviction for the Braintree murders. Drawn from the distant recollections of a single witness, the description of the wagon driver was basically a matter of educated guesswork. Still, Flynn was confident in its essentials. In January, as Palmer prepared to begin his Senate testimony, Flynn had issued a flyer to all East Coast police chiefs featuring the wagon driver's vital details. The man described in the flyer was apparently Italian. He was also 28 or 30 years old, 5 feet 6 inches, medium build, broad shoulders, dark hair, dark complexion, small dark mustache, which at the date of the explosion represented about 2 weeks' growth. He wore a golf cap pulled down over his forehead and a khaki shirt turned in at the neck. To help investigators picture such a suspect, the Bureau contracted with a commercial artist to develop a composite sketch. That drawing, in turn, had led them to one Vincenzo Leggio, a member of the Galliani group, who, according to a reliable source, looked like the wagon driver. It was no accident that the description of the wagon driver seemed to fit so neatly with Flynn's long-standing suspicions of the Gallianisti. Intentionally or not, the Bureau had designed the search for the driver to produce precisely this outcome. In his memo to Doherty, Flynn explained that he had invited the only witness we have who can identify the driver, apparently the blacksmith, Gaetano de Grazio, to view several hundred photographs of anarchists. Flynn did not offer the option of choosing men who were not anarchists. Thus, de Grazio chose 2 suspects who conformed to Flynn's profile. Combining the selected photos, the artist made the composite drawing, which subsequently became the driver's official portrait. Many replies to the circular bearing the sketch have been received, Flynn assured Doherty, all of which have been or are under investigation. One of those replies presumably identified Vincenzo Leggio. A barber and an immigrant from Palermo, Leggio fit nearly every aspect of Flynn's initial profile. He had once run a barber shop on East 106th Street in Manhattan, which vicinity, one report noted, is a hotbed of anarchists. More importantly, he was a Galliani disciple, one of dozens who had been slated for deportation after the Bureau's 1918 raid on the Cronaca offices. Flynn considered him a prime suspect in the June 2nd plot. The Bureau was also positive that he knows something about the Wall Street explosion. The trick was actually finding Leggio. Reports from the Military Intelligence Division suggest that one Vincenzo De Lecce had been deported with Galliani in June 1919. If De Lecce was Leggio, however, the Bureau did not seem to be aware of the fact. Throughout February and March, agents searched for clues about Leggio's, or as some documents called him, Liggio's, whereabouts, both inside and outside the United States. According to one report, Leggio was likely visiting friends in New England or upstate New York. Another suggested that he was traveling through Canada to collect funds for the Sacco Vanzetti defense. In early April, Agent Joseph Barbera reported that Leggio had actually left for Italy in the spring of 1920, in company with a Jewess with whom he had been living as man and wife. There were rumors that he planned to return to the United States, So the Bureau kept watch on all incoming Italian ships for the probable arrival of subject. They also searched Felicani's correspondence for any clues to Leggio's activities. Included in the search were any mentions of Lefi, Legu, and even Luffy, names that had come up in past letters and which agents suspected might refer to Leggio. As Flynn admitted to Doherty, the Bureau's efforts had not resulted in definitive information by the time the Harding administration took office in early March. Within weeks of that memo, however, the name Ligi brought the Bureau its first major arrest in months. On April 19th, just in time to reassure Doherty of the investigation's progress, police in Scranton, Pennsylvania swooped down on an Italian anarchist named Tito Ligi, detaining him on charges of draft evasion. The Bureau suspected he was actually Vincenzo Leggio, the wagon driver in the Wall Street blast. To the newspapers, Flynn admitted that he couldn't be sure of Ligi's guilt. "While I am not wholly satisfied we have hit on a solution," he told the New York American on April 21st, "I intend to probe the matter to the bottom. That is all I can say at this time." To his fellow Bureau men he expressed no such doubts. Despite the difference in name, Flynn was positive that Ligi was actually Leggio, and that he would lead the Bureau to his fellow Cronaca subversives. Coming after months of inaction, the Ligi arrest immediately revived public hopes of a solution to the explosion mystery. "Federal agents think Wall Street plot cleared," read an encouraging headline in the New York Sun. It also emerged as a referendum on the Bureau's future, a chance to demonstrate to the public that the charges of incompetence and overzealousness paraded before the Senate had been vastly overblown. A resolution to the Wall Street case could not rewrite the past or even revive a new deportation campaign. It might, however, undermine the idea that the raids had been much ado about nothing. Starved after months of official silence, the papers relished the dramatic, spine-tingling details of Ligi's capture. At the suspect's soon-to-be-abandoned home, they reported, arresting policemen found 2 loaded Colt revolvers, along with a stash of radical literature. As with Caruso, they also found letters that, read with an incriminating eye, seemed to confirm Ligi's radical affiliations. One talked about special work or a special job to be carried out in the near future. Another scorned the European battlefield. "Sure, go to war and kill your brothers and get decorated with medals." According to news reports, Ligi claimed that he had moved around so much that he couldn't remember where he was between September 8th and September 16th, 1920. Confidential Bureau documents suggested his memory was even worse. According to one, Ligi could account for himself only through the beginning of September 1920. When questioned as to his whereabouts in September, Flynn informed Doherty, he, Ligi, immediately became ill and refused to talk further. When reporters and agents were indeed able to track his whereabouts and activities, the evidence didn't look much better. According to articles printed on the day after his arrest, Ligi had been living above an abandoned coal mine used for years as an anarchist hideout. "Discover an underground passage leading to a subterranean chamber," read one headline. The lair featured a trap door and a passageway leading to several well-appointed rooms that were perfect, the papers speculated, for making bombs. Even more damning was a supply of sash weights, identical with the fragments of iron scattered through New York's financial center, discovered in a back room of the Scranton restaurant where Ligi had once worked. Scranton District Attorney J.J. McCourt, ignorant of the Bureau's suspicions about Ligi's double identity, speculated that these sash weights alone might be sufficient to seal his fate. "They form the best evidence we have so far accumulated against the young Italian anarchist," he declared on April 21st. Added to all of this was a development unprecedented in the Wall Street case: a live witness identification. On April 20th, the day after the Scranton arrest, Flynn summoned two men to the Bureau's New York office to look at a photo of Leegee and judge whether he might have been the wagon driver. Wary of scrutiny, Flynn initially refused to reveal their names to the press. But two telegrams sent in code from New York to Scranton on the afternoon of April 20th, 1921, leave little doubt about the witnesses' identities. Pivob states fear dimple demagogue, exorbitances warble, read the first. Fulmination also states dimple demagogue of habitant, resembles bespice near pitfall dubbed to obscurant, read the second, arriving an hour or so later. Translated from Bureau Code, the telegrams reported that a former New York fire lieutenant named Thomas Smith and a second explosion witness named James Nally thought the photo of Leegee looked like one of the men they had seen hanging around the bomb wagon on September 16th. Two other witnesses failed to identify Leegee. Nonetheless, the Bureau pushed ahead with the identification, escorting several men, including Smith and Nally, to the Scranton jail on April 23rd. The results were not unanimous. At least one of the witnesses could not pick Leegee out of the crowd. Smith, however, was certain that he had seen Leegee on Wall Street, accompanied by a mustachioed friend and a clean-shaven one. He walked right up to Leegee without hesitation and identified him as the man he saw standing with a shorter man. Bureau Agent P.J. Ahern, Flynn's local point man on the Leegee case, reported. This wealth of evidence, eyewitnesses, sash weights, lack of alibi, immediately put Leegee in a category of his own. After months of effort, he was the first suspect to be arrested for something more tangible than having the wrong friends or laughing in the wrong place at the wrong time. The one problem was that he did not actually resemble the man described in the Bureau's recent circulars or in the composite photo. The circular had featured an alert for an Italian 5 feet 6 inches tall with a small, dark mustache. Leegee was tall and clean-shaven. Moreover, he was an itinerant worker, a sometime miner, sometime waiter, sometime pool room owner. Not, in short, a skilled barber from New York, as Bureau reports had described Vincenzo Leggio. In Flynn's view, these discrepancies apparently did not outweigh the other evidence, including what Leegee himself had revealed to Bureau agents. Under interrogation, Leegee admitted that he had been born in Italy, that he was a devoted anarchist, and that he was connected with Galliani. The appearance of Walter Nellis at Leegee's April 22nd hearing on draft evasion offered the first public sign that an organized movement to dismantle the Bureau's case might be afoot. As the ACLU attorney, whose clients had figured so prominently in the Senate hearings, Nellis was well known in both radical and Bureau circles as a capable legal warrior. Questioned by the press, he said he had been sent by a sort of informal group of political radicals from New York and Paterson, New Jersey, later identified as the Italian Defense League, where the undercover agent, code-named P-137, had been quietly observing operations for some time. The organization interested in Leggio thought he would be without counsel and sent me here to appear for him, Nellis explained to the World. He quickly learned that Leegee had also retained his own lawyer, Scranton attorney John Memolo. Neither man was able to do Leegee much good that day. After a brief hearing, the judge ordered Leegee held for trial on $10,000 bail. Compared to the litanies of abuse that had befallen other Nellis clients, however, this was a minor setback, and Leegee's supporters had no intention of backing down. On the evening of April 22nd, hours after Leegee's court appearance, Nellis summoned reporters to his New York office to release a letter from the Italian anarchist Carlo Tresca, himself an early suspect in the bombing, accusing Flynn and the Justice Department of attempting to railroad yet another Italian anarchist. Since his close call in September, when the press had issued his name as a likely culprit, Tresca had tried to steer clear of the Wall Street case. He had not been able to avoid it entirely. In late September, the Bureau had raided his New York office, absconding with literature and subscription lists. Undercover informant N-122 kept watch on Tresca's quarters as well, though he complained that not much seemed to be happening. Throughout it all, Tresca had managed to keep his name out of the papers as either a suspect or an accomplice in the Wall Street plot. That respite came to an end with the Leggi arrest. News reports mentioned Tresca, along with Emma Goldman, as one of Leggi's acquaintances, an assertion clearly intended, in that context, as evidence of Leggi's guilt. Tresca's letter, addressed to Flynn himself, acknowledged the acquaintance and defended Leggi as a man of the utmost moral integrity, whom it would be absurd to suspect of any connection whatever with such an outrage as the Wall Street bomb explosion. "I have suspected since the first sensational announcement of Leggi's arrest," Tresca wrote, "that there was nothing more in this story than in the many similar stories published in recent years by the Department of Justice, in order to stampede the country into a wave of anti-radical hysteria." Leggi also appeared to be attracting support from Italians who had never so much as flirted with anarchism, but who saw in his case evidence of American society's anti-Italian bias. Around Scranton, many of Leggi's neighbors refused to speak with reporters or even policemen, going so far as to threaten strangers seen lurking overlong in town. Nellis, by contrast, found an insider's welcome when he began his search for evidence that would contradict the government's case. In the Italian colony of Scranton, he told the New York Call, there was no doubt of Leggi's innocence. They seemed grateful to have found someone who was interested only in uncovering the facts of the case, and not in making out a substantiation of assumed guilt. In Moconaqua, Pennsylvania, where Leggi had once lived during his mining days, former neighbors denied that they had ever heard him utter so much as a criticism of the government. In a further gesture of support, they organized several community balls to help pay for his defense. Reflecting the deep suspicion with which they viewed the guardians of law and order, the immigrant miners vowed to carry guns with which to defend the festivities. "If the Pennsylvania State Police interfere with their meeting," noted one Bureau report, "there will be bloodshed." According to the press, a few of Leggi's acquaintances even promised to make their violence offensive rather than defensive. In early May, the Times, among other papers, featured the sensational news that members of the local Black Hand, a catch-all term that vaguely encompassed both anarchism and organized crime, were plotting to murder John Carticello, the Scranton police detective who had helped to bring about Leggi's arrest. At the Rand School in New York, socialist supporters scheduled a May Day protest meeting for Salcedo and Leggi. Nellis and Tresca, among others, were slated to speak. Tresca also attended fundraising dinners hosted by Leggi's friend, Dante Antonucci, himself the subject of intense Bureau scrutiny. By mid-June, a Bureau informant was reporting the dinner successful enough that a lot of money has been collected to defend Leggi. That money, in turn, helped to support a detailed investigation of the evidence against Leggi, a repeat of the Call's early dissection of the explosion evidence itself. As Nellis pointed out, the state of Pennsylvania had no law against gun ownership. The revolvers found in Leggi's home might have been uncovered in any of thousands of homes throughout the state, and they could hardly all have been involved in the Wall Street conspiracy. As he noted, too, the police would be hard-pressed to find anyone living in the anthracite region of northeastern Pennsylvania who did not live above an abandoned mine. The city of Scranton is built upon a thin crust of earth, supported by pillars of anthracite as slim as the law will permit the mining companies to leave them, Nellis wrote in an article titled The Lynching Press, reprinted in both the reform-minded Nation magazine and in the socialist Appeal to Reason. As for Leegie's house, supposedly perched so suspiciously near an underground anarchist hideout, Nellis characterized it as an ordinary Italian workman's dwelling, occupied by 3 families, with no subterranean mysteries beyond that of an ordinary cellar. Even the window weights that the district attorney had felt were so valuable were, according to Nellis, utterly unremarkable. Indeed, they were not window weights at all. As Nellis noted, and as the Scranton police superintendent confirmed, the pieces of metal found in the restaurant where Leegee had worked were, in the words of the New York Times, irregular blocks of iron and steel, such as are used by Italians in the city playing a game somewhat like quoits. Nellis also boasted that Leegee, contrary to the government's dark hints about his September activities, could produce an airtight alibi. "I have convincing evidence that Leegee was not in New York City at the time of the Wall Street explosion," Nellis announced on April 24th. The following day he offered to produce no fewer than 12 witnesses willing to say that Leegee was in Scranton on September 16th. By contrast, the positive identifications by the Bureau's witnesses began to fall apart as Leegee's case proceeded through the courts. Thomas Smith, who had selected Leegee's photograph and then identified him at the jail, continued to evince great certainty about his choice. But none of the other men brought in to view the suspect could offer supporting affirmation, a fact Leegee viewed with some delight. "This time," Leegee wrote to Tresca, describing a jailhouse visit from Bureau agent P.J. Ahern and 2 of the witnesses, "he did not have Crooked-Face Smith with him, but 2 other poor idiots, who pointed to another man because the other man's hair had grown so long it was like my hair in my photograph." This weakening of the Bureau's case was serious enough, within a week of Leegee's arrest, to inspire a new skepticism even in the non-radical press. "What the police have done," the Times complained on April 24th, "is to show that Luigio belongs to the class of anarchists any member of which might have carried out a carefully planned explosion in Wall Street. Therein he is only like all the other members of that class, and the demonstration that he did it still remains to be made." In response, Nellis, along with Leegee's counsel John Memolo, attempted to deny that the Bureau had even proven that much. In an echo of the arguments that his fellow civil libertarians had offered in front of the Senate the previous month, Nellis contended that not only was Leegee innocent of blowing up Wall Street, but he was not even a true revolutionary. "Nothing was proved," Nellis told the Call, "except that Leegee thinks the government today is not so good as it was in the time of Washington and Jefferson." 2 days later, Memolo backed up Nellis' claim with an account of a recent conversation with Leegee. "He said he had a lot of literature, a lot of cheap books and pamphlets about anarchy, but he didn't really know much about the subject," Memolo explained. "I don't think he knows what anarchy really is." On this point, however, Leegee's true political views were better represented by the Bureau's accusations than by his own defense. Though he had told Memolo in conversation that, "I do not believe in anarchy, nor in Russian Bolshevism," Leegee soon had second thoughts about this approach. In a letter to Tresca from jail, Leegee wrote in Italian that he had never wanted to deny his anarchist affiliations, that he was willing to accept deportation and even prison as the anarchist's badge of honor. He blamed the apparent obfuscation of his radical commitments on "my poor lawyer of mediocre height, but with brains more mediocre, who urged me to deny everything that I had said in the beginning. But to what advantage? For the fear of a few months of prison, perhaps?" Whatever its moral valence, the denial of his radicalism won him no permanent reprieve. Just over a week after Ligi's arrest, Flynn conceded publicly that "we have no evidence implicating Ligi with the Wall Street bomb explosion." This did not, however, mean that Flynn thought such evidence would never be found. In early May, the Pittsburgh federal court sentenced Ligi to a year in prison for draft evasion, a charge designed to keep him available in case of future developments. Prosecutors never mentioned the Wall Street explosion, but the Bureau, still convinced that Ligi was legio, set out to gather further evidence upon which to base an indictment. In other circumstances, this might have been the end of the matter. Ligi's arrest could easily have faded from the papers like those of Brailovsky, Zelenko, and Caruso. Two things worked against this. The first was the fact the Bureau was already watching an Italian immigrant named Giuseppe De Filippis, whose case seemed to parallel Ligi's. The second was that the Ligi arrest happened to come little more than a month before the trial of Sacco and Vanzetti. Like Ligi, Giuseppe De Filippis may have come under suspicion due to coincidence. He happened to share a last name with one Salvatore De Filippis, a Galliani admirer who had joined Sacco, Vanzetti, and the others in Monterey during the war. Certainly there was little in Giuseppe's background as a petty street fighter and manual laborer to suggest that he possessed either the motive or the skills to engineer the Wall Street plot. In 1913, Bayonne police had arrested him for fighting a man named Angelo Romano in City Park. Neighbors had heard the gunshots, and by the time the police arrived, Romano had slashed De Filippis across the left side of the face. A year later, De Filippis had spent 3 months in a Brooklyn jail for another unrelated assault. The police had snapped him up again in 1917 for violating his parole, and in the summer of 1920, they had chastised, though not jailed him, after his truck sideswiped a child playing in the street. Nothing in his experience, however, prepared him for the news that he had killed 38 people in a terrorist attack on Wall Street. When the Bayonne police came for him on May 18th, De Filippis thought they were still upset about the child in the truck. The officers did not reveal their true purpose right away, saying only that De Filippis might be connected to a matter in which the government was interested. As in both Ligi's and Caruso's cases, the pretext for the arrest initially had no connection to the Wall Street explosion. Though the Bureau had asked for the arrest, it was the Bayonne police who seized De Filippis for violating an unspecified city ordinance. Upon being transported to the Bayonne jail, De Filippis, like Ligi, was kept in strict seclusion. Thomas Smith, once again, was the key eyewitness. "He made a positive identification of the subject," Scully reported, claiming that De Filippis was the man he had seen in conversation with Tito Ligi near the Horse and Wagon. Based upon Smith's word, as well as identifications by 2 other witnesses, the Bureau had assigned undercover men to trace De Filippis for nearly a month before arresting him, just as they had with Ligi. There were, however, several important factors that set De Filippis' arrest apart from earlier ones, even from Ligi's. With at least 3 positive identifications, the case was somewhat stronger than the one against Ligi. It was strong enough, at any rate, for the Bureau to take a step unprecedented in its 7 months of investigation. Seeking to defy newspaper complaints that nothing seems to have been accomplished, the Bureau took its case to the local U.S. attorney, who promptly accepted jurisdiction and charged De Filippis with exploding a bomb in the street and immediately in front of the United States Assay Office. As the New York Herald pointed out, De Filippis was an odd candidate to become the first man brought up on federal charges. One of the peculiar facts in the case, the Herald wrote on May 20th, is that it is admitted that so far no evidence has been gathered by either the Bayonne police or by the Department of Justice, which proves the prisoner was ever connected in any way with Italian anarchist groups, one of which, Chief William J. Flynn believes, was behind the outrage. De Philippis was sobbing and shaking when he arrived in court on May 20th. According to newspaper accounts, he had neither slept nor eaten the night before due to excessive moaning and crying. His wife, a pretty little Italian woman of 20, according to the call, was weeping in a chair near the courtroom's rear. Reporters heard De Philippis muttering to himself in Italian, and his lawyer volunteered to translate. "I know nothing of it," the lawyer said, paraphrasing De Philippis. "I never heard of the explosion. I don't know where Wall Street is." He would repeat this claim for the next several weeks, insisting that he had been selling grapes on September 16th. When the judge ordered him returned to jail, De Philippis resumed trembling. Apparently, the Evening Post reported dryly, he was unnerved. He was no more composed when he arrived in New York a few weeks later to face federal indictment for damaging a government building. He appeared at the Cortlandt Street ferry slip on May 28th, with a U.S. Marshal cuffed to his right wrist. As they strolled north to the Tombs jail, he complained once again that, "I never seen Wall Street." "Well, take a look," his captor replied. "There it is, right across from the church. Now you can't say you never saw it." 3 days later, on May 31st, the papers reported that, due to an utter lack of evidence, the federal court had released De Philippis on $5,000 bail, though they held out the possibility of arraignment at a future date. That same day, in what proved to be the last major episode in Flynn's long hunt for the Gallianisti, Niccolo Sacco and Bartolomeo Vanzetti went on trial in Massachusetts. Vanzetti himself later claimed that the relentless and sensational press coverage of the Ligi and De Philippis arrests had damaged his chances in court. "It is evident that under this guise the federal police played a double game," he wrote in early 1922. "If they didn't manage to prove guilty some innocent man, they managed beautifully, aided by the prostitute press, to stimulate more and more the political and racial hatred in the already so abnormal and excited mentality of the broad public, of which the future jury of our trial had to be composed." This ascribed perhaps too much intent to the Bureau's actions. Flynn's interest in the Sacco-Vanzetti case was always more peripheral than direct. But there can be no question that the image of the Italian anarchist bomb-thrower, so recently revived by the Wall Street inquiry, helped to shape the atmosphere in which the Sacco-Vanzetti trial took place. Coming just weeks before the trial began, the Ligi and De Philippis arrests thrust back into public consciousness all of the old stereotypes of anarchism: guns, draft dodging, subterranean chambers. When the jurors entered the courtroom in late May, they found these threats confirmed by the armed guards and policemen standing watch in the courtroom. In the view of defense attorney William Thompson, who took over the case in 1924, this scene, combined with evidence about Sacco and Vanzetti's anarchist backgrounds, helped to prejudice the jurors against his clients. "These," they must have thought, "are the men the police and the federal government have been after," he explained in a motion for appeal. "These are men considered capable of resorting to physical violence. Otherwise, a battalion of police would not be here to protect us." The trial itself proved to be a mammoth undertaking. 6.5 weeks, 2,266 pages of transcript, 167 witnesses. Sacco and Vanzetti sat in a cage in the middle of the room, safely under watch, as teams of attorneys picked their way through evidence ranging from ballistics reports to discussions of anarchist philosophy. The courtroom itself had been secretly outfitted against the possibility of a bomb attack. What appeared to be wooden shutters on the windows were actually cast iron. The authorities had also installed sliding steel doors in the event that they needed to seal off the courtroom from the rest of the building. In the audience were several of the Defense Committee members the Bureau had been watching for the last 6 months, including Aldino Felicani. Flynn had cut off surveillance of Felicani's mail just before the trial. The last report surveyed June 1st through 6th, the week that jury selection began. In its stead, he sent Joseph Barbera, one of his few Italian-speaking agents, and the man who had worked the Ligi case, to observe the proceedings under cover. It was a risky move. Throughout the spring, the Defense Committee had begun to document federal involvement in the Sacco Vanzetti case, publicizing, among other transgressions, Domenico Carbone's spying at the Dedham jail. The committee had also accused Flynn of attempting to frame Sacco and Vanzetti in retaliation for his failures in the June 2nd and Wall Street inquiries. Committee member Art Shields, who had composed a report for the Workers' Defense Union attacking Flynn's Wall Street evidence, suggested that the Bureau wanted to do to Sacco and Vanzetti what they had done to Andrea Salcedo. "Are they doomed?" was the title of Shields' pamphlet. The cover depicted a tiny Salcedo tumbling from the 14th floor of the Park Row office. The Bureau did not, in fact, intend to meddle much in Sacco and Vanzetti's criminal case. Barbera had been sent, according to Bureau documents, strictly for the purpose of observing any radical activities or demonstrations that might occur. Barbera thought it wise, nonetheless, to keep his presence in Dedham quiet. He attended the trial as an ordinary Italian working man. Barbera's assignment reflected the broader federal role in the Sacco Vanzetti case. Like the Bureau as a whole, he was ever present, ever watchful, but rarely seen. His chief task was simply to observe who attended the trial, in the hope that he might spot someone who resembled a suspect in the June 2nd or Wall Street conspiracies. It did not take long for him to conclude that his subjects were not quite so reckless. According to Barbera, anarchists in and around Massachusetts seemed to be holding back from any sort of demonstration, whether peaceful or violent, for fear of alienating the jury and encouraging a guilty verdict. They even seemed not to be attending the trial. Outside of Felicani and a few others, Barbera noted, the bulk of the supporters appeared to be female parlor radicals. Barbera did manage to chat with Felicani and take his photo, an act that Felicani only reluctantly agreed to. When not attending the trial, Barbera wandered Boston's Italian quarter, gathering opinions about Sacco and Vanzetti. He learned that most Italians thought the two men were innocent. He also loitered around the entrance to the Dedham jail, attempting to identify Sacco and Vanzetti's visitors. On one occasion, anonymous men bringing supplies to Sacco and Vanzetti stopped to talk long enough to tell Barbera, as he later phrased it in a Bureau report, that this alleged frame-up was instigated by the U.S. government in reprisal for the strong interest subjects manifest in the dead anarchist Andrea Salcedo. Despite Barbera's subterfuge, the Defense Committee began to suspect his government affiliation. Even worse, Barbera reported on June 10th. Defense counsel was threatening to expose the presence of Justice Department men in the courthouse and make capital out of the same. His greatest obstacles, however, came from the very people who would have been most sympathetic had they known his true aims. The local police, noting a strange Italian laborer in their midst, encouraged him in no uncertain terms to leave town. Rather than have Barbera expose the Bureau's presence at a trial, Flynn recalled him to New York a few days later and replaced him with Dante DiLillo, another Italian-speaking agent, who quietly watched the trial as it reached its conclusion. Defense attorney Fred Moore did his best to present Sacco and Vanzetti as victims of government hostility and class persecution. As at Haywood's wartime trial, however, this claim fell on deaf ears. On July 14th, as the defense committee had long predicted, but also feared, the jury returned a guilty verdict, with a promise of a sentence of death. The committee responded to the decision with a horrified "we told you so," framing the outcome as proof that prejudice against Italians, and especially against anarchists, had sealed the defendant's fate well before the opening arguments. For sympathizers, this narrative would define the case for years to come. In his 1926 book, for instance, Felix Frankfurter blamed the deepest prejudices of a Norfolk County jury, picked for its respectability, and sitting in judgment upon two men of alien blood and abhorrent philosophy. Indeed, for Sacco and Vanzetti, the years of greatest fame and controversy lay ahead. For the Bureau, by contrast, the Sacco-Vanzetti connection proved to be yet another bust. Though agents continued to search for evidence implicating Ligi and De Filippis, the summer of 1921 came to a close without a solution to the Wall Street explosion. Exactly why these two cases had such different outcomes, why the state of Massachusetts successfully prosecuted two Italian anarchists, while the Bureau failed so miserably in the Wall Street case, is difficult to say. The most obvious answer is that Ligi was innocent, as was De Filippis, while Sacco and Vanzetti were guilty. This may well have been true, but, as decades of subsequent controversy would show, the evidence in the Sacco-Vanzetti case was hardly foolproof. Furthermore, many Bureau agents never accepted that Ligi and De Filippis were themselves actually innocent. In Pennsylvania, Agent Ahern was so certain of their guilt that he spent the summer seeking out a third member of the conspiracy, the short man who was with Ligi and De Filippis at Wall and Williams Streets. Others thought it a futile effort. I think that Ligi was taken into custody because of the resemblance in the name of Ligi and Leggio, one agent later noted. A more persuasive explanation for the disparities in the cases may be found in the actions of the local police, specifically in whether they managed to cooperate with the federal authorities. Though the Bureau was not directly involved in the Sacco-Vanzetti prosecution, it nonetheless supported and affirmed the actions of local officials. In Ligi's case, by contrast, as in the entire Wall Street explosion investigation, the local police and the Bureau were at least as suspicious of each other as they were of the anarchists they were chasing. The Bureau had failed to alert the New York police about the plans to arrest Ligi and De Filippis. In retaliation, the police had publicly denounced the Bureau's evidence and methods, scorning witness Thomas Smith, for instance, as a notorious dissembler. Ligi himself credited his relative freedom to the actions of the Committee for Political Victims, along with other prompt measures taken in my behalf by fellow radicals, an assessment with which Tresca tended to agree. The mere fact of a defense committee, like the existence of prejudice, hardly set Ligi apart from Sacco and Vanzetti. Still, evidence suggests that the rush of attention may indeed have prevented the Bureau from moving forward too hastily. One lesson that the Bureau had learned in its surveillance of the Sacco-Vanzetti committee was that radical defendants could easily become celebrated victims. There has been a noticeable effort upon the part of various so-called defense societies to propagate and carry on agitation in behalf of ultra-radicals in the United States, the Justice Department's annual report noted in 1921. Inconspicuous individuals in the ultra-radical movement, apprehended locally, are martyred and propaganda started in their behalf, not only within the United States, but throughout the entire world. At a moment of fierce attack and opprobrium from civil libertarians, Flynn may have decided that, lacking absolute proof of Ligi and De Filippis' guilt, it was simply too dangerous to risk turning them into martyrs. Certainly, Flynn did not give up on the arrests because he was having doubts about his original theory of the Wall Street case. In late August, a month after Sacco and Vanzetti's conviction, a headline in the New York Daily News suddenly announced, "Wall Street bomb outrage, work of Boston anarchists." The article that followed read like a Bureau press release. Of course, this was not officially announced, but the Daily News is in a position to state that the most experienced federal operatives and members of the police bomb squad worked almost entirely on the theory that members of the Galliani group set the gigantic infernal machine in Wall Street. After the explosion, the article revealed, the Galliani anarchists had scattered. Now they were regrouping under the auspices of the terrorist society known as the Sacco-Vanzetti Defense Committee. The paper identified the author of these charges as only an investigator, but it didn't take much to guess that Flynn was the source. Indeed, a second article, this one printed in the Boston Herald, presented nearly identical claims 6 months later. It was the Galliani Reds who conceived and carried out the Wall Street outrage. The article insisted. Both Sacco and Vanzetti, the New England radicals, studied in the Galliani school. This time, the newspapers directly identified the author of the charges. "My 10 biggest manhunts," read the headline, told by Chief W.J. Flynn. To members of the Defense Committee, immersed in trying to win a new trial for Sacco and Vanzetti, the articles seemed to be the final proof that Flynn had hoped to use the Wall Street case to blacken the anarchists' image. These statements made by federal officials just now tend to have the effect of prejudicing the public against them, one committee member complained after the Investigator series. Another author, responding to the later articles, denounced Flynn's work as a screed inspired uniquely by the desire to harm us and to insult our principles. Like Flynn, this writer used a pseudonym of sorts, calling himself Sacco Vanzetti. But his identity, too, was obvious. The essay, handwritten in Italian, sent from a Massachusetts jail, was written by Bartolomeo Vanzetti. Vanzetti said that his purpose in responding to Flynn was not to prove his own innocence in the Wall Street blast, or even the innocence of his comrades. Rather, he wanted to drive home to his supporters the dangers of an overweening federal police. If our words achieved their end, that is, of demonstrating to the people in general, and to the comrades in particular, who their and our enemies are and what they are like, then neither you in reading us, nor we in writing, will have wasted time and effort, he concluded. It was a pointed warning, a summary of years spent faccia a faccia with his foes at the Bureau. By the time Vanzetti composed his essay, however, the tit-for-tat drama that had begun during the war was already drawing to a close. Flynn's articles were the nearest the Bureau would come to proving a link between the Gallianisti and the Wall Street explosion. Part 5. The Russian Connection. Chapter 13. The Great Detective Returns. Flynn was vacationing in Saratoga on August 18th, 1921, when a terse little telegram from Attorney General Dougherty arrived on his New York desk. In a few unceremonious phrases, the telegram informed him that the U.S. government no longer required his services as director of the Bureau of Investigation. Flynn refused all public comment. His dismay, however, was already an open secret. Throughout the spring, as he struggled to bring the Wall Street case to a close, Flynn had solicited letters from Republican higher-ups testifying to his good character, investigative zeal, and enormous popularity in New York. Unfortunately for him, Dougherty was best known for his political loyalty, or, in less elegant terms, for doling out jobs to his friends. Before Flynn had time to respond to the August 18th telegram, Dougherty announced that the new bureau chief would be Flynn's longtime competitor and, not incidentally, Dougherty's good friend from Ohio politics, the great detective William J. Burns. Since his initial flurry of publicity on September 16th, Burns had maintained a low profile in the Wall Street case. So low, in fact, that he had ceased to be in the public's consciousness. In the years since the explosion, only 2 events of note had connected him with the investigation. The first was his declaration in late September that communists allied with Lenin's Third International, not Italian anarchists, were responsible for the explosion. The second was his announcement, 2 months later, that the Burns Agency would offer a $50,000 reward for any facts that would materially aid the identification of specific suspects. Many newspapers took this large sum as confirmation that Burns was working at the behest of a group of financiers, presumably the Morgan Bank. But Burns himself remained mum on the subject. The reward flyer suggested that evidentiary tips would be handled with strict confidence. For a brass band detective, this relative lack of bombast seemed out of character, a reversal of the conventional wisdom that presented Burns as the showman, Flynn as a more taciturn and modest one. But as on earlier occasions, their apparent differences in temperament and approach masked a few fundamental similarities. Like Flynn, Burns had advertised an early confidence in his ability to solve the bomb plot mystery. And despite his own run of setbacks and frustrations, nothing that had happened in the years since had convinced him of anything different. Even as Flynn's hunt for the Gallianisti collapsed in full public view, Burns had been quietly but doggedly pursuing his own investigation. In announcing Burns' selection, Dougherty refrained from directing any overt insults at Flynn. Despite this outward diplomacy, his remarks seemed designed to denigrate Flynn's work. In a widely reprinted statement, Dougherty praised Burns as an intelligent and courageous man, and, at this time especially, is considered to be as high-class a man as could be secured to assume the important duties assigned him, implying that Flynn lacked such qualities. He described Burns' wish to establish the most cordial relations with police officials and law enforcement officers throughout the entire country, and, in fact, throughout the entire world, a jab at Flynn's now notorious rivalry with the New York police. And he called for a thorough house-cleaning, citing the arrests of Ligi and De Filippis as the sort of sloppy police work that would from now on be anathema. With a chance to simultaneously please his new boss and embarrass his ancient rival, Burns was only too happy to reinforce this impression. Strict orders are to be issued to all branches of the Bureau against arrests not justified by sufficient evidence, he promised in a lengthy interview with the New York Sun. It will be the policy of the new administration to always, if possible, conduct an intelligent investigation to obtain proper evidence before a suspect is placed in jail. In this way, we hope to eliminate many arrests which may subsequently prove to have been unjustified. We are dealing with human beings, and the government agents should be ordered not to overstep themselves. He also planned to turn the Wall Street investigation in a new direction, not toward Italy, but toward Russia. From a purely ideological standpoint, Burns' suspicions of communist guilt did not fit neatly with the known facts of the Wall Street case. In Galliani and his disciples, Flynn had identified a group of militants who openly applauded individual acts of assassination and terror. The communist stance on the subject of terrorism was far more nuanced and critical. Those self-proclaimed terrorists had used bombings and assassinations to great effect in the failed Russian uprising of 1905 and 6. In the years between that revolution and the Bolshevik success in 1917, such tactics had fallen into disrepute among many of the country's exiled socialist leaders. Leon Trotsky condemned individual acts of violence as little more than invitations for state repression. The anarchist prophets of the propaganda of the deed can argue all they want about the elevating and stimulating influence of terrorist acts on the masses, he declared in 1911. Theoretical considerations and political experience prove otherwise. Lenin largely agreed, seeing individual terrorism as an ineffective substitute for coordinated mass action. Both Lenin and Trotsky remained fervent believers in violent rebellion, even assassination, as a catalyst to bring about the inevitable rise of the socialist state. But they distinguished between violence coordinated and carried out by an organized revolutionary vanguard and the sort of ad hoc assassinations and bombings that were the essence of propaganda by deed. After 1917, they also discovered a burgeoning tolerance for state terrorism imposed from above, the sort of revolutionary terror employed by the French Jacobins, arguing that repressive practices employed by a revolutionary socialist government were far different from those used by capitalists to crush challenges to their authority. The terror of Tsarism was directed against the proletariat, Trotsky wrote in his 1920 work, Terrorism and Communism. Our extraordinary commissions shoot landlords, capitalists, and generals who are striving to restore the capitalist order. Do you grasp this distinction? Yes? For as communists, it is quite sufficient. In reality, the question of revolutionary violence and terror by either those in power or those far from it remained a source of tremendous contention within communist circles. This was true even within the United States, where the challenge of imposing a terror-induced socialist dictatorship was less pressing than the question of whether or not a tiny, ostracized group of militants had the obligation to support armed insurrection, despite certain defeat. At their founding in September 1919, both the Communist and Communist Labor parties had openly applauded the prospect of a violent, revolutionary uprising through mass action, a phase that encompassed everything from the general strike to the armed overthrow of the state. After the Palmer raids decimated their ranks 4 months later, at least a few members began to have second thoughts. In February 1920, just a month after the second round of Palmer raids, the Central Executive Committee of the Communist Party, still an active rival to the even smaller Communist Labor Party, had engaged in a bitter dispute over whether to call for a violent rebellion by the nation's striking rail workers. While most committee members agreed, in the words of Communist leader Charles Ruthenberg, that the party must be ready to put into its program the definite statement that mass action culminates in open insurrection and armed conflict with the capitalist state, they split over the tactical desirability of calling for such rebellion in the here and now. Racked by internal divisions, driven underground by the threat of deportation, the communist leadership never entirely resolved their differences on the question of armed revolt. They found far more common ground when it came to propaganda by deed. Like their Socialist Party rivals, and like Trotsky himself, most American communists viewed individual terrorism as an absurd and self-defeating venture, cathartic perhaps, but fundamentally unsound. This was the accepted stance on the Wall Street explosion. Like the socialists of the call, the few communists who had ventured a public opinion in the fall of 1920 agreed that the explosion was most likely the result of a dynamite accident or bureau plot. For good measure, though, the United Communist Party, UCP, formed in the summer of 1920 as an uneasy alliance of the Communist and Communist Labor factions, also saw fit to issue a formal denial. The Communists do not believe, and have never propagated, that the emancipation of the workers can be achieved by acts of individual terrorism or by dynamiting capitalists or government officials, read the UCP's October 1920 statement. No use to explain any further. As a man who had weathered months of similar denials by the McNamaras and their allies in 1910 and 1911, Burns put little stock in such ideological distinctions. In the Wall Street case, moreover, he believed that he had an ace in the hole. In the summer of 1920, as the UCP was being created, an informer named William Lind had approached Burns with the news that the Communists were planning something big against the capitalist system, possibly in the next few months. Such warnings were fairly routine in the fraught environment of 1920. Though he issued a routine warning to his banking clients, Burns paid little attention at the time. When the explosion erupted on September 16th, however, Burns immediately thought back to what Lind had said. After assuring the press that there is not the slightest doubt that it was a bomb, he sent agents to track the informer down and persuade him to go undercover within communist ranks. This was not a simple task. In the wake of the Palmer raids, the communist movement had effectively gone to ground, operating in a quasi-legal universe of pseudonyms and secret codes. Gatherings were closely monitored for interlopers and government agents. "Don't let any spies follow you to appointments or meetings," read item number 7 of the Rules for Underground Party work. The United Communist Party had been formed under these conditions, with 32 delegates meeting secretly in the woods near Bridgman, Michigan in late May 1920 to lay the improbable groundwork for a proletarian dictatorship in America. The repressive atmosphere gave the communist underground a frisson of intrigue, an emotional connection to the clandestine operations that had preceded the Bolsheviks' coup. It did not, however, make a welcoming environment for William Lind. Born Wolf Lindenfeld in Polish Russia, Lind had apparently begun his career as a Russian government spy, fleeing to the United States after his exposure in the years after the 1905 revolution. Since then, he had established himself as a minor fixture in New York's socialist and labor scenes, a cheerful busybody known to frequent local strikes and radical cafes. In 1918, for instance, he had attended the AFL's annual meeting in Atlantic City, drumming up an acquaintance with the radical journalist John Reed, recently returned from Russia, and soon to complete his landmark book, 10 Days That Shook the World. The following year, Lind showed up at the Chicago Convention, where the two communist parties made their official split with the socialists. Throughout it all, he had double-timed as an informant for both government and private agencies, providing tips and serving as the kind of stool pigeon that Bill Haywood had once denounced as the lowest, meanest, most contemptible thing that either creeps or crawls. Burns viewed Lind, like most undercover operatives, with a certain skepticism. "We had to be careful of him and check up all the information he gave us," Burns later explained. Given the value of Lind's initial tip in the Wall Street case, however, he opted for benefit of the doubt. "We took him with us because he convinced me and my 2 sons, Sherman and Raymond, that he was in a position to obtain valuable information about what was going on in the revolutionary movement," Burns recalled. "He was intelligent, well-educated, well-dressed, spoke several languages, and was a good-looking fellow with a good address." For the first few months after the explosion, Lind more than lived up to these expectations, fleshing out a detailed bombing conspiracy. According to Lind's reports, the Wall Street plot had been hatched during a July 1920 meeting of the United Communist Party's Technical Committee, a subgroup reportedly devoted to agitation and violence. Some 2 months later, on September 8th, the committee met once more on Madison Avenue in Chicago, where several prominent communists had recently been convicted under the state's sedition law. At the September meeting, according to Lind, they were joined by 2 couriers from the Third International, Bernard Wolf and a mysterious Russian chemist, who provided the money for the plot. There they also selected the lower-level operatives who would carry the plan into action, a man named Stevens chairman of the technical committee, widely known as someone who has no scruples over anything in the world, no conscience and no feeling, who helped to create the bomb. Steve Barber, a cobbler from Trenton and technical committee member, who supposedly painted and repaired the wagon. And a mysterious Bohemian newspaper editor named Chetnuitus Silonitus Shadenatus, or some variation thereof, allegedly the wagon driver who left the bomb at Wallenbrod. Lind admitted he had little idea where they were, or even whether they were using their real names. There was one important figure, however, who was readily available. According to Lind's theory, the money for the bombing had been funneled from the coffers of the Soviet Bureau, a semi-official Russian diplomatic embassy with offices at 110 West 40th Street. In January 1921, as Flynn was opening his investigation of the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee, Burns sent Lind to spy on the would-be ambassador at the Soviet Bureau's helm, Ludwig Christian Alexander Karl Martens. If Pelicani served as the de facto hub for the scattered Gallianisti, by 1920 Martens had come to play a similar role for the underground communists. Born in Russia to German parents, Martens had come of age as a socialist sympathizer, joining Lenin's League for the Liberation of the Working Class in 1895 before being thrown in jail the following year. After more than a decade of exile in Germany and England, he traveled to New York in 1916, quickly throwing himself into work on Trotsky's New York-based newspaper, Novy Mir. In 1919, as the armistice opened up new trading opportunities around the world, he received a request from Lenin to establish a Soviet diplomatic and commercial bureau in New York. Martens did as instructed, opening an office in the World Tower building and hiring several prominent New York socialists, including Morris Hillquit, to join in its administration. With U.S. troops still stationed in Russia, the Wilson administration rebuffed Martens' overtures. When the May Day and June 2nd bombings erupted a few months later, the New York state government joined the effort to deny Martens' public legitimacy. On June 12th, the state-sponsored Lusk Committee raided the Soviet Bureau's office, seizing thousands of pages of financial and propaganda material, and hauling Martens to City Hall for a 4-hour public grilling. By early 1920, the Justice Department was calling for Martens' deportation. At the center of this drama was the allegation that Martens was funneling money from Moscow to finance an American communist revolution, a charge that his lawyer, Charles Recht, who later appeared as a witness against Palmer in the Senate hearings, denounced as unnecessary and mainly for the purpose of spectacularism. Even the alleged means of delivery, uncut diamonds smuggled overseas in mysterious envelopes, secret couriers tramping through Finland, seemed to come straight from detective lore. In testimony before the Lusk Committee and then the Senate Judiciary Committee, Martens admitted receiving funds from Moscow, but denied that they were being used to stir up discontent. Unsurprisingly, this did little to reassure his critics, who continued to call for his jailing and deportation. Internal Russian documents would later confirm their suspicions. Between July 1919 and January 1920, even as Martens was being grilled by the Lusk Committee and the Senate, Lenin managed to smuggle almost 3 million rubles to communist activists in the United States, much of it in the form of gold, jewels, and silver, and at least some of it through Martens' contacts. Burns, operating outside official circles, suspected Martens of all this and more. As early as January 1921, he had approached the Morgan Bank with his conviction that Martens and his circle of contacts in the United Communist Party were to blame for the September attack. Mr. Elliot Bacon of J.P. Morgan and Company believes that Ludwig C.A. Martens must have furnished the considerable sum of money necessary to pay for such an outrage, a military intelligence division report noted in early 1921. J.P. Morgan and Company have been employing the Burns Detective Agency. Proving this connection was William Lynd's goal. In January 1921, with Burns' financial backing, Lynd opened up his own office on the 12th floor of the World Tower building, just a few doors away from Martin's Soviet bureau. According to Lynd's business card, his quarters housed the International Slavic Press Bureau, where Lynd served as chief newsgatherer and editor. Unofficially, Lynd spent most of his time chatting with his neighbors and trying to gather information about the bomb plot suspects. According to a bureau agent who interviewed Burns in June 1921, Lynd became fast friends with other labor sympathizers in the building. One man later lamented that he had given Lynd a book listing every union member in the United States. Then, on January 22nd, the investigation hit a major glitch. Rather than wait around for the U.S. government to execute a deportation order against him, Martins abruptly gathered up his family and belongings and set sail for Russia, in what the press dubbed the Second Soviet Ark. Loath to let his top contact escape quite so easily, Burns determined to follow Martin's trail overseas. In February 1921, as Palmer and Hoover squirmed before the Senate to justify their treatment of communists, Burns gave Lynd nearly $3,000 and sent him off to find the Wall Street bomb plotters in Russia. From Burns' perspective, what made Russia so alluring as a site for investigation was not only Martins himself, but also the growing community of American refugees and exiles swirling around the new Bolshevik government. By early 1921, Moscow was home to hundreds of former U.S. dissidents, anarchists, communists, and wobblies, who, by choice or deportation order, had decided to throw in their lot with the Soviet state. Among them were some of the very men and women who had long been at the center of American revolutionary politics, and, more importantly, at the center of controversies over dynamite and propaganda by deed, including Emma Goldman and Alexander Berkman. Goldman and Berkman had arrived the previous January after a miserable journey aboard the Buford. Berkman threatened to organize a mutiny, and an equally unpleasant armed escort through Finland's painful winter chill. Once there, they were amazed at the number of U.S. friends who turned up on Russian soil. John Reed, whose account of the revolution had thrilled Goldman in prison. Reed died of typhus in September 1920 and received a state burial in the Kremlin. Bill Shatov, a former anarchist compatriot, now a Bolshevik official, who pelted them with questions about the Mooney case and the deportation raids. Robert Minor, who had helped to lead the Mooney defense, as well as the last-ditch efforts to save Goldman and Berkman from deportation, and Steel Strike leader William Z. Foster, a recent convert to Leninist communism. By the spring of 1921, they had been joined as well by Bill Haywood, whose final months in the United States had offered a study in defeat and decline. After his near arrest in the Wall Street explosion and the upholding of his wartime sentence, Haywood had begun to consider the possibility that he might not bounce back from this latest round of government clashes. By early 1921, when Harding came into office without so much as whispering of a pardon, he gave up his cause for lost. Sick with diabetes, terrified of returning to prison, he accepted a year-old invitation from the Bolshevik government to join Lenin in Moscow as a labor advisor. In late March, he smuggled himself out of the United States via Hoboken, New Jersey, using a false Russian passport. "Goodbye. You've had your back turned on me too long," he muttered as his ship passed the Statue of Liberty. "I am now going to the land of freedom." That was not what he found. When they arrived a year earlier, Goldman and Berkman had been shocked by the poverty and desperation of the supposedly liberated Russian people. Still, they had attempted to make the best of things, meeting with Lenin at the Kremlin. Great stuff. Clear-cut analysis of the capitalist system. Splendid propaganda. Lenin cheered. And signing on for various semi-official duties, including a whirlwind tour of the countryside, seeking material for an anticipated Petrograd Museum of the Revolution. By the time Haywood arrived, they had grown thoroughly disenchanted. As they journeyed through the country, Goldman and Berkman encountered dozens of tales of Bolshevik atrocities, including the jailing and assassinations of anarchist dissidents. Any remaining doubt about the tale's veracity was removed in March 1921, when sailors in the port town of Kronstadt rebelled in support of striking Petrograd workers. The Bolshevik government struck back with a force that made the coal fields of Colorado seem like a pacifist fantasy. After a 10-day battle, 600 Kronstadt rebels lay dead, with another 1,000 wounded and more than 2,000 taken prisoner, casualties of the revolutionary government they had helped to put in power less than 4 years earlier. For Goldman and Berkman, this was the beginning of the end of the Russian dream. After Kronstadt, they began to make plans to leave for yet another country of exile. For Haywood, the process of disengagement was somewhat slower in the making. Like Goldman and Berkman, he met with Lenin in private session and won the Russian leader's effusive praise. A few months later, the two men signed a contract to establish an American workers' colony in the Kuznetsk region of Siberia, where Haywood hoped to rehabilitate aging steel plants and mines as working models of syndicalism in action. The so-called Kuzbass colony eventually ended in failure, a casualty of harsh winters, primitive conditions, and poor management. Along the way, though, Haywood's activities once again piqued the attention of the U.S. authorities. Based on information provided by Lind and other spies squirreled away in Russia, Kuzbass would soon earn its own chapter in Burns' Wall Street investigation. Lind later said that he had met Haywood in Moscow. Goldman was apparently harder to find, as she was traveling around the country. He also claimed to have spent a full 6 weeks meeting with high officials of the Third International, including Lenin and Trotsky, grilling them on the details of the Wall Street explosion. Lind had the good fortune to be circulating abroad at a moment when dozens of prominent radicals were on the move, attending conferences in Brussels, Amsterdam, and Moscow. Among the American exiles, he happened to run across, while making his way from Paris to Russia, he reported, were Ludwig Martens, who expressed interest in returning to America to foment revolution, and the mysterious Barber, the cobbler who supposedly prepped the bomb wagon. Burns did not have this information at hand when he assumed the leadership of the Bureau in August 1921. After leaving New York, Lind all but ceased communication. Despite this puzzling silence, Burns had reason to believe that his informer was on the up and up. In April, just after Flynn's arrest of Leegee, the Bureau and the New York bomb squad had orchestrated a raid on prominent members of the Communist Party's New York branch, absconding with membership lists and secret codes. Contained in those files, Burns claimed, was evidence that one Lind was in the confidence of the Third International. It was a mistake that would later cost the Bureau dearly. Burns was laid up with a cold just after his appointment to the Bureau, the sort of minor illness that had become more than niggling as he passed age 60. He decided to stay at his country home in Scarborough, New York, for at least a few days. To compensate for his temporary absence from Washington, he invited reporters to his house to discuss plans for reshaping the Bureau in the wake of Flynn's failures. Sniffles notwithstanding, he sounded like his old progressive self as he charted schemes for training, testing, and disciplining his agents into the most effective Secret Service in the world. As a government post, the Bureau job promised to be the culmination both of his legendary career and of the growing fusion between federal and private police. Just as the federal government had recently begun to encroach on the traditional duties of local authorities, it had more and more come to assume the roles, strike-breaking, radical surveillance, long assigned to the private detective industry. As an entrepreneur returning to government service, Burns embodied both the past and future of law enforcement. To the financiers and industrialists who had long employed Burns' men to investigate crimes and break strikes, this sounded like an ideal arrangement. "There is joy all along the Pennsylvania Avenue," Chicago Banker magazine remarked, on the report that President Harding is to make William J. Burns Commander-in-Chief of all the detective and Secret Service departments of the government. There was joy along Wall Street, too. "No man in his line in the United States," one bank vice president wrote to Washington, "has a stronger following among the bankers of the country than William J. Burns." To those who viewed the consolidation of private and federal power with a bit more skepticism, the Burns appointment set off immediate alarms. With the first hints that Burns might be on his way to Washington, trade unionists scrambled to compose protest letters, urging Harding to appoint someone about whom no odium has ever been cast. Newspapers, sympathetic to their cause, joined the attack as well, dredging up accusations of jury-rigging, corruption, and underhanded union-busting techniques. As Chicago Banker summed it up, the debate showed roughly that labor is furnanced against Burns, but everybody not in the union is for him. In an effort to preempt criticisms that Burns would merely be a strike-breaker in government clothes, Dougherty assured the press that his old friend's private detecting days were at an end. "Mr. Burns has severed his connection with the Burns Detective Agency and will come to Washington and devote his entire time to the service," he promised. Under a pact worked out in advance of Dougherty's announcement, Burns' eldest sons had agreed to take over the agency's day-to-day operations, with Raymond Burns assuming the title of president and his younger brother Sherman becoming secretary-treasurer. There had even been some talk that the agency might change its name to make clear the distinction between Burns the government man and Burns the private sleuth. In the end, the family decided to maintain the title of William J. Burns International Detective Agency, Inc. Both Burns and his new corporate heirs swore nonetheless that the connection was, as Dougherty suggested, officially severed. Though couched in the folksy language of his detective persona, "Let the crooks know their punishment will be swift and sure," he told the Sun reporter, "and they will think long and hard before they pull a job." Burns' initial proposals for reshaping the Bureau focused primarily on bureaucratic matters. Never one to start small, Burns endorsed a merger of the entire federal detective apparatus, the Secret Service, the Post Office inspectors, perhaps even military intelligence, into a single agency under his personal direction. He also proposed the establishment of a national fingerprint index in the Bureau's Washington offices to replace the disparate and poorly organized resources currently in use. "It is a simple process, requiring only the cooperation of the police departments in supplying duplicate identifications of criminals known to them," he explained. "The national identification system thus established will become a great help to the departments which have joined in creating it." On the question of what to do about the threat of radicalism, Burns' ambitions appeared to be more modest. Since coming to office, Harding had maintained the same calm he showed during the presidential campaign, assuming rather than insisting that anti-Bolshevism was a basic part of American citizenship. Dougherty, too, had been reluctant to push the issue. On May Day, 1921, he declined to issue a Palmer-style warning of impending revolutionary disturbance. "I believe it is best not to agitate the agitator," he explained. "I think we need less watching and more working in this country." With his appointment in August, Burns assured the public that he was fully in accord with these principles. His actions, however, suggested otherwise. On August 22nd, in one of his first official acts as bureau director, Burns selected Palmer's young prodigy, J. Edgar Hoover, to be his second-in-command at the Bureau. Since appearing before the Senate with Palmer during the winter, Hoover had grown increasingly discontented with his weak position as head of the General Intelligence Division. His index file on radical activities continued to grow. The Justice Department's annual report advertised 450,000 cards by late 1921, up from just 150,000 in October 1920. Individual deportations, as opposed to mass raids, had been stepped up as well. Between June 1920 and June 1921, the government deported 446 alien anarchists, compared with 314 the previous fiscal year. Hoover remained frustrated nonetheless by the Justice Department's lack of jurisdiction over native-born radicals. The activities of the federal government are by law limited insofar as action against ultra-radicalism is concerned to aliens, read the General Intelligence Division section of the Justice Department's annual report for 1921. The federal statutes, unfortunately, are not sufficiently broad enough to permit prosecution of American citizens engaged in activities tending for the overthrow of the government of the United States by force and violence. Hoover seemed restless as well about the lack of progress in the Wall Street investigation. Throughout the spring, he had helped Flynn to coordinate his hunt for the Gallianisti. Nearly every important document in the Bureau's case file bore the stamp read by J.E.H. But he was never entirely convinced that the Bureau was on the right track. Like Burns, Hoover had long harbored suspicions that Flynn was taking an overly narrow view of the case. The communists, in addition to anarchists, might well be involved. When the Harding administration took office in the spring of 1921, he quietly began to correspond with Burns about assisting in the agency's private investigation. By June, he was one of the few government officials aware of what Burns was planning with William Lind. "I have been advised that Lind enjoyed the confidence of the leaders of the Communist Party in the United States," he explained to State Department officials in Warsaw. There is no evidence that Hoover informed Flynn of these activities. The correspondence remained entirely outside the official case file. Nor did he apparently come clean about his other interventions in the Wall Street case. Beginning in early 1921, Hoover had launched his own secret effort to find the bombers in Russia. His partner in this investigation was none other than Arthur Woods, Junius Morgan's cousin by marriage, and Flynn's one-time nemesis from his city detective days. Since the fall of 1920, Woods had settled back into his work at the American Legion, where he championed immigration restriction and aggressive cultural outreach to the foreign-born. He maintained his reputation as a squeaky-clean champion of civic virtue. Rumors suggested he might be appointed as baseball commissioner to restore integrity in the wake of the Black Sox World Series scandal, or as an independent anti-corruption candidate for mayor of New York. As far as the public knew, he played no role at all in the Wall Street investigation. Within the elite circles of high finance and the State Department, however, Wood's ongoing involvement in the case and in all manner of anti-Bolshevik intrigue was well known. By the time Hoover assumed his new post in August, Woods had personally toured nearly every major European capital in search of a solution to the bomb plot. With Hoover's help, he had also hired a Russian-born spy named Yakov Nosovitsky to carry the investigation on to Moscow. Woods had met Nosovitsky courtesy of Henry Marsh, a wealthy industrialist who had devoted his retirement and considerable resources to the cause of fighting Bolshevism. In the fall of 1920, just weeks after the bombing, Marsh brought Nosovitsky to Wood's office in the hope that he might be able to provide valuable intelligence about the communist situation, and, not incidentally, about the Wall Street bombing. Though Woods had access to the Morgan Bank's contacts and resources, according to Nosovitsky, Woods was the one in charge of paying Burns, Marsh offered to foot the bill for Nosovitsky's service. He hoped that a solution to the bomb plot would provide a building block for his ultimate goal of creating an anti-Bolshevik intelligence bureau organized and run, in Nosovitsky's words, by the important business interests. Nosovitsky came with a long string of pseudonyms. Setlin, a name he used to correspond with Hoover, Joseph and James Anderson, his undercover names with the British Secret Service, the Doctor, adopted after the British Secret Service provided a false medical license, Fox, acquired in the fall of 1920, and most notably N-100, his bureau designation. He also had extensive experience in negotiating the communist underground. In early 1919, while working for the British, he had secured a post as a courier for Martin's Soviet bureau, shuttling gold and papers across the Atlantic. Later that year, the U.S. Communist leadership selected him to escort delegate Louis Freina to a gathering of Western communists in Amsterdam. Freina, himself under false suspicion as a bureau spy, abandoned Nosovitsky in Amsterdam. But Nosovitsky managed to send back valuable reports to the bureau about what had taken place in the meetings. All leaders of the Communist and the Communist Labor Party, he noted, who are principally opposed to any terrorism, are afraid that such acts might give the government more reason to enact more drastic laws and use more force in combating even the mildest revolutionary activities. When Woods and Marsh approached him about investigating the Wall Street plot, Nosovitsky drew on this history to shape his theory. As he explained to Woods, the Communists did not, as a rule, support tactics of dynamiting or other terroristic acts similar to the Wall Street explosion. Nosovitsky nonetheless believed that they had played a role in orchestrating the event. According to his theory, the Palmer raids and other bouts of repression had sparked a fury among Russian revolutionaries who knew such tactics all too well from their homeland. "I will take the responsibility upon myself," Nosovitsky wrote, "to say that the Wall Street explosion was a direct and deliberate answer from those groups to the United States government." Apparently Hoover subscribed to this theory as well. Hoover practically agreed that it probably was not an official Red Act, but was strongly of the opinion that some criminally inclined individual communists might have committed the crime. Nosovitsky later claimed. As with Lind, Hoover was slated to play a crucial role as government point man for Nosovitsky, lending his good name and bureaucratic power to facilitate the spy's movements. Like Lind, Nosovitsky spent much of the fall of 1920 hanging around Martin's office, trying to glean information from his old communist contacts. After Martin's deportation in January, he proposed a trip to Moscow via Mexico, where he hoped to find communist friends who could secure his passage overseas. As it turned out, Nosovitsky only got as far as Mexico City before running into problems. He sent back a series of reports throughout March, describing perilous revolutionary conditions in Mexico. By April, however, he was back in the United States, empty-handed. Given Nosovitsky's difficulties, Woods and Hoover decided to approach the case from another angle. In April 1921, relying on his longtime friendship with Harding's new Secretary of State, Charles Evans Hughes, who had recently defended the New York Socialists' right to be seated in the State Assembly, Woods gained a confidential appointment as a special assistant to the State Department, charged with establishing a Central Bolshevist Bureau. Leaving Hoover in charge of Nosovitsky, Wood spent the spring of 1921 bouncing among various European cities, handing out terse questionnaires to diplomats on matter of vital national interest. What methods government have found most useful in combating Red Revolution? What deportation laws, under what conditions can aliens be deported, and how are these laws administrated? Has the government any information which might be of value to us in fighting lawless revolutionaries at home? And not least, have they any information regarding the Wall Street explosion? The responses offered a wealth of recommendations for containing radicalism, but little new information on the Wall Street plot. As Burns assumed office, however, Hoover and Woods remained confident enough in their theory of Russian involvement to mount one last joint effort. In August, they got back in touch with Nosovitsky and sent him off to Moscow. Chapter 14. Triple Cross. On Wall Street, the first anniversary of the explosion passed quietly. From police headquarters, Commissioner Richard Enright dispatched some 800 men to protect the Morgan Bank, the stock exchange, and other likely targets. But as Bomb Squad Chief James Geoghegan noted, there was no immediate threat at hand, no reason to believe that this particular day would be different from any other. As far as the newspapers could tell, neither the stock exchange nor the Morgan Bank took any official notice of the day's significance. The major news on Wall Street included Standard Oil's decision to cut the price of gasoline to 21 cents a gallon and Guarantee Trust's reduction in its quarterly dividend. All in all, business as usual. In the early weeks after the disaster, many district firms had taken measures to ensure their employees' physical safety. The stock exchange added wire screens to windows, eliminated the glass skylight over the boardroom, and hired an on-site nurse. These cosmetic reforms did little, however, to erase the memories of what had happened on September 16th, a day seared in the minds of those who passed through. In the words of the Journal of Commerce, reminders of the bomb's human toll continued to crop up in city papers. During the winter, for instance, the local Red Cross had issued a report outlining its ministrations to the victims' families. Of those killed, the Red Cross noted, 9 had headed households with small children, while another 10 had left behind widows. Among the injured, 69 victims presented acute problems, such as lost limbs or other serious wounds, that would likely keep them from resuming their previous lives. Junius Morgan had kept a low profile in the years since the bombing, devoting himself to his family duties and to the occasional yacht race. He spent time as well on a committee to expand Broad Street Hospital, where the Bankers Club estimated that 100 additional beds might help prevent the gridlock that had left so many victims waiting for treatment the previous year. Thomas Lamont, the Morgan partner who had done so much to restore business as usual on the day after the bombing, was far more active than Junius, traveling the world to coordinate loans with China, Mexico, and Japan, in addition to wrapping up his lingering work from the Versailles Conference. With Jack Morgan still in Europe, Lamont had continued to operate as the bank's public face throughout the fall of 1920. Among other missives, he cabled to Jack that Junius was an asset in diplomatic work. Despite his close ties with Wilson, Lamont weathered the spring's change in presidential administrations with ease, meeting frequently with Harding to suggest appointments. He recommended Arthur Woods as Assistant Secretary of War, and discuss fiscal policy. One of the few sour notes of the year was the failure of the authorities, including Woods and Burns, to bring the September terrorists to justice. If the crime had been committed in the middle of the Atlantic, and the sea had closed over the wreckage, the world noted on the explosion's anniversary, there could have been no more baffling lack of evidence. Even that seemed likely to change, however, with Burns' ascent as bureau director. In one of his first official acts, He ordered the branch offices to hand over the entire contents of their year-long bombing investigation, which he planned to sift for unnoticed clues. As separate entities, the Bureau and the Burns Agency had often been at cross purposes, competing for glory rather than working toward a common end. Burns, the private investigator, possessed no formal right to view Bureau reports or examine physical evidence. According to one employee, he nonetheless snatched a handful of metal slugs, which he displayed prominently on his desk. Burns, in turn, had conducted his own inquiries under heavy secrecy, sharing no more with the federal authorities than absolutely necessary. As a result, his appointment to bureau chief presented both an opportunity and a dilemma. In accepting his new post, Burns had promised to maintain a strict separation of his private and public duties. To do that in the Wall Street case, however, would be to forego months of painstaking work. Burns chose the more efficient route. On September 8th, hoping that the two investigations together might yield a solution, he instructed the New York office of the Bureau to lead a detailed examination made of all the reports relating to the Wall Street bomb explosion. Perhaps aware of the explosion's importance to their new boss, Bureau agents responded almost immediately, flooding the New York branch with reports describing nearly every aspect of the case. Their summaries documented thousands of man-hours expended in pursuit of lost dynamite shipments, buyers of window weights, known and alleged anarchists, leads from concerned citizens, eyewitness testimony, and rubber stamps of the sort used in the American anarchists' flyers. Agents in the Buffalo district alone visited 522 stores that sold stamps. They contained accounts of the leads that still poured in by phone and mail, accusations that someone had made certain statements or informed two other Italians about inside knowledge of the blast, or threats of further violence signed by the Crank IWW. There were elaborate charts of witness descriptions. Horse looked old, looked like builder's wagon, and accounts of all of the major suspects: Fisher, Brylowski, Caruso, Zelenko, Ligi, De Filippis. In addition, the reports offered summaries on dozens, if not hundreds, of radicals whose names never made the newspapers and who never knew that they were under Bureau suspicion. As Hoover had noted in a July memorandum, the Bureau was still fairly sure about the status of the wagon. The horse attached to the wagon was shod at Elizabeth Street, New York City, by two Italian brothers named De Greca. Hoover wrote, "The horse was shod on the day before the Wall Street bomb explosion at about the hour of noon. It was brought to this address by a man speaking the Italian language, but who resembled an Austrian or North Italian. He desired to have the shoes tightened on the hind hoofs of the horse, but was induced by the two blacksmiths to have new shoes put upon the horse, and in view of the load which was in the wagon, the shoes were made with extra caulk." Bureau agents were by now also relatively certain about what had been inside the wagon. Investigation has shown that the container of the bomb was probably an army box, and that a German blasting cap was used to detonate the explosion, Hoover noted. On the matter of the explosives themselves, the Bureau largely accepted the October report prepared by Dr. Walter Scheel, which identified blasting gelatin as the culprit. In an effort to locate the source of the gelatin, agents had attempted to interview every explosives dealer, manufacturer, and customer in the Northeast. All to no avail. One office had spent several weeks documenting an explosives theft as far away as South Dakota, only to conclude that the thieves were trying to blow up a nearby dam. The outcome of the explosives inquiry was best summarized in the update from the Albany office. After interrogating every local company slated as a recent recipient of DuPont explosives, wrote agent in charge Geo Holdridge, the local Bureau office had determined that a more or less lax supervision exists over the use of the supplies of explosives, that almost any employee engaged in the work of blasting or similar work has such access to the explosives as to enable him to obtain small quantities, that the opportunities to obtain small quantities would be so very numerous as to make it entirely feasible for any such employee to accumulate considerable quantities of the explosive in a comparatively short time. The final results of this lead produced no person or persons in the district who might be definitively classed as suspects. Such an outcome, Burns found, was all too typical. For all of the aching detail, the most significant sentences in the summaries were the ones that tended to close the paragraphs. No information was secured. There were no leads in this district which would be of any use in the investigation. No developments of moment resulted. Indeed, the most viable hypothesis in the files was the one that Flynn had already made public. "It has always been my theory," wrote Newark supervisor Frank Stone, "that the Kronika Sovrasiva outfit, if not the principal conspirators in the Wall Street explosion, they at least took an important part in it, and that the operations were directed by its leader, Galliani, in Italy." Though he was pursuing a different line of inquiry, Burns did not entirely ignore that possibility. Beginning in November, he required daily reports on the Sacco Vanzetti Defense Committee. He also later revived investigations of Tito Ligi and Vincenzo Leggio, apparently convinced that they were indeed two different men. Finally, he stayed in close touch with the State Department in Italy, where the search for Galliani, Recchi, and their comrades continued well into 1923. The Roman police reported back that no proofs had been found of the complicity of the anarchists in the outrage in question. Other than these tangents, Burns more or less kept going where he had left off. His informer, William Lind, was still somewhere in Europe, most likely in Warsaw, one of the easiest gateways to Bolshevik Russia. Unfortunately, Burns could not confirm this fact, as he had not heard from Lind in several months. Frustrated by this lack of communication, in August Burns turned to another undercover operative, a German-born ex-podiatrist named Paul Altendorf, who had made his name rooting out German saboteurs during the war. Altendorf had been to Russia and Poland in the spring of 1921 to investigate the explosion case, returning with the confident announcement that he had solved the mystery of the Wall Street bomb plot and was ready to finger former Russian ambassador Ludwig Martens. Burns hoped now that Altendorf might find Lind and wrap up the whole story. After making his way to Poland, however, Altendorf, like Lind, disappeared. To sort out the mess, the Bureau decided to dispatch yet another agent, a former Burns Agency employee named Sylvester Cosgrove. Arriving in Warsaw in October, Cosgrove managed to locate both Lind and Altendorf, but his initial reports on their situation were not encouraging. "Finally met him, Lind, several interviews," he cabled to Burns in early November. "If story true, matter solved. Doubt it." All of this echoed what Flynn had found in the Wall Street case. Each tip seemed to set the investigation back rather than move it forward. As a matter of policy, the procession of operatives departing for Europe was also an obvious violation of Burns' promise to separate his public and private work. Technically, Cosgrove was working for the Justice Department, while Lind and Altendorf were still employed by the Burns Agency. In practical terms, though, the distinction had little value. The line was similarly blurred in Hoover's relationship with his own privately employed spy, Jakub Nosowicki. Before departing for Russia, Nosowicki had offered two names as likely Wall Street suspects: Ivan Dudinsky, a former member of the Socialist Party and the Union of Russian Workers, and his cousin Yakov, known as Korolenko. As Russian-born communists and former Newark residents, the Dudinskys were just the sort of men who easily fit Burns' theory. Despite this, Hoover made no effort to incorporate Nosovitsky's clues into the Bureau's official Wall Street file. This held true even after Nosovitsky contacted Arthur Woods from Warsaw in late October with the assurance that he was hot on Ivan's trail. "Allow me, my dear Colonel, to tell you that I consider it a matter of honor never to give up on any case that I am working on as a hopeless adventure," he wrote. "I say again, I believe that the case will be solved and must be solved." In the end, the conflict between his private and public loyalties never proved of much consequence for Hoover. By December, Nosovitsky was back in New York, complaining to Hoover that Woods and Marsh had decided to defund the Dudinsky investigation for lack of progress. For Burns, though, what began as a tantalizing prospect, the possibility of combining his private and public inquiries about the Wall Street explosion, soon erupted into public scandal. On November 30th, Cosgrove cabled to Burns that Lind had at last offered new details about the conspiracy behind the blast. "Can destroy Lind, but fear perhaps enough truth to justify speculation on his return," he wrote. "Shall I use own judgment and return with Lind, or go to Paris and mail my report and his statement and await your instructions?" Before they could agree on a strategy, the Polish authorities placed Lind under arrest. The ensuing publicity exposed not only Burns' carelessness in combining his dual roles, but also what appeared to be the patent absurdity of his entire explosion theory. The headlines varied. "NY Dynamator nabbed." "Wall Street bomb plot arrest solves mystery," says Burns. "Wall Street bomb arrest. Right story, Burns of Secret Service asserts." But the essence of the articles was the same. Bureau of Investigation Chief William J. Burns, with the aid of international agents Sylvester Cosgrove and Paul Bernardo Altendorf, after a long chase covering more than a year and one of the most skillful pursuits of modern times, had at last arrived at the true solution to the Wall Street explosion. The story arrived in city newsrooms via Associated Press wire late on December 16, 1921. Datelined Warsaw, it outlined the arrest of one Wolf Lindenfeld, also known as William Lind, a Polish-born radical who had been the target of a months-long bureau hunt. Through the action-packed prose of a detective novel, the country learned over the next few days of Burns' long ordeal tracking Lind through far-off Europe. Altendorf, posing as a confirmed Bolshevik, had ventured overseas to pick up Lind's trail. When the time became ripe for action, Cosgrove had joined him, taking up the guise of a prominent official of an American labor organization. The ruse was enough, according to the New York Times, to make Lind wholly unsuspicious of pursuit. Just weeks before his arrest, he had disappeared from the detectives' surveillance, and they had been forced to chase him all the way to Lodz. Fearing to lose his man again, the Times reported, Cosgrove went into a room alone with a powerfully built Bolshevik, carrying loaded revolvers and a dagger, and knocked him onto a bed. Gripping him by the throat, Cosgrove obtained the first admission of guilt from Lindenfeld, who then freed himself and rushed down the hotel corridor, followed by the detective. When the two reached the crowded lobby, Cosgrove twice hit Lindenfeld on the jaw, knocking the latter's head against a marble wall. Lindenfeld, nearly dazed, drew a knife from his hip pocket when Altendorf, who had waited in the lobby with 3 Polish secret agents, sprang upon him and clutched his arms and legs. Lindenfeld was then overpowered and taken to a waiting police wagon. Only after several more hours of grilling and resistance, the article explained, did Lind deliver a confession that vindicated, after a year and a half, Burns' prediction that the bombers would be found by looking to Moscow. The details of the alleged confession bore a fair resemblance to what Lind had described in his reports to Burns. 4 or 5 communists, financed by Martins, had set out to assassinate J.P. Morgan and strike a blow against capital. There were a few additional items as well, such as the revelation that Martins had paid a whopping $30,000 for the plot. At least one crucial aspect of the story seemed to be missing, however. Caught up in the excitement of the suspect's capture, the initial news reports failed to mention that Lind worked for the Burns Detective Agency. Like many readers who awoke on December 17th to find the Russians accused in the Wall Street plot, Burns was taken aback at the news of Lind's arrest. As he admitted to reporters after rushing from Washington to New York on the afternoon train, he had neither expected, nor ordered, nor been notified of what was underway in Warsaw. "It is a great surprise to me that it came out, and how it happened I don't know," he complained. Altogether, though, Burns wasn't entirely unhappy about this latest turn of events. "There is no question in the world that we have the proper solution of this mystery," he announced to the reporters mobbed near the entrance to the 6:10 train. "As a matter of fact," he added, ever the Holmesian, "we knew it all along." Standing on the platform at Grand Central Station, reaffirmed in his conviction that every criminal leaves a trail, Burns fairly trembled with satisfaction. He made no effort, wrote the New York American, to hide the intense triumph he felt at the promised solution of probably the most gigantic extremist conspiracy in the annals of the country. For the next several minutes, he was once again the Burns of the McNamara trials, the Burns of the Graft hearings, the great detective who could succeed where others failed. He had said, standing in the rubble on Wall Street on September 16th, that radicals were behind the plot. At last the whole world would see that it was so. The story that the confession of Lindenfeld, which is his right name, is about 10,000 words in length, is true, he explained. It is also true that it names the people who set and exploded the bomb. Burns did take issue with several items in the newspaper accounts. It seemed, he said, not quite right to call the man's statement a confession, since Lind himself was not implicated in the plot, except that he knew about it. It was also not correct, he thought, to suggest that Lind was a violent radical, though he was, indeed, a secret representative of the Bolshevik government. Most importantly, Burns took offense at what he called the ridiculous charge that the bomb had been aimed at Jack Morgan, who had been happily ensconced in Britain on that particular September 16th. The bomb was not intended for J.P. Morgan, he explained. The purpose was to terrorize the entire community. Now, Burns promised, that purpose had been thwarted once and for all. He predicted that the plot's exposure would quash whatever vestiges of support the communists could still muster in the United States. "I expect to clean up the whole case in the end, in spite of all obstacles," he announced. "When this is done, it is my opinion that the backbone of the radical movement in this country will be broken forever." Many editorials offered similarly high hopes. The Globe and Commercial Advertiser heard the death knell of radicalism in the United States. Given the Bolsheviks' long-standing disavowal of terrorism, the paper added, the confession seemed poised to undermine the faith of even their most committed acolytes. The assertion at once calls to mind the Los Angeles Times explosion, which was accurately traced to the door of ironworker unionists. That union certainly did not believe in the creed of violence, but a small band of leaders did practice destruction and killing. This was precisely the analogy that had guided Burns through the long months of uncertainty. Lind would be his Orty McManigal, the Wall Street case another McNamara affair. Ultimately, though, a different historical analogy came to seem more apt. At his Idaho trial in 1907, Bill Haywood had won his freedom because the jurors did not believe Harry Orchard, the man who claimed to have the inside scoop on the Western Federation of Miners' plots. Within 24 hours of his front-page arrest, Lind had begun to show a similar vulnerability. As news of the Warsaw Report spread through New York, it began to appear that Burns was the only one who had ever believed a word spoken by William Lind. Burns' descent from hero to laughingstock began with a push from the New York police. On December 17th, the day that the Lind story broke in the city papers, Bomb Squad Chief James Geegan informed the Evening Post that despite years of immersion in both city radicalism and the Wall Street investigation, he had never heard of anyone named Lind or Lindenfeld. Other police officials later pointed out that the AP story had identified Lindenfeld as a former Russian spy who had snitched on his countrymen during the 1905 revolution. Hardly a recommendation for membership in an organization, the Third International, now run by those self-same revolutionaries. And there were other unexplained oddities. Why was Altendorf, who had caused considerable trouble for government officials during the war, involved in the investigation? Where was the text of the confession? Why hadn't Burns known of the arrest in advance? More important, what was to be made of the rumors printed on the morning of December 18th that Lind himself was not a genuine radical, but rather a spy, a stool pigeon, a fink, in the employ of none other than William J. Burns? "Oh, yes, we used Lind," Burns told the world when confronted with the accusation. "We used him as an informant on the affairs of radicals." His choice of words conveyed surprise, even indignation, that such details should matter. But among the socialists and labor activists who knew Lind all too well, it served to invalidate Burns' entire theory. The consensus of opinion yesterday, the Call declared on December 18th, was that William Lind, small schemer, who had busied himself around the edge of the local movement, had put over one of the biggest hoaxes of the century, a canard to which William J. Burns, head of the United States Secret Service, had fallen a victim. What initially struck the Call's editors was the same thing noted by the Globe, the fact that communists usually argued with great vehemence against the tactic of individual terrorism. The Third International has never supported the commission of such insane acts as the Wall Street explosion, the Call pointed out on December 18th. The Bolshevik government itself eventually affirmed this position, notifying the Western press through Karl Radek, a prominent member of the Comintern's West European Secretariat and a close associate of Lenin's, that it disavowed all suggestions that it would provide money for such a plot. In the United States, the Communist Party watched the proceedings anxiously, compiling reports of each new revelation in the press. From Burns' perspective, the Communists' denials were to be expected. Did anyone think that Lenin and Trotsky would simply admit that they had been caught? Far more troubling were the rumors that Lind, far from being a respected member of the communist underground, was known as a kibitzer, a fraud, and a fake. The Call waxed poetic in its metaphors. Lind was Baron Munchausen. He was Charles Ponzi. The personal testimony of Lind's socialist acquaintances backed up this view. He was a braggart, always talking big about what he was going to do and what he was. Julius Gerber, executive secretary of the Socialist Party, reported in the Call. "He's a terrible bluff," added Alex Simon, a union delegate in the garment trade. "His statement is a fake. Lind, as we knew him best, was full of fake stories." Even Lind's wife, Dora, tracked down at the boarding house where she lived with her young son and crippled daughter, offered only well-wrought disdain. "I did not know that he ever worked for detective agencies or anything like that. But he was such a liar that he could easily be a loud-mouthed revolutionist and a Secret Service agent at the same time, she recalled. He lied about everything. With no further news coming in from Warsaw, finding local figures to denounce Lind became something of a pastime for the New York press. It was an easy task, as Lind seemed to know, or to be known to, nearly everybody who had ever been anybody, in even the most pallid of left-wing circles. Over the course of the week following his arrest, acquaintances gleefully shared their most annoying, entertaining, and pathetic encounters. I.M. Sacken, who had served as Lind's lawyer in several petty disputes, recalled Lind as a dapper Beau Brummel type, who wore his hair wavy in the artistic fashion, and always talked big money. He appeared to be very prosperous at times, and on other occasions I found him almost penniless, Sacken said, adding that Lind had been jailed at least once for debt. At the Rand School, a Socialist Party member said that Lind liked to go around impersonating Assemblyman Louis Waldman. Waldman himself recalled running into Lind at the Socialists' Chicago convention in September 1919, where activists caught Lind hanging around their train car. He often crashed into places where he had not been invited, noted Socialist Alderman Abraham Beckerman, and threw him out on suspicion of detective activities. During the convention, he came to us with so much information about spies in the other camp that our suspicions about him were confirmed, Waldman explained. Coming so relentlessly, one after another, the stories bore the markings of a coordinated effort. Still, they had the ring of truth. The same men and women who denounced Lind as a liar and a fake were the only ones able to say where exactly he had been on the afternoon of September 16th. Late on the night before the explosion, Lind had joined Abraham Beckerman at the Broadway Central Hotel. The hotel registry confirmed Lind's presence. When they heard about the explosion the next day, Beckerman remembered, Lind seemed as surprised as anyone else. After more than 2 decades in the detective profession, Burns knew better than to be intimidated by this sort of political warfare. He said he was just as positive today as he was on the day of the explosion that the crime was a handiwork of the Third International, the San Francisco Chronicle reported on December 19th. To his confidants at the Justice Department, however, he was openly worried. Hours after the story had broken, Hoover wired his state contacts in Warsaw to complain that the Bureau was besieged with press inquiries and at a loss about how to respond. "The arrest of Lind," he wrote, "is a complete surprise to us here." The Bureau wrote to Warsaw again 2 days later with a complaint that "we have had no official confirmation of the Lind arrest or the matters connected therewith." 3 days later, Burns sent yet another cable, his tone by now frantic. "I have been waiting 7 days to hear from you, and not a line has been received." He wrote to Cosgrove, "Why don't you cable what the situation is? I asked American Minister 7 days ago through State Department for statement of situation, but no reply. Did you receive my messages? Answer at once." The silence from Warsaw continued for 5 more days. By then, the damage to Burns' reputation was irreversible. Instead of transcending the investigation's long-time curse, he had emerged as just another Flynn, the butt of jokes and gleeful jabs. Radicals, ultra-radicals, socialists, labor unions officials, the intelligentsia of Second Avenue, Wall Street clerks, butchers, bakers, and candlestick makers, City Hall, and even the police department were having a good laugh over the Warsaw reports, the Call jeered, without much exaggeration. Even the Wall Street Journal, hardly the Call's ideological bedmate, jumped on board. On December 19th, police had put Wall Street under special watch, amid rumors that a new explosion would soon destroy the financial district. This false alarm, combined with the Lind fiasco, provoked the normally impassive journal into an outburst of frustration. "It is difficult to speak with common patience of the Secret Service Department in its conception of suitable means to protect Wall Street from agitators who carry their own theories into practice," the paper declared the next day. "If a detective's head were merely solid bone from the ears up, his reactions would be calculable." One of the most puzzling aspects of the Lind story was just how it had gotten to this point. How thousands of dollars and 15 months of time could have been expended on what appeared to be such a bald-faced lie. In the 10 days between Lind's appearance on the front page and his departure from public discussion, Burns was exposed as having abandoned nearly every tenet he had identified as crucial to the strength and integrity of his new bureau. He had vowed a separation of public and private work. The revelations about Lind had exposed the two in joint humiliation. He had promised that only the best men would work for the Bureau. Lind and Altendorf, braggarts and double-crossers both, hardly qualified. He had repeated his claim that the one inviolate rule of sleuthing was absolute secrecy. The message had clearly failed to make much of an impression. He had said he would cooperate with the police, but the police had turned against him. And all of it, the blockbuster revelation, the promise of vindication, the discombobulating slide from great detective to shame-tainted fool, had happened in little more than a week. The question, by the time the holidays rolled around, was why what could have been a breakthrough had turned into such a complicated, well-publicized, international repetition of his predecessor Flynn's experiences. Among the press, explanations for this mystery tended to fall into one of two categories. The more charitable view framed Burns as a victim, a decent and well-meaning investigator taken in by one of the cleverest double-crossers known to detective bureaus. If this view did not embrace Burns' indictment of the Third International, neither did it entirely blame him for Lind's betrayal of faith. Burns was naive, perhaps even overweening in his attempt to cover up his mistaken judgment. But whatever deliberate dishonesty might be occurring, by this account it was occurring overseas. The alternative interpretation, and the one favored by the call, cast Burns himself as the instigator of the entire ordeal, foiled in his attempt to frame the Bolshevik government by public exposure of his prevarication. Here, the imagined purpose behind the plot varied. Charles Recht, Martin's former attorney, saw an attempt to disrupt U.S.-Russian trade. "My explanation of the whole Lindenfeld yarn is this. The story is a frame-up to cause distrust of the Soviet and its leaders among American businessmen who are on the verge of entering into important Russian contracts, and is done in the interest of the business rivals of these concerns." The Bolshevik government itself, in a wireless message intercepted by the Bureau, declared that the Lind case had been manufactured to delay the recognition of Soviet Russia. The bourgeoisie can level 1,000 reproaches at the Bolsheviks, but not that of being accomplices in individual terrorism, which is opposed entirely to their doctrines and tendencies, read the statement. If Lindenfeld took part in the outrages, it was not as a communist, but as an agent provocateur in the service of Burns' detective agency. A third theory suggested that Burns never believed any part of Lind's confession, but promoted it nonetheless for political and financial gain. Precisely the view that the socialist press, especially Upton Sinclair, had held for so many months. It recalls the 10-year period following 1886, the call concluded, when the anarchist scare in Chicago enabled certain detectives to capitalize it by obtaining handsome contributions from merchants and bankers on the score of protecting them from some impending calamity. The truth, once again, was likely far less complicated than these conspiracies would suggest. Whatever his hopes for gain and glory, Burns genuinely believed that Lind had uncovered a solution to the Wall Street explosion. And like Flynn, he continued to be loyal to his theory long after the rest of the world had dismissed it as a frame-up and hoax. Even Cosgrove's message, when it finally arrived on December 27th, could not persuade Burns to change his mind. After 10 days of silence, Cosgrove wrote that Lind had confessed he never attempted to keep faith with you, admits false reports, and larceny of the $2,700. Rather than give up on Lind in the wake of this disappointment, Burns renewed his determination to prove the validity of his theory. As the Warsaw story faded from the headlines, he launched an effort that would eventually bring the explosion inquiry to a close, culminating in a historic raid on the Communist Party. Chapter 15. The Wall Street Curse. Eugene Debs' admirers often compared him to Christ. Debs the persecuted, Debs the pure of heart, Debs the savior of the downtrodden. So they must have appreciated the timing of President Harding's commutation. On December 23, 1921, as Burns retreated to Scarborough to nurse his bruised ego, Harding declared that Debs, along with 23 other political prisoners, would be freed from jail in time for Christmas. 2 days later, at 11:30 on Christmas morning, the socialist leader walked out the front gates of the Atlanta Federal Penitentiary, his first taste of freedom since the spring of 1919. In an admitted breach of protocol, the warden threw open cell doors throughout the prison, and a wave of cheers swept Debs through the waiting crowd of reporters into the awkward arms of friends. Debs turned to raise his hat and cane in solidarity with the men left behind. He cried a little, too. Debs looked smaller, more wizened than he had during his presidential campaign, when he tossed off his bitter and fairly accurate prediction that the Wall Street explosion must be proved the result of a plot and fastened upon some red conspirators. Despite his failing health, until Harding's surprise announcement, the amnesty campaign on Debs' behalf had offered little hope for an early release. Now, with liberty suddenly at hand, Debs wanted nothing more than to go home and rest. First, however, he had official obligations to fulfill. The government had bought him a train ticket to Washington, since President Harding wanted to say hello. "I've heard so damned much about you, Mr. Debs," the president said when they were finally face to face, "that I am now very glad to meet you personally." Then it was on to Terre Haute, Debs' hometown, where some 50,000 fans turned out for a parade. "It seems to me that I can hear your hearts throb, and I would like to put my arms around each one of you," Debs told them. "I cannot make a speech tonight, but I can love you, and I do thank you from the depths of my heart." The White House assured the public that Debs' release was meant as a gracious act of mercy, not as an acknowledgment of injustice. "There is no question of his guilt," an executive summary issued Christmas Eve declared, "and that he actively and purposely obstructed the draft." But for many of Debs' supporters, it was tempting to interpret the rush of cheers and sobs as a sign that the hostility of recent years might be giving way to something resembling the uneasy tolerance that had existed before the war. Like Harding's claim that too much has been said about Bolshevism, Debs' release seemed to mark the end of an era, a dissipation of the Red Scare energies that had polarized American politics in recent years. Such hopes were premature. Despite its facade of goodwill, the Harding administration was not so much repudiating anti-radical policy as adapting and refining it for the new conditions of 1922. In the revised crusade against Bolshevism, the Lind fiasco would play a crucial, if hidden, role. Though Lind's name disappeared from the front pages as the new year dawned, it did not disappear from the Bureau files, or, more important, from Burns' mind. Despite the guffaws he would have endured had the fact been made public, Burns was still inclined toward the view that Lind was, even now, telling the truth about the Wall Street plot. He grew even more convinced in January after receiving a 13-page missive, the much-touted Warsaw Confession, containing Lind's sheepish account of what he had been up to since disappearing the previous spring. The document pulsed with self-justification. It also served, conveniently, to reinforce Lind's original claim that a shadowy communist technical committee was behind the Wall Street conspiracy. Still, there was enough new information, names, dates, suggested targets of surveillance, to persuade Burns to give Lind yet another chance. "I arrived in Paris March 7th, 1921, Lind wrote, and registered at the Continental Hotel. From there, he claimed, he had done just what Burns instructed, joining up with communist acquaintances in the hope of finding passage to Moscow. After Paris, Lind allegedly traveled to Brussels, then on to Prague and Warsaw, and finally to Moscow, where he managed to meet up with Martens and insinuate himself into the Third Congress of the Communist International. My boss, Mr. William J. Burns, told me by all means to attend all the meetings. He wrote, I ascertained they are organizing armies and sending out agitators and planning all sorts of revolutions and riots. About the Wall Street explosion, Lind offered several tantalizing tidbits that served both to confirm his old theories and to provide fodder for a revived investigation. While in Paris and Brussels, Lind reportedly spent several days with Barber and his wife Miriam, who admitted their involvement in the plot. They also offered up the name of one Stanley, an accomplice who had helped to build the bomb on 4th Street, New York, in a shop. This contradicted Lind's account of a conversation in Russia with one Reinsteinem, presumably Boris Reinstein, a Russian-born communist with close ties to Martin's bureau, who notified him that Barber, Stevens, and the rest are now in the United States. Lind assured Burns that the whole picture would come together if they proceeded with patience. It was clearly stated, as I have reported, he wrote, and I would give my head as a guarantee. Apparently convinced of his sincerity, in January 1922, Burns launched a new investigation of 110 West 40th Street, now home not only to the ailing Soviet Bureau, but also to the recruitment arm of Haywood's Kuzbass colony. With Martens himself out of the country, Burns concentrated his efforts on a disbarred lawyer named Henry Kuntz, one of several hangers-on around the Soviet Bureau. Beginning in January 1922, agents watched Kuntz on a near-daily basis, following him to and from work, listening in on his phone conversations, pumping undercover operatives for background information on alleged murder plots and document caches in and around the suspect's home. The elaborate legwork yielded little about any of the names in Lind's report, but it did give Burns an entree into the lives of Kuntz's business partners, and, not incidentally, Martin's chief business contacts in the United States, the father-son team of Julius and Armand Hammer. A doctor and a founding member of the Communist Labor Party, as well as a close friend of Boris Reinstein's, Julius had gained notoriety in the spring of 1920 when he was sentenced to jail for performing an illegal abortion that killed the wife of a Russian diplomat. Burns was far more interested, however, in the Hammers' role as Soviet couriers and financiers. With his son's help, in 1917, Julius had founded the Allied Drug and Chemical Company, an American corporation half-owned by Martens and designed to funnel Russian funds back and forth from the United States. After his father's departure for prison, Armand Hammer had gone to Russia to serve as a conduit for the deported Martins, returning to New York in December 1921 to negotiate deals with American manufacturers. He also played an early role in getting Haywood's Kuzbass company off the ground, pressing Lenin for extra funds. Presumably, Burns suspected Allied Drug of helping to launder the money that, in Lind's theory, had paid for the Wall Street bomb. He also may have wondered if the Hammers had played a role in the premature expose of Lind's activities. Both Julius and a shadowy newspaper publicist named William Edward Cope had been Lind's intimates at the World Tower building. Cope had testified at Hammer's abortion trial. He had also sponsored Lind for membership in the New York Press Club. As early as November 1921, Burns had received warnings that Cope was trying to contact Lind in Warsaw. At least one agent eventually concluded that it was Cope who hoaxed Burns by persuading Lind to deliver a false confession, a fear that Burns may have shared. By the end of the year, in addition to watching Kuntz, Hammer, the Kuzbass recruiters, and the other denizens of 110 West 40th Street, Burns had launched a personal and confidential investigation of Cope himself. All of this activity took place at a moment when the Red Scare was supposed to be fading, when concerns about bombs and revolution and national strikes had allegedly been relegated to the wartime past. To Burns, though, the relative quiet that had overtaken the country merely suggested a need for increased vigilance. In an appearance before Congress in March 1922, he warned that, contrary to popular opinion, labor radicalism was on the increase, as violent and destructive as it had ever been. The following month, his prediction seemed to be borne out by the eruption of a national coal strike that brought open warfare from both sides of the picket line. After police forces killed 2 strikers in Herrin, Illinois, for instance, the miners commandeered an airplane and began dropping bombs on areas where strikebreakers gathered. More than 1,000 miners also took up arms, launching an armed assault that killed 19 strikebreakers and forced the rest to leave town. Burns presented this not as a response to economic desperation or police aggression, but as the result of a communist conspiracy. The Third International sent a great many instructions to their representatives in this country, he later explained. They were to do everything possible to arouse the striking miners to the point of armed insurrection. About his ongoing effort to link the Communist Party with the Wall Street explosion, Burns was much more secretive. Even as he revived the investigation, he resolutely kept his activities out of the press. He hid them as well from the majority of Bureau agents, instructing both the New York and Chicago offices to limit their inquiries to a few dependable men. This was especially true when it came to tracking down the mysterious suspects originally named by Lind as the key players in the explosion conspiracy. Making do with the scattered bits of information from Warsaw, in mid-January, Burns assigned 2 hand-picked agents to locate the various men and women, Selonitius, Barber, Stevens, Wolfe, named as participants in the plot. He also sent men to interview Lind's wife, Dora, and his former secretary, Lena Spector, in the hope that they might reveal additional documents. After a few weeks' investigation, Chicago agent Jacob Spalansky reported no progress on any front. Bereft of other options, Burns decided to revisit the case with Lind himself. Thanks to an appeal to the Polish authorities by Attorney General Doherty, the information in the possession of this department indicates quite clearly that Lind has intimate knowledge of the perpetrators of the Wall Street bomb explosion. Lind was still behind bars in Warsaw. Cables from the State Department warned, however, that he might be released at any moment. Hoping to prevent Lind from disappearing once again, Burns sent a new pair of agents to Warsaw, with the aim of transporting him back to the United States. In terms of maintaining the firewall between private and public service, the new Lind team was no more scrupulous than the last. Alan O. Myers, the lead detective, was a Burns Agency veteran, a pioneer in the world of privately funded anti-radical activities. On the afternoon of the bombing, he had accompanied Burns to Wall Street, alerting the papers that the Communist Party is behind it all. They are planning to wreck buildings, murder, and commit all kinds of atrocities. By 1922, though still employed by the Burns Agency, he was traveling in a semi-official capacity as a federal representative, identified at various times as a Bureau Special Agent, as a representative of the Department of Justice, and as the personal representative of Mr. Burns. His new partner, Clinton Wood, occupied a similar official limbo. One of Arthur Wood's protégés and a former head of the police industrial squad, Wood had frequently visited Lind at the World Tower building, trading tips about goings-on within the labor movement. Now he was merely on loan to the federal government until Lind could be lured back to New York. The new team left the city on May 10th after pledging a vow of silence to Burns. Arriving in Poland by early June, they split almost immediately on the question of Lind's veracity. "Subject damnedest liar ever lived," Myers cabled back to Washington after his first interview with Lind. Further efforts with him useless, waste of time and money. Wood, described by the wary men of the State Department as a very quiet and gentle sort of soul, and a true standout in all this welter of human cussedness, was less inclined toward a quick dismissal. Lind was such a poor liar, Wood argued, that it was easy to find the few morsels of truth within his half-baked fabrications. If there was still any possibility that Lind had an inside track on the bombing, he wondered, what did the Bureau have to lose by further inquiry? Perhaps it was Wood's logic that influenced Myers, or perhaps it was Lind's apparent willingness, after being released from prison in early summer, to devote his free time to updating Myers on his activities. Whatever the inspiration, by mid-July Myers was frantically cabling Burns to declare, "The opinion I express in my cable message of June 10th has been changed." In contrast to the casual contempt with which he had first greeted Lind, Myers suddenly believed the situation to be of such vital importance that I refused to pass final judgment. By August, he had become so agitated over Lind that he defied Burns' orders to move on to Italy and instead hopped the first steamer from Paris to New York. "Information and data in my possession of such importance that I am taking full responsibility to disregard your instructions," he wired before leaving. There remains no official record of the conversation that transpired between the two when Myers arrived. Measured by future events, however, his information and data were sufficient to reinforce Burns' confidence. "Am satisfied Lind will play fair," Burns wrote to Wood, left behind to babysit Lind in Poland, "and am more convinced after talking with Myers." A week later, at Wood's prompting, Lind himself wrote a long, apologetic note to Burns, promising that "I never thought and do not think now to double-cross you." Lind's words appealed to Burns' vanity and sense of historical mission. "I take this opportunity for the good of our investigation, not only for the investigation of the bomb plots, but greater and bigger investigations, that you may be able to choke the radical movement in the United States if you would take a trip for a couple of weeks and come over here." Lind wrote. Rejecting this offer, Burns decided to stake his claim at home. In mid-August, less than 2 weeks after receiving Lind's note, he ordered a raid on the Communist Party. As Jacob Spolensky remembered it, He was sitting at his desk in the Chicago branch office when the telegram from Burns arrived. "Secret convention of Communist Party now in progress, somewhere in vicinity of St. Joseph, Michigan," the message read. This was the same location where the Communists had gathered 2 years earlier for their first tentative unity meeting, the beginning of the conspiracy, according to Lind, that resulted in the Wall Street bomb. Accompanied by Agent Edward Shanahan, Spalansky left for Michigan on August 19th. At St. Joseph, the local sheriff directed them to the town of Bridgman, a pastoral little vacation spot, where radicals seeking anonymity might be mistaken for tourists. The Bridgman postmaster said they might want to follow up on the foreign-looking people who had recently set out en masse for a Lake Michigan retreat. When Spalansky spotted a drunk staggering through the nearby woods, he figured he had happened on the right spot. The vagrant was carrying a flashlight, indicating to Spalansky that he was probably some sort of communist scout on the watch for law enforcement interference. Spalansky was well trained to recognize such subtleties. A Russian-born immigrant to the United States, he had spent the last 3 years immersed in anti-communist surveillance, first as an undercover operative, and later as an agent in the Bureau's Chicago office. In September 1919, he had attended the Communist Party's founding convention in Chicago, taking detailed notes on various bouts of factional wrangling. Under Flynn, he had helped to conduct the deportation raids and to keep an eye on Martin's Soviet Bureau. With Burns' appointment, he had moved into the Wall Street case as well. It was Spalansky who had the misfortune, earlier in 1922, to inform Burns that Lind's suspects were absolutely unknown within Chicago. He anticipated better news from Bridgman. Like the Bureau itself, the Communist Party had undergone a minor transformation since the early months of the Wall Street investigation, when it seemed as if federal repression, combined with an incessant cycle of factionalization, might doom the movement altogether. In the spring of 1921, as Palmer was leaving the Attorney General's office, the fractured national communist leadership had met in secret to iron out old ideological disputes and reinforce unity within the party structure. The result was the new Communist Party of America, CPA, which professed to speak with a single voice for some 10,000 self-proclaimed communists within the United States. Like its predecessors, the CPA operated almost wholly underground, organizing clandestine gatherings where members used party names and communicated in written code. It also initially advocated violence as a necessary concomitant to revolution, at least in theory. "Mass action culminates in armed insurrection and civil war," affirmed the CPA's Unity Declaration in May 1921. By the time Spalansky encountered them in the Michigan woods the following year, some of these revolutionary trappings had begun to fall away, casualties of the disappointing sense, in the words of one communist leader, that "we have virtually disappeared from the public scene." In December 1921, the CPA formed the Workers' Party, a legal political party that eschewed talk of armed insurrection and proposed candidates for political office. The Bridgman Convention itself was part of this trend, an effort to abide by recent instructions from Russia to bring the party out of its underground limbo and into the political open. The chief item on the agenda that day that Spalansky appeared was the resolution of a dispute between the liquidators, who hoped to eliminate the underground party, and the Goose Caucus, which maintained that the threat of repression was still serious enough to merit an underground apparatus. After catching sight of the scout, Spalansky and Shanahan returned to town to buy overalls, the standard Bureau disguise for radical surveillance. Dressed as humble workmen, they paid a visit to Mrs. Wolfskiel, a local matron who rented cottages to urbanites fleeing the summer heat. It was raining, and Mrs. Wolfskiel apologized for her lack of available shelter, A foreign singing society, she explained, had rented every last cottage. 2 days later, Spalansky, now accompanied by 5 other Bureau agents and a small posse of local citizens and police officials, rumbled back across muddy but still passable roads to the Wolfskiel resort. Mrs. Wolfskiel had estimated the singing society at 86 men, but when the roundup squads arrived, they found only 17 remaining. All 17 were arrested, including Workers' Party Secretary Charles Ruthenberg and William F. Dunn, labor editor of The Worker, a leading communist paper. Over the next few days, the Bureau captured several more men and women who had attended the meeting, most notably William Z. Foster, one of the chief architects of the 1919 steel strike, now the founder and head of the communist-affiliated Trade Union Educational League. Thanks to instructions from the undercover operative who had first alerted them to the meeting, the Bureau also discovered a promising cache of documents. Hastily hidden in potato barrels near the meeting site were 73 parchment envelopes stuffed with sensitive party materials, voting records, membership lists, convention minutes, and letters to the Third International. As the first mass raid against communists since the Palmer era, the Bridgeman crackdown struck many observers as an unfortunate throwback, a return to the lawless, repressive tactics, in the words of the ACLU, that had seemed so impossible just 9 months earlier, at the moment of Deb's release. This impression was only strengthened the following week, when Dougherty went to court to obtain what Secretary of Commerce Herbert Hoover called one of the most sweeping and drastic injunctions ever issued in the United States against the nation's striking rail workers, who had walked off the job in July. With more than 400,000 shopmen on strike, the rail workers' action dwarfed the springtime coal wars. And it, too, attracted its share of violence, with casualties on both sides. Like Burns, Dougherty presented such conflict as part of an unfolding revolutionary plot, a conspiracy worthy of Lenin and Zinoviev. Both the injunction and the Bridgeman raid, coming within days of each other, fulfilled the implicit promise Dougherty had made at the time of Deb's release, that a renewed national peril might someday require drastic powers and instrumentalities to combat it. As with the Palmer raids, it was not immediately clear that the Justice Department exercised any formal jurisdiction in the Bridgeman cases. While the Bureau planned and directed the raid, the actual arrests occurred under Michigan's criminal syndicalism statute, which forbade advocacy of crime, sabotage, violence, or other unlawful methods of terrorism as a means of accomplishing industrial or political reform. As a federal agency, the Bureau had no particular reason to be involved in enforcing Michigan state law, nor did it propose to offer one. When pressed on the question, Dougherty's office explained that the Bureau had been investigating a federal crime rather than enforcing a state sedition statute when it sent agents to Michigan. Burns himself later hinted at what that crime might be. "We got a lot of these Reds when they held their last meeting, and I want you to read the evidence at that trial," he explained in February 1923. "At a former meeting, they planned the Wall Street explosion." As they began to pore through the files rescued from the potato barrels, Bureau agents encountered the names of several men who had already figured prominently in Lind's story. Boris Reinstein, Lind's Reinsteinem of Moscow fame, was there, sent from Russia as a representative of the Comintern, charged with encouraging the Americans to come above ground. So were Edward Lindgren and Abram Jakira, the New York communists whose captured files had already done so much to affirm Burns' faith in Lind as a party insider. And there were other circumstantial connections to Lind's account as well. In his initial New York statements, Lind had asserted the guilt of Bernard Wolf, a courier from the Third International who, along with an unnamed Russian chemist, transferred both money and dictates from Russia. The Bridgman attendance rolls contained no Bernard Wolfe, but they did show the presence of Bertram Wolfe, an American-born communist of German extraction. Similarly, the lists offered no mention of Stephen Barber, though they did include the name of Max Badacht, a German-born party leader from Detroit, who operated under the party name of Barber. If Bureau agents made any significant connections on these matters, they had little to show for it in the days that followed. By the time the second anniversary of the bombing arrived on September 16, 1922, a dozen men, including Lindgren, Jakira, and Wolfe, had been indicted for advocating criminal syndicalism and terrorism on Michigan soil. But, as Burns acknowledged in a cable to Lind a few days later, the Wall Street case was still in crisis. "The investigation is at a complete standstill," he wrote to Lind in Warsaw on September 24th, "and nothing can be done until I have a conference with you." Lind's visit to Ellis Island was supposed to be a secret. As in Warsaw, someone leaked the news anyway. His boat arrived around midday on December 1st, 1922, and by the evening the Post was reporting that Wolf Lindenfeld was taken to Ellis Island today from the steamship Lithuania. During the voyage he had posed as Wood's Polish interpreter, but several passengers noted something odd about him. According to one woman, who happily shared her impressions with a New York Times reporter, Lind seemed to spend an awful lot of time chattering about the Bolsheviks. He declared Trotsky the greatest man the world had ever known. As his note to Lind had suggested, Burns decided to handle the interrogation himself. According to the World, J. Edgar Hoover came too, and spent several hours locked up with the two men. The papers correctly assumed that Lind's return was connected to the explosion investigation. Official comments, however, were kept to a minimum. Immigration authorities said they knew nothing. The New York police said no one had informed them of any arrest. The Burns agency directed all questions to the Justice Department, which confirmed Lind's arrival but offered no further details. In their correspondence, Burns had spoken kindly to Lind. "I believe," he had written, "you will be straightforward and sincere in your efforts to aid and assist me." Their encounter at Ellis Island was not so civil. Technically, Lind was being detained as a person likely to become a public charge. Practically, he was Burns' prisoner. He occupied room 6 in the first-class ward, where Justice Department guards watched him 24 hours a day. He was not permitted to leave his room or to mix with other detainees, though he did win a reprieve to watch a charity concert from his balcony. According to witnesses, he stood and gazed solemnly on the crowd during the playing of the Star-Spangled Banner. By some reports, Lind was not allowed even a moment of contact with the waiter who delivered his meals. For the first few days, this hardly mattered, since Lind went on an immediate hunger strike to protest his ongoing detention. On December 2nd, he returned a breakfast of eggs, bread, and butter. In lieu of subsequent meals, he subsisted on hard candy and cigarettes. On December 3rd, his resolve weakening, he requested an apple, which was promptly supplied. Burns had assured Lind full and unfettered freedom if he came willingly to the United States. Secretly, however, he also had promised the Polish authorities that he would return Lind when he was done. On December 27th, Lind was trundled back onto a transatlantic liner bound, in the words of one State Department official, for his perfectly good steam-heated room in the Warsaw jail. As to what went on during Lind's 3.5 weeks at Ellis Island, the public record is blank. What they did with him, or got out of him while he was detained at Ellis Island, read correspondence from U.S. officials in Warsaw, I cannot say, and I do not think that I shall even ask. Lind must have confirmed some connection between the Bridgman delegates and the Wall Street plot, however, because in the months that followed, Burns scrambled to bring the case full circle. In January, he sent Spalansky to conduct another search for Tselenitius and Wolf. They are absolutely unknown within the extreme radical circle of this city, Spalansky reminded him. In March, he followed up with an inquiry into one Joseph Zack, also known as Stevens, among other pseudonyms, a Bridgman delegate and a future ally of Foster's in the Communist Party's trade union division. The fact that this man is a suspect is not publicly known, as he has never been brought up for examination, one agent noted, or in any way questioned by the federal authorities on this particular matter. Burns may have hoped to use the pressure of the Michigan arrests to elicit inside information from Zack or other communist defendants, much as Flynn had done during his investigation of the Gallianisti. If so, the strategy backfired. The only revelations produced by the Bridgman raid came from one of Burns' own employees. According to his agency report, Albert Balin had been surprised to see the communist leader, Lekevitsky, in Milwaukee. The two men knew each other from Russia's pre-war radical scene. Balin had emigrated to the United States soon after the 1905 revolution, while Lekevitsky had stayed on to become a mid-level Bolshevik. Then, in late September 1920, 2 weeks after the Wall Street explosion, they ran into each other in the lobby of the Stag Hotel. Balin stopped to chat, since he was working at the time for both the Burns and Thiel detective agencies, as an undercover man on the Wall Street case. Lekevitsky told Balin that he had been sent to Milwaukee to help U.S. communists recover from factional malaise. He also said he had a bag full of rubles to distribute for the purpose of planting bombs and assassinating high public officials. Balin reported that Lekevitsky had seemed terribly excited about 2 recent meetings he had attended in New York. The first had been relatively large, featuring 94 of the top communists in the United States. The second was more intimate, but still drew some well-known men, including Martins and Haywood. Lindgren, Wolf, and a man named Barber were there as well. Both meetings were tactical affairs, convened to determine how best to move capitalism toward its historic destiny of collapse. According to Balin, the communists ultimately concluded that terrorism was the best means available. It was decided that a bomb be thrown in the heart of Wall Street, he reported, and see what effect it will have on the Chamber of Commerce, and what they will have to say. As a story of communist treachery, this account of the Wall Street plot was nearly indistinguishable from Lind's. Both versions featured the clandestine summer meetings, the revolutionary aspirations, the conspirators, Lindgren, Wolf, Barber, and others, humbly obeying the Third International. The only major difference between the two was that Lind claimed that his story was true. Balin, on the other hand, readily admitted that his own reports were nothing but lies. He said he invented the whole tale at his employer's behest to destroy the Communist Party. Balin delivered this bombshell during a February 1923 deposition for State of Michigan v. Williams E. Foster, the first of the Bridgman cases scheduled to come to trial. It was not the first time that he had issued such claims. A naturalized Russian immigrant and one-time Union official, Balin had initially come under public scrutiny in November 1920, when the New York police arrested him for sending a false bomb threat to the Woolworth Building under the misspelled signature Knights of the Red Star, American Anarchist Fighters. Knights with no K. "We will not tolerate any longer unless you free all the political and industrial prisoners," the note read, echoing the Wall Street Flyer. At the time, he insisted that he was following the instructions of his employers at the Burns Agency, who wanted to scare up extra funds for their work. The only place where his claims had been noticed and taken seriously, however, was in the left-wing press, where his story played a minor role in the mounting evidence for the accident theory. In the months that followed, Balin had abandoned the detective industry and recreated himself as an amateur muckraker, parceling out seamy tales of detective shenanigans and betrayals. In early 1921, he cooperated in an exposé for the Seattle Union Record, describing how he had been instructed to falsify reports, encourage bomb-throwing and window-breaking, write fake left-wing pamphlets, forge threatening letters, steal reports from other agencies, and spy on union meetings during his time in the detective industry. He claimed that Burns himself knew that his agents were fabricating reports, accusing Haywood, Martins, and the others of planning the Wall Street bomb. As with his earlier allegations, though, nobody outside of the left-wing press had paid much attention. In 1923, with the high-profile Bridgman cases on their way to court, with Burns at the helm of the Bureau, and with the Lind debacle fresh in public memory, he found a different reception. Balin's questioning in the Bridgman proceedings unfolded in the law office of William Kinnear, a socialist lawyer and former Chicago mayoral candidate who had donated his facilities for the occasion. The room was just big enough for a handful of reporters and photographers invited by the defense team to record the allegations. Over the course of his 5-day grilling, Balin testified to every imaginable detective sins, and even a few previously unimagined. He claimed, for instance, that Alan O. Myers, his one-time boss at the Burns Agency, had ordered him to compose the threat on the Woolworth Building in order to create newspaper publicity, so the bankers would raise a larger fund than they have already raised to investigate the Wall Street explosion. Though he had no proof, Balin added that he wouldn't be surprised if the Burns Agency had actually planted the bomb on Wall Street. What he could prove was that the reports he had submitted to both the Thiel and Burns agencies in connection with the explosion were total fabrications, as were the reports he had submitted connecting William Z. Foster to the explosion case. According to Balin, the Burns Agency had instructed him to loiter around a well-known radical cafe to listen for mentions of Foster's name. The cafe was rumored to be frequented by the blacksmith who had shod the Wall Street horse, and Balin was supposed to pay special attention to anything that might link Foster with the blast. In this assignment, as in so many others, the point was not so much to find out who had committed the crime as to drum up new business for Burns. The steel corporations, Myers supposedly told Balin, would give us any amount of money if we could do away with Foster. As with so many other queries, nothing much had come of the Foster reports. According to the Bridgman defense team, though, this was only because the frame-up had taken another few years to complete. With Balin's deposition as evidence, Foster's lawyers intended to show that the Bridgman prosecution was part of a general conspiracy and plan laid years earlier to destroy Foster and other Communist Party members. The task of transforming Balin's accusations into a legal defense fell to Goldman and Haywood's old village acquaintance, Frank Walsh, the former head of the pre-war Commission on Industrial Relations. As a longtime defender of radical clients, Walsh knew that one of his greatest challenges at trial would be to prevent jurors from fixating on Foster's politics. One of the best ways to do that was to present a villain even more distasteful than the defendant himself. By focusing on the underhanded tactics of the Burns Agency, and, by implication, of the Burns-led Bureau, Walsh hoped to transform Foster's trial, like Haywood's almost 2 decades earlier in Idaho, from a prosecution of radicals into a referendum on detective tactics. Burns assembled a formidable propaganda machine to discredit his former employee. According to Burns' son, Sherman, Balin had indeed worked on the Wall Street investigation, but had been fired because his mind was so active and inventive that we could not place any confidence in him. Bailyn had also worked for Henry Ford as a researcher on his notorious Dearborn Independent series, Jewmania, in which he revived the canard of a global Jewish banking conspiracy behind nearly all of the world's sins. This, along with the fact that you didn't marry a Jewish yourself, did you, was presented as a symptom of Bailyn's inherent treachery, not only to his co-religionists, but to nearly everyone who had ever trusted him. "I challenge Mr. Walsh," Burns said, "to put this fellow on the witness stand." In the end, Walsh did not take him up on it. When Bailyn finally closed his deposition on February 17, 1923, he was greeted by several Chicago police officers, who promptly arrested him for criminal libel. A week or so later, the Justice Department announced it would bring federal charges against him for mail fraud in the Woolworth bomb threat case. This convinced Walsh that Bailyn was a less than ideal witness. But, as with the Lind story, much of the damage to the Bureau's reputation had already been done. In an interview after Foster's trial, the sole female juror said that the jury had found it impossible, after so many years of scandal, to believe the claims of government witnesses. The stage setting of the prosecution seemed overplayed with such a display of detectives and undercover men, she explained, that it appeared more like trying to railroad Foster than like prosecuting him. As a result, the jury split on Foster's guilt, an inauspicious beginning for the Michigan prosecutors, who were facing months of similar trials. The 6 on my side did not believe that the Communist Party advocated violence, the juror told the Times. The other 6 believed that it did. That was all there was to it. The collapse of the Foster case, far more than Deb's release, signaled the start of a new era for the Communist Party, bringing the cessation, at least until the 1930s, of overt federal suppression. After Foster, only one more defendant, Charles Ruthenberg, came to trial. Due to a lengthy series of appeals, he died before serving a single day in prison. The Communist Party itself continued to move above ground, tentatively but surely, abandoning the explicitly violent language of its youth in favor of more temperate calls for revolution. The Bureau, by contrast, turned increasingly to secrecy and subterfuge, continuing to watch and wait, but increasingly reluctant to make arrests or take public action. This was its approach to the arrest of Noah Lerner, an alleged Soviet courier and recent transplant from Haywood's Kuzbass colony, who emerged as the last major suspect in the Wall Street case. Outwardly, Lerner met Burns' loose definition of a Russian communist. A 23-year-old electrician, he had ventured to Kuzbass in the spring of 1921 as part of a contingent of skilled workers eager to join the first industrial colony in the world, where engineers will find freedom to work out experiments they cannot attempt under the profit system, in the words of an early recruiting pamphlet. While there, he had come in contact with many of the men who had once figured prominently in the Wall Street case, including Haywood and Martins. He had also met the Doyle family, transplants from Baton Rouge who became disenchanted with the colony's paltry food supplies and internal squabbling. Upon their return to the United States, the Doyles had offered Lerner's name to the New York police as a possible suspect. He had allegedly bragged about driving a wagon on Wall Street on September 16th. The Bureau was already watching him, attempting to prove his connection with other Kuzbass residents suspected of smuggling Bolshevik funds into the United States. When the New York bomb squad proposed to arrest Lerner, Burns put up no objection. In a sign of just how much had changed since the investigation's early days, however, the Bureau begged the police to keep the federal involvement secret from the press. It was a smart move. Despite the Bureau's confidence that Lerner, his wife, and several other acquaintances were transporting money for the Soviets, It proved only a matter of time before Lerner's story succumbed to the Wall Street curse. On May 13th, the day after his arrest, the headlines had him all but convicted. "Arrest Russian Red as Wall Street bomber," read the front page of the Times. By the following week, thanks to an airtight alibi, he was a free man. Like Lind, Lerner had passed the night before the bombing at the Broadway Central Hotel. On September 16, 1920, he had spent all day campaigning on behalf of the ousted Socialist Assemblyman. With the Lerner arrest, the Wall Street case completed its slide from ignominy into hopelessness. "One more person arrested as a suspect in connection with the Wall Street explosion of 1920 has been discharged," the Post noted plaintively. "In every instance, the procedure has been the same." The Call, as usual, was even more passionate in its distress. "It is about time that Burns himself should be investigated, and his actions sifted to the bottom," read an editorial in the May 25, 1923 issue. In official correspondence, Burns continued to claim that he had solved the Wall Street case. "We have information that the Third International, through Ludwig Martens, their Soviet representative in the United States, was responsible for the explosion," he wrote to the American embassy in Germany in early 1924. "We knew at least 6 weeks in advance that it was going to take place, but we didn't know where. We also knew from positive proof we have that a number of people did know exactly where it was to take place, and we have the documentary proof of this." Just why he would allow so much of his career and reputation to depend on the word of someone as dubious as Lind remains hard to fathom. Perhaps, as Balin suggested, the idea of linking the explosion to the Bolsheviks was simply too tantalizing and too profitable to be left by the wayside. More likely, Burns simply made the sort of mistake that had destroyed Flynn's investigation of the Gallianisti. According to an internal investigation conducted by the Communist Party at the height of Lind's public exposure, there was indeed a Lind within the party ranks. He was not, however, the consummate faker employed by Burns. Lind himself denied to the end that he had ever attempted to deceive anyone. "I am going back to Poland," he declared before departing from Ellis Island, "and I will work with all my ability to show the American people that I was not a four-flusher and not a double-crosser. I was working honestly, and I condemn the act that was taken by the Reds on Wall Street, where 41 people let loose their lives." When he arrived in Poland, he immediately stopped in at the American legation to set up a system for delivering new discoveries straight to the Bureau. Much to the relief of the State Department, it was the last they heard from William Lind. Chapter 16. The Roar of the Twenties. Noah Lerner was not the last Wall Street suspect. In March 1924, a London convict named Ralph Thurber accused one Gurley O'Day of having planted the bomb on Wall Street. Bureau agents found that Miss O'Day did not exist, and that Thurber was an awful liar. The following October, a New Yorker named Richard O'Hara stumbled into the police precinct on West 47th Street and confessed that he had been the wagon driver. The police sent him off to Bellevue to be treated for alcoholism. In February 1925, San Quentin prisoner Herbert Wilson, a friend of Thurber's, testified in an unrelated case that he had sold 30 quarts of stolen nitroglycerin to the Wall Street bombers in 1920. Burns thought his claim was bunk. Later that year, a Southerner named Elmer Garrell wrote to the Morgan Bank, offering his confession in return for cash to travel from Alabama to New York, stressing that this is not a crank letter or from one who is insane. The Bureau managed to investigate Garrell and dismiss him while keeping Morgan's name out of the papers. Noah Lerner was not the last suspect, in short, but his was the final serious arrest. the last time any investigator boasted that the case would soon be solved. As the story of the explosion began, so would it end, with a few scraps of evidence and a distinct absence of answers. What came to a close with the Lerner arrest was not simply the Wall Street saga, but the story of dynamite as it had been known to Americans for more than 4 decades, starting with Johann Most's arrival on U.S. shores. Though a few scattered bombs continued to explode in American cities throughout the 1920s, especially as the Sacco Vanzetti case emerged as an international controversy, none caused either the physical devastation or the national alarm that the Wall Street plot had occasioned. After decades of escalating death tolls, 7 victims at Haymarket, 21 at the Los Angeles Times, 38 on Wall Street, the mid-1920s brought a sudden lull in bombings and assassinations, a pronounced decline in terrorism as a weapon of class warfare. Nor did such acts seriously revive in the 1930s, when workers and employers once again squared off over capitalism's relentless cycles of boom and bust. By the mid-1930s, as political scientist David Rappaport has noted, labor experts had declared terrorism and assassination all but defunct, predicting that assassinations and acts of terror were declining so much that in the future the subjects would be interesting to historians or antiquarians only. This assessment would hold for decades to come. The Wall Street explosion would not be surpassed until 1995, when Timothy McVeigh blew up the Federal Building in Oklahoma City, killing 168 people. A very different act of terrorism in a very different America. Why, after decades of escalation, after hundreds of anguished efforts at prevention, repression, and reform, did this form of violence disappear so suddenly, and at the very moment when so many anticipated that it would increase? Part of the answer can be found in the changing nature of revolutionary politics, both in the United States and around the world. By the mid-1920s, the Soviet-led communist movement came to dominate global revolutionary circles, consigning anarchists and syndicalists to the margins of power when it did not convert them, or, in Russia itself, send them to their deaths. As a result, tactics such as sabotage and propaganda by deed, explicitly rejected by the communist leadership, fell into disrepute, hangovers from an era when socialism had been struggling to achieve its first existing state. Within the United States, the lingering impact of the Red Scare only hastened this transition. Though A. Mitchell Palmer would ultimately be remembered as one of the great rogues of the Justice Department, his deportation policies, in fact, achieved many of their aims, driving hundreds, if not thousands, of revolutionaries either underground or out of the country altogether. For the fledgling communist movement, this proved to be a temporary setback. By the early 1930s, communists had rebuilt their movement with Soviet support, though they would endure their own federal battles and ultimate defeat some 2 decades later. For those unable to rely on the Soviet government, however, the Red Scare years proved to be a fatal blow. After the early 1920s, fractured and bereft of outside support, neither the anarchists nor the Wobblies ever successfully regrouped. In that sense, the Red Scare did eliminate those groups most often described as the nation's chief acolytes of terrorism. Ironically, it also helped to secure the position of the Communist Party as the defining organizing of the revolutionary left. The passage of immigration restriction played a role in these changing dynamics as well. By 1924, scattershot deportation policies had been replaced by permanent, far-reaching immigration quotas, the nation's first major cap on immigration, and one of the most consequential pieces of legislation passed during the decade. Based on the U.S. population of 1890, the quotas reflected a nativist hierarchy. Immigration by Italians and Eastern European Jews was heavily restricted. Asians were banned altogether, while old-stock immigrants from places such as Britain and France were welcomed in greater numbers. Combined with deportation policies aimed specifically at radicals, these quotas proved to be serious barriers for would-be immigrants from Europe, eliminating the easy back and forth that once brought advocates of terrorism such as Most and Galliani to U.S. shores. Indeed, limiting the influx of foreign-born radicals had been a key part of the law's intent. By design, the quotas restricted immigration primarily from those areas of Europe, Italy, Russia, Poland, suspected of harboring anarchists and communists. In that sense, they were not so much a break with the past as the fruition of the policies first proposed after Haymarket. While restriction and repression contributed to the decline in terrorism, reform also played its part. In the mid-1930s, appealing to a receptive federal government, the labor movement finally won many of the federal protections it had been demanding since the 1870s, solving, in the words of labor historian John Commons, its paramount problem: the right to exist. This was precisely what reformers such as Lincoln Steffens had prescribed in the aftermath of the McNamara affair, predicting that labor reform would lead to a steep decline in terrorism and violence. Like Palmer, they turned out to be at least partially right. While the labor battles of the 1930s did not come without bloodshed, they were largely devoid of the bombings and assassinations that had played such a prominent role in earlier struggles at Homestead and Ludlow, in Los Angeles, and Coeur d'Alene. The greatest dynamite case of the 1930s turned out to be a mere holdover from the pre-war years. In 1939, after more than 2 decades of agitation on his behalf, Tom Mooney finally won a pardon and release from jail. With a formal federal body to mediate labor disputes, with a receptive New Deal government, the forms of violence that had once been at the heart of the Western labor wars faded into history with him. Thus, within a decade of the Wall Street bombing investigation's collapse, the story of dynamite, as Louis Adamek described it in 1931, proved to have a happy ending of sorts, one that suggested that the problems of labor terrorism and propaganda by deed, once so apparently intractable, might, after all, be solved. In the mid-1920s, however, as news of the failed Lerner arrest hit the front page, that reassuring conclusion lay in the future, as unimaginable as the idea that the soaring stock market would soon come crashing down. Without a grand trial and verdict to conclude the Wall Street explosion story, without any definitive resolution, the same factions that had for so long struggled over the contours of the investigation took up the challenge to shape its ultimate meaning. Like the thousands of men and women who had rushed to Wall and Broad on the afternoon of September 16th, they were left to rely on history, imagination, self-interest, and ideology to make sense of what had happened. In 1923, just as the Wall Street investigation was winding down, Palmer's longtime critic, Louis Post, published a short memoir, The Deportations Delirium of 1920, a personal narrative of an historic official experience, which traced, among other events, the struggle between the Justice and Labor Departments over the Palmer raids. As the title suggested, Post claimed that the fear and repression of the immediate post-war years had been the product of a delirium, a psychological malady to which American citizens fell victims, just as they had more than 3 decades earlier during the Haymarket affair. This mental frailty, a popular hysteria, in Post's words, bred by the trials of war, had led Americans to misinterpret events such as the Wall Street explosion as revolutionary assaults, and to assign such events far more significance than they actually had. The truth, according to Post, was that terrorism and genuine revolutionary sentiment had never posed any real threat to the United States. In decades to come, his claims would be adopted by a generation of liberal historians and activists who came to condemn the post-war years as a time of hysteria and poor reality testing. In essence, a precursor to the McCarthy years. This view rested in part on the fact that the major bombings of the earlier period, May Day, June 2nd, and especially the Wall Street explosion, remained unsolved. The indeterminate nature of the investigations allowed critics of the anti-radical effort to suggest that the whole series of events that had once seemed so threatening and divisive, so full of conflict, strikes, bombings, deportation raids, had been merely the products of an overactive national imagination. After all, Post argued, if the combined forces of the New York police, the Burns Agency, and the federal government could not manage to identify and prosecute some poor radical for the bombing, what inference is possible, in all reason, except that the crimes were not of ultra-radical origin, or else that the detectives were grossly inefficient? Without a definitive answer one way or another, he concluded, the best that the country could do was to put the whole thing behind it. By the mid-1920s, this impulse to erase and minimize the story of conflict, to put it firmly in the past, had already begun to shape how Americans came to terms with the explosion's legacy. As early as August 1925, on the eve of the bombing's 5-year anniversary, a Wall Street Journal reporter noted a startling lack of memory about what had taken place. Even in the financial district, passing stenographers could not identify the pockmarks in the north face of the Morgan Bank. How quickly time effaces the memory of startling events, the paper mused. But it was not time alone that allowed the country to forget. The process of erasing the Wall Street explosion was deliberate, as well as natural. By 1925, nobody, not investigators, not the suspects, not civil libertarians, not even the Morgan Bank, had an interest in maintaining the memory of an event that had caused all of them so much embarrassment, fear, and grief. To the hundreds of detectives who had worked on the case, it lingered as a great symbol of failure, a towering example of all that had gone wrong in the anti-radical campaign. To the radicals who had been the objects of attack, the bombing was equally painful, a reminder of their dread and powerlessness in the face of official whim and sanction. Perhaps most importantly, the leaders of Wall Street, the men who might have organized memorials and moments of silence, whose slightest utterances earned widespread notice in the papers, made no move to preserve the memory of the occasion. Privately, they remembered. As late as 1963, Morgan partner George Whitney recalled the day as disagreeable. People were dead all around you. Outwardly, though, Wall Street emerged remarkably fit and confident in the 1920s. Faced with an act of terrible violence and with a new communist foe, by the middle of the decade, American finance capitalism had emerged more triumphant and profitable than ever. To the young stenographers in 1925, who wondered what had created the pitted walls of the Morgan Bank, it must have seemed impossible that Wall Street had once been so vulnerable and so much under attack. Throughout the 1920s, the Russian economic experiment continued to attract the admiration of revolutionaries, convinced, as Lincoln Steffens had declared in 1919, that "I have seen the future, and it works." It was the American economy, however, that emerged as the envy of the world. By the mid-1920s, American factories produced as much as the combined countries of Europe. Americans themselves consumed far more per capita than anyone else on the planet. In the 1920s, an American bought, ate, and used twice as much as a French or German citizen, and 50% more than an Englishman. Much of what they consumed, they had always consumed: grain, milk, oil, leather. But there were also thousands of new products and new salesmen to promote them. A rising generation of marketers hawked cars, films, appliances. This material boom would give the decade its moniker of the Roaring Twenties. Writers, historians, and politicians recalled a time of frivolity and apolitical excess. Americans had at last clearly demonstrated that they wished to be less concerned with weighty and compelling foreign and domestic problems, historian Robert Murray wrote in 1955, describing how interest in social conflict suddenly seemed to fade, and more with radios, sports contests, mahjong, and homemade gin recipes. But beneath the advertiser's sheen was the darker legacy of the weighty and compelling conflicts of the wartime and post-war years. If Americans were less inclined toward agitation than consumption, it was partly because the range of political opportunities had been drastically condensed, and because the cost of political involvement had grown so high. The galloping success of American capitalism in the 1920s rested to some extent on the successful repression of available alternatives that had taken place in the preceding years. Though the level of prosperity had changed, the fundamental distribution of power in the country looked much as it had before the war. Indeed, wealth grew only more concentrated at the top as the decade wore on. By the end of the 1920s, the 200 largest non-financial companies controlled almost a quarter of the country's wealth. With business in full merger mania, there were fewer of those companies to go around. In autos, it was Chrysler, General Motors, and Ford. In electricity, Westinghouse and General Electric. The era's buzzword was democratization, with thousands of Americans investing in the stock market for the first time. Millions more, however, were left out altogether. Fully 1/5 of the nation still lived in poverty. On farms throughout the Midwest, falling prices and global competition presaged the Depression to come. Among laborers, the story was much the same. Prosperity was all around, but it remained in any real sense elusive. Within industry and finance, by contrast, the New York Stock Exchange rose to rollicking new heights. The number of listed stocks grew 4 times over the course of the decade, and the Dow Jones average shot up just as fast. Nobody was in a better position to take advantage of the country's new economic supremacy than the one institution that had long symbolized American capital to the rest of the world, the House of Morgan. The boom that fueled car purchases for other Americans generated annual salaries for the Morgan partners of well over $1 million in the 1920s, a fact noted in the financial pages as proof that no more plum position could be found. Morgan wealth was nothing new. What set the 1920s apart from previous decades was the degree to which that financial power had become fused with the workings of American government. Before the war, the bank had sought, except when absolutely necessary, to avoid political involvement. 10 years later, its partners proudly identified themselves as businessmen, statesmen, and the bank operated openly as a financial and strategic center of American dollar diplomacy. By the mid-1920s, not only Jack, but all of the Morgan partners were bona fide celebrities. Their travels and social gatherings, even their golf games, recorded in detail in the papers and newsreels. Junius emerged as a society column fixture, attending royal garden parties at Buckingham Palace, or thwarting his opponents on the water. Within the financial world, he never quite lived up to the promise of his overdetermined youth. In 1922, he moved to London to observe the workings of Morgan, Grenfell, yet another of the millionaires, sons who follow in father's footsteps, in the words of the Christian Science Monitor. Next came a string of directorships in some of the great behemoths of the 20s boom. General Motors in 1925, U.S. Steel 4 years later. Unlike his father and grandfather, though, Junius proved unable to translate the opportunities of his historical moment into either personal power or financial innovation. As befit a man of his position, he devoted considerable time to philanthropy. In 1927, he helped his Explosion Day comrade in arms, John Markle, establish a foundation to promote the general good of mankind, and thus defuse Markle's fearsome anti-labor reputation. His proudest accomplishment was his election in 1932 as Commodore of the New York Yacht Club, a position that reflected both family tradition and his own heart's desire. For the next 30 years, Junius bided his time on Wall Street as a prosperous, though second-rate, Morgan partner, amiable and well-regarded, but never one to inspire the Morgan awe. With Junius, like his younger brother Harry, unable or unwilling to assume leadership, with Jack increasingly in retreat from a prying press, the task for charting the bank's new direction fell instead to the other Morgan partners, especially to Thomas Lamont. Now towering above the London banks as the world's highest financial authority, the House of Morgan needed someone who could move easily in global, cosmopolitan circles, who could sell the conservative Morgan ethos in the new age of advertising. Lamont's efforts toward this end earned him a fortune. Aside from Jack, he was the richest of the Morgan partners, with his salary alone approaching some $5 million per year. He maintained a home on East 70th Street, an island off the coast of Maine, and a country estate in the Palisades. His social circle, filled with artists, luminaries, European royalty, and American plutocrats, epitomized the bank's new status as a global entity. As the premier bank in a shaky post-war world, the Morgan firm was called upon repeatedly to bail out governments as distant as Japan's and Austria's, and as close at hand as Cuba's, largely without interference from the U.S. government. One of the hallmarks of the 1920s was the impunity with which the Morgan firm conducted its own foreign policy, restrained by little more than its bedrock conservatism. The 1924 presidential election offered perhaps the most dramatic example of the new Morgan intimacy with formal politics. Calvin Coolidge, who rose to the presidency after Harding's fatal stroke the previous year, was the Republican candidate. He was also a former college roommate of Morgan partner Dwight Morrow, who ranked second only to Lamont in his defining presence at the bank. While the Morgan men backed Coolidge, though, they hardly would have been devastated had the election gone the other way. The Democratic candidate, John Davis, was Jack's backgammon and cribbage partner, in addition to being the bank's chief counsel. As president, Coolidge became an icon of the new era of corporate prosperity. But his rise to power also showed the degree to which the exuberant celebration of capitalism in the 1920s depended on the marginalization of capitalism's longtime critics. Coolidge's election and popularity marked the successful melding of Americanism and capitalism that had been so much promoted in the aftermath of the Wall Street explosion. Never before, the Wall Street Journal applauded, here or anywhere else, has a government been so completely fused with business. For Wall Street itself, a pliant federal government formed one of the foundations of the new era boom. The language of plutocrats, capitalist Caesars, and the money trust all but disappeared from the national conversation. William Z. Foster recovered from his Bridgman trial and, running for president on the communist ticket in 1924, continued to denounce both Davis and Coolidge as agents of Wall Street. At the Democratic Convention, William Jennings Bryan pleaded against nominating a Wall Street man. Such voices had become exceptions, though, throwbacks to a different political era. More typical were the milquetoast sentiments of the New Republic, which noted meekly that the magazine would rather not have these Morgan boys quite so much at home around the White House. Even as the financial world catapulted toward the disaster that would descend in October 1929 and ultimately inspire a revival of anti-Wall Street sentiment, it was easy to believe that both Wall Street and the Morgans had vanquished their critics once and for all. As Wall Street's leaders strode aggressively into the future, the radical left moved into a thoroughly defensive position. Under attack from the federal government, trade unionists, progressives, and other liberals, revolutionary groups began to slough off their militant identities as the decade wore on. Between 1920 and 1926, the socialist rolls dropped from 36,000 to fewer than 9,000 members. The Wobblies, already weakened by wartime repression, had just 7,000 to 8,000 members by the decade's end. Russian and Italian anarchists, always fragmented, were split between various countries or living underground. After Bridgman, the exact membership of the Communist Party became almost impossible to determine. But when the party emerged from underground in 1923, it had at most 10,000 members. Grigory Zinoviev judged from Russia, "Probably there are fewer than 5,000 communists in America upon whom we can really depend." The American Federation of Labor found itself battered as well. With the help of a flourishing private detective industry, one estimate put the number of labor spies at 200,000 by 1928, industrialists succeeded in scaling back wartime union gains. Membership in the AFL decreased from 5 million in 1920 to 3.6 million by the end of the decade, and open shop policies hampered new organizing. Employers used the new techniques of propaganda and advertising to sell policies of welfare capitalism and company-run unions to workers who had once demanded such high-minded principles as autonomy and democracy. In place of the union flyers that they might once have received at the factory gates, workers found pamphlets in their pay envelopes, assuring them that Bolshevism will vanish when every worker produces useful goods to the greatest extent of his ability. There were a few bright spots for the left and the labor movement. In 1925, Union firebrand A. Philip Randolph led African-American sleeping car porters in a successful rout of the Pullman Company, triumphing where Debs had been defeated in 1894. Socialists, too, found small victories where they could. In 1922, New York voters returned August Classens to the legislature, which agreed to seat him. It was even possible for a reform coalition to run a prominent national politician for president. In 1924, Progressive Party candidate Robert La Follette won 16% of the national vote, nearly half of Democrat John Davis' total, on a platform advocating public control of rails, mines, and utilities. As La Follette's campaign showed, however, any progressive, union man, or civil libertarian now had to contend with accusations of disloyalty and hidden allegiance with Bolshevism. Coolidge himself explained that the voters would have to decide whether America will allow itself to be degraded into a communistic or socialistic state, or whether it will remain American. In response, La Follette attacked Coolidge as a tool of business. But he directed even more ire against the communists themselves as mortal enemies of all decent Americans. La Follette's denunciation of radicalism said far more than Coolidge's about the ways in which the trauma of the war and its aftermath had changed American political culture. Before the war, radicals and progressives had not necessarily cooperated, but neither had there been a clear line separating their camps. By the mid-1920s, opposition to radicalism of any sort had become a litmus test for entry into American politics. In many cases, the new anti-radicalism, especially anti-communism, was more assumed than explained, something so deeply understood that it no longer needed to be articulated with the force expressed in a year such as 1919. Most progressives simply altered their language and their platforms to avoid seeming too communistic. As one activist later explained, in the 1920s, any do-gooder hoping to raise money from wealthy patrons carefully avoided any identification with the phraseology of social reform. To the men and women who had once devoted themselves to forging such links, who had sought to create a unified movement of reformers and revolutionaries, the 1920s were a period as bleak as any they had ever known. Eugene Debs, the preeminent spokesman for a unified, American-based vision of socialism, left prison in late 1921, only to find himself enmeshed in wearying partisan squabbles over the Bolshevik Revolution. With Lenin in power in Russia, with socialist numbers dwindling at home, he was forced to wonder if history itself had passed him by. Audiences at his speeches were small and restless. Had the lecture been delivered by anyone other than Debs, many in the audience would have walked before the conclusion, a friend observed. His health was failing, too. Debs spent his post-prison years in and out of sanitariums. On October 15, 1926, during one of those stays, he suffered a heart attack. He died 5 days later. In Russia, Bill Haywood faced the collapse of the Kuzbas colony as a final defeat. Unable to return to the United States, equipped with only pidgin Russian, he watched quietly as the promise of a workers' democracy gave way to the undeniable facts of starvation, unemployment, and permanent Soviet dictatorship. Like Debs, Haywood spent his final years alone and disconsolate, in the words of the Chicago Tribune's Moscow reporter, contemplating the ruin of his ideals, the frailty of human friendship, and the burst bubble of his utopian dream. On May 18, 1928, 2 months after a crippling stroke, he died in exile in Moscow. Following a boisterous public funeral, the Bolshevik government had his body cremated, interring half of the ashes in the walls of the Kremlin, and sending the other half, as Haywood requested, to be buried at Waldheim Cemetery in suburban Chicago, near the graves of the Haymarket martyrs. Emma Goldman would eventually join him there, finding a last resting place in the United States after her death in 1940. In Russia, in the 1920s, however, their friendship proved short-lived. Goldman and Berkman fled the Soviet regime in late 1922, appalled at its mass executions, its violations of free speech, and especially its brutal suppression of the Kronstadt Sailors' Rebellion. For nearly 2 decades they remained exiles, taking up residency in Riga, Stockholm, Berlin, Nice, London, Saint-Tropez, and many other European cities. For Goldman, that journey ended in Toronto, where she spent her final years agitating against fascism as the ultimate expression of capitalist greed and the tyrannical state. Berkman's wanderings came to a close in France, where he lived year to year, sometimes month to month, awaiting renewals of his visa. At the age of 65, suffering from prostate cancer, he shot himself in the spine at his apartment in Nice. He died hours later. Goldman herself managed to make one brief visit to the United States after her deportation, embarking on a whirlwind book tour to promote her new autobiography, Living My Life, in 1934. In the book, She recalled how the Haymarket executions had first transformed her into an anarchist, and how she and Berkman had decided to follow their example in 1892, publicly admitting that she had helped to plan the attack on Frick. She also described the long history of tit-for-tat violence that had shaped her experiences as an American, from Czolgosz's attack on McKinley through the McNamara and Mooney affairs, and on into the upheaval of 1919. When it came time to lecture, however, she found herself muzzled, forbidden by the terms of her visa to expound on political subjects. She hoped that adhering to the law might win her a reprieve, permission at last to resume living in America. As it turned out, she was not the only one who remembered the turmoil of those years. When she left for a lecture in Canada that May, the Attorney General received a letter suggesting that she not be allowed to return. It was written by one-time Radical Division Chief, now the Director of the Bureau of Investigation, known as the FBI after 1935, J. Edgar Hoover. Of all the major players in the Wall Street bombing investigation, only Hoover emerged from the turmoil of the 1920s with his power enhanced and secured. In 1924, not long after the Bridgman trials, Burns and Doherty undertook an investigation of yet another communist leader, in Doherty's words, no more a Democrat than Stalin, his comrade in Moscow. This time, however, the Bureau's target was no ordinary radical. He was Burton K. Wheeler, the U.S. Senator from Montana, who had called upon Congress to look into abuses within the Justice Department, and thus earned Doherty's wrath as a coddler of Reds. When Wheeler discovered that Doherty had retaliated by rifling his office and putting agents on his trail, he called for hearings to examine the Bureau's confidential files. After Doherty refused to hand them over, President Coolidge demanded his resignation. Without Doherty's protection, Burns too became a casualty. In mid-May 1924, after admitting that he had dispatched Bureau agents to investigate a U.S. senator, among other illegal acts, he resigned his post as Bureau chief and handed the reins to Hoover. For Burns, the Wheeler scandal proved to be the end of a long downhill slide that landed him out on the dung, in Haywood's words, where he properly belonged. The Wobblies themselves had a hand in his disgrace, publishing a series of stolen Burns agency reports that showed Burns detectives and Bureau agents working openly with Arizona copper companies to suppress labor activism. Burns narrowly avoided a jail term as he left office. Several associates earned convictions for jury tampering and assorted other crimes. Indeed, the Wheeler charges proved but a minor incident in the Harding administration scandals, including the Teapot Dome oil corruption scheme. Scorned by his one-time benefactors in both Ohio and New York, Burns moved with his wife to Sarasota, Florida, where he occupied himself composing rollicking stories of his former exploits and nursing a fledgling Hollywood career. But as the Washington Star commented in 1924, the days of the old sleuth are over. Burns died in 1932 after several heart attacks, leaving the detective agency to his sons. Flynn's final years were less scandalous, though no more successful. While he indicated a certain willingness to return to detective work, rumor suggested he might someday return to the Secret Service, Flynn spent his post-Bureau years limping along as the head of the tiny Flynn Detective Agency, never any competition for the powerhouses of Pinkerton and Burns. He also took up editing Flynn's Weekly, a detective fiction magazine in which the hero always got his man. After a lifetime of pooh-poohing the Sherlock Holmes image, the plunge into the world of myth-making was a major concession. Like his role at the Flynn Agency, his editorship of the Weekly did not last long. Flynn died of heart disease in October 1928, his fictional triumphs belied by his failure to solve the last great case of his career. Eager to forge a different path, Hoover did his best to separate himself from his predecessors, explaining on the day of Burns' resignation that he had been forced to play an unwilling part in their misguided raids and botched investigations. These claims elided his critical role behind the scenes. Despite his junior status, he had brought his full enthusiasm and skills to bear in the anti-radical campaign. His clean-scrubbed image and lawyerly assurances nonetheless convinced Dougherty's replacement, former Columbia Law School Dean Harlan Fiske Stone, that Hoover was a different sort of man, a scholar, a gentleman, and a scientist, in the words of Literary Digest, in contrast to the much-discussed Burns. Stone himself viewed the Bureau as a dangerous entity, capable of destroying vital liberties, if not properly checked. One of his first actions as Attorney General was to shut down Hoover's General Intelligence Division, banning further collection of information related to political or other opinions of individuals. Despite pressure from his fellow civil libertarians, however, he declined to eliminate the Bureau itself, arguing that the Justice Department needed some sort of investigative force. Instead, he enlisted Hoover to help with a gargantuan task, in the words of New Republic essayist Sidney Howard, of cleaning the Augean stables, which Messrs. Palmer, Dougherty, Flynn, and Burns bequeathed to him. And for his first few years, Hoover did just that. Initially appointed as Burns' temporary replacement, Hoover vowed to fulfill both the letter and spirit of Stone's new directives, to prove himself the reformer that Burns and Flynn never were. "I could conceive of nothing more despicable nor demoralizing," he promised, "than to have public funds of this country used for the purpose of shadowing people who are engaged in legitimate practices in accordance with the Constitution of this country and in accordance with the laws of the country." He threw himself instead into such areas as prohibition enforcement and antitrust campaigns. With such activities to occupy him, he agreed to cease the active collection of anti-radical intelligence. He also eliminated the use of undercover operatives to surveil and disrupt political activity. While Attorney General Stone and his supporters may have won the battle in 1924, over the course of the next several decades they slowly but inexorably lost the war. Despite his acknowledgment of certain legal limits on his power, Hoover remained convinced that a violent, subversive left-wing conspiracy threatened the stability of the United States. In response, he sought ways to evade Stone's directive, remaining true to the letter, but not necessarily the spirit of the law. Even as he eliminated the Bureau's active intelligence gathering, Hoover kept up his correspondence with outside investigators, such as Arthur Woods, who returned from Europe in 1925 with news of an international entente being formed by global capitalists to combat the insidious influences of communism. Hoover accepted reports as well from other federal agencies and from local bomb squads in cities such as New York, where undercover investigations continued to flourish. Hoover continued to hope that the Bureau might one day re-enter the anti-radical field in a more forthright manner. "I would like to be able to find some theory of law and some statement of facts to fit it that would enable the federal authorities to deal vigorously with the ultra-radical elements," he wrote to a colleague in 1926. As he watched the Communist Party regroup in the turmoil of the early 1930s, Hoover began to press the new president, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, to allow the Bureau to resume its former activities. Roosevelt, in the midst of reviving hundreds of other government experiments from the Progressive era, ultimately conceded, authorizing Hoover to investigate first fascists and then communists within the United States. In 1939, with the exigencies of war and domestic subversion once again at the forefront of the national agenda, Hoover revived the General Intelligence Division, including its famous Card Index. The following year, he finally won passage of the Peacetime Sedition Act that had so long eluded him. Under the auspices of the 1940 Smith Act, federal law assigned a 10-year jail term and a $10,000 fine for anyone, citizen or alien, convicted of advocating, in print, in person, or by virtue of membership in an organization, the duty, necessity, desirability, or propriety of overthrowing or destroying any government in the United States by force or violence. By the end of the 1940s, Hoover and the Justice Department would finally use the Smith Act to do what they had failed to do at Bridgman and in the Wall Street investigation: convict the leadership of the Communist Party of national treason. The political context of that moment was different from what Hoover had known some 3 decades earlier. Concerns over espionage and Soviet nuclear arms, not over bombs and immigrants, dominated the anti-communist crusade. To Hoover, though, little had changed. Throughout his 48 years at the helm of the Bureau, he remained convinced that force and violence were at the heart of the domestic communist agenda. As he explained in testimony before the House Committee on Un-American Activities in 1947, the American communist, like the leopard, cannot change his spots. Even as he emerged as one of the nation's most formidable political figures, Hoover never entirely gave up on the Wall Street investigation, closing the file repeatedly, only to reopen it when new information surfaced. Most of what came forth in the years after 1924 was useless, wild allegations mailed in by mental patients and amateur sleuths. In 1930, the Bureau corresponded with one Harry Brandt, allegedly a former undercover operative, eager to supply proof that the bomb had been staged by a private detective agency. A man named Stephen Doyle proffered a similar story 4 years later, charging that the bombing had been a conspiracy of Burns and Morgan, aided by Flynn, to lead the gullible citizenry of the USA to believe that the Russian Soviet Republic was about to overthrow our government and murder all the rich people in this nation. Hoover declined to re-engage this old canard, explaining curtly that the Bureau no longer sought jurisdiction over the Wall Street investigation. He showed slightly more interest in 1944, when an Erie Railroad employee wrote in with a novel suggestion that the tennis champion and would-be seer, Ed Fisher, had collaborated with a Japanese engineer to cover up their role in the plot. Like so many of the theories proffered over the years, this was an idea suited to its historical moment, grafting wartime concerns over Japanese subversion onto the now venerable mystery. And like so many of its predecessors, it turned out to be worthless, little more than a jumble of prejudice and political fantasy. The 1944 investigation marked the Bureau's last engagement with the Wall Street explosion as an active case. While that venture failed to yield any new information, it did produce one item of great significance. With almost a quarter-century elapsed since the commission of the crime, the New York office felt obligated to provide a description of both the bombing and the ensuing investigation. Surprisingly, given the events of Burns' administration and the political atmosphere of 1944, the memo hardly mentions the possibility of communist involvement. Rather, it ends up roughly where Flynn left off in 1921. An investigation was made by the confidential employees in the various radical groups in this district, such as the Union of Russian Workers, the IWW, communists, etc., read the summary. And from the result of the investigations to date, it would appear that none of the aforementioned organizations had any hand in the matter, and that the explosion was the work of either Italian anarchists or Italian terrorists. Though the Bureau said little publicly, this remained the most popular theory among the few journalists and historians who tackled the issue in the years that followed. On September 11, 1960, on the eve of the bombing's 40th anniversary, Daily News reporter Ruth Reynolds went in search of New York bomb squad members who might remember the case. She managed to locate Clinton Wood and former bomb squad leader James Geoghegan, who, at the ages of 90 and 86, respectively, were among the few living veterans of the investigation, besides Hoover himself. Wood, who had spent so much time with Burns' informer William Lind, announced to Reynolds' disbelief that the whole affair had been an accident, pure and simple, an illegal dynamite shipment gone awry. Geoghegan, by contrast, subscribed to the Bureau's view that an anarchist, but not a Russian, had set the bomb, a conclusion Reynolds seemed inclined to accept. Sacco and Vanzetti were indicted on September 11, 1920. The devastating bomb exploded at Broad and Wall Streets just 5 days later, she wrote. Was this the first of many bomb attempts to focus world attention on the pair who were eventually executed for a crime they insisted they didn't commit? More than 30 years later, the historian Paul Avrich answered this question with a powerful yes. In his 1991 book, Sacco and Vanzetti, The Anarchist Background, Avrich identified the Wall Street bomber as Mario Buda, also known as Mike Boda, a friend of Sacco and Vanzetti's, and one of Galliani's disciples in the United States. According to Avrich, the Italian-born Buda had collaborated with Sacco and Vanzetti, along with dozens of other Gallianisti, to plan both the May Day and June 2nd bomb conspiracies of 1919. He was suspected as well of involvement in the holdup at South Braintree in the spring of 1920 that resulted in his friend's famous arrests. While Sacco and Vanzetti waited in jail, according to Avrich, Buda went into hiding, first in East Boston, then in New Hampshire. When his friends were indicted on September 11, 1920, he felt called to leave his position of safety and take action. After selecting a target, he made his way to New York, where he assembled the horse, wagon, and bomb materials. After depositing his load on Wall Street, he left for Providence, acquired a passport, and fled to Naples. Despite Flynn's intense hunt for the Gallianisti, Buda's name is nowhere to be found in the Bureau's case file. Indeed, Avrich admitted that the case likely would never be definitively closed. That Buda was the Wall Street bomber cannot be proved, he wrote. Documentary evidence is lacking. But it fits what we know of him and his movements. I have it, moreover, from a reliable source, and believe it to be true. That reliable source may have been Charles Poggi, an Italian-born New York waiter who knew many of the Gallianisti, and who once told Avrich that Buda's nephew, Frank Maffei, openly boasted about "my uncle's bomb." Certainly there is little doubt that Buda was one of the architects of the 1919 bomb plots. As Flynn noted in 1920, the Wall Street explosion suggests a similar foreknowledge and pattern. The American Anarchist Fighters pamphlets, printed by hand stamp rather than printing press, may have reflected the bombers' awareness that Flynn had traced their identity through the plain words pamphlets of 1919. The name on the flyers, too, was an extension of the Gallianisti's political signature. Most important, the Gallianisti, including Sacco and Vanzetti themselves, believed in and preached the art of terrorism as a noble political act. Perhaps the best judgment we can make, so many decades after the Wall Street explosion, is to take them at their word. In the end, it was the Sacco Vanzetti case, rather than the Wall Street bombing, that emerged as the great political controversy of the 1920s. As appeals to commute their death sentence began to fail by the middle of the decade, the tiny defense committee launched by Felicani in 1920 expanded into a global protest movement, joining communists, anarchists, and progressives in thousands of rallies seeking to save the anarchists' lives. Inside the United States, the case garnered the attention of hundreds of high-profile intellectuals and reformers who pleaded with the newspaper editors, the old judges, the small men with reputations, the college presidents, the ward healers, in novelist John Dos Passos' words, not to show the nation to be slimy and foul. Their efforts failed. On August 23, 1927, more than 7 years after their arrests, Sacco and Vanzetti died in the electric chair in Massachusetts. To many American supporters, the executions appeared to be the grim culmination of the anti-anarchist frenzy begun some 4 decades earlier, part of a pattern of hate and fear toward radicals, in the words of one despairing protester, set in 1887. It also seemed to mark the final hurrah of the deportations delirium, a drama of bias and hysteria that took some 7 years to play out. As Dos Passos noted in a letter to journalist Francis Russell, the entire affair, from arrest to execution, had been shaped by years of agitation about such things as the Wall Street bombing, the rise of Bolshevik power in Russia, all the after-war unrest. This had been the assumption as well of Upton Sinclair, who decided to write a book about Sacco and Vanzetti soon after their execution. Early in 1927, he had published his novel, Oil, in which he presented a final summary of his earlier writing on the Wall Street explosion, describing it as a blasting accident turned into a Bolshevik plot by the sleuth celebrity Burns. Sinclair went into his next project, planning to portray the Sacco Vanzetti case in much the same way, hoping to demonstrate how 2 innocent Italian anarchists had been strung up for championing the working class. He emerged from his research somewhat chastened, still convinced that Sacco and Vanzetti had received an unjust trial, but increasingly uneasy with what he had discovered about both their actions in the spring of 1920 and their broader political commitments. As Sinclair pointed out in his novel Boston, Sacco and Vanzetti were not merely pacific men caught up in the frenzy of their times. They were passionate revolutionaries whose lives had been defined by a militant vision of anarchism, direct actionists who believed in and taught violence as a means of class war. They maintained this commitment to the end. In 1926, as their execution came to seem more and more certain, the 2 prisoners began, elliptically, to urge their supporters to avenge their impending deaths. In June, in an insider's reference to Galliani's terrorist manual, the Defense Committee magazine Protesta Umana featured the headline, "As the day of execution approaches, the prisoners warn, La salute en voi." A few months later, Sacco wrote sadly that he could do no more to fight for justice, but begged his allies to retaliate for his murder. "We are proud for death, and fall as the anarchists can fall. It is up to you now, brothers, comrades." Vanzetti was even more explicit. "If we have to die for a crime of which we are innocent," he wrote, "we ask for revenge. Revenge in our names and in the names of our living and dead." They got what they asked for. Beginning in March 1927, bombs began exploding at American banks and embassies throughout the world. In Bulgaria, in France, and in Buenos Aires. Then, on August 5th, with the impending execution all but certain, they struck home in the United States. Within 24 hours, bombs went off in 3 different cities, a final echo of the nationwide plot of June 2nd, 1919. In Philadelphia, a blast tore through the Emmanuel Presbyterian Church. In Baltimore, an explosion hit the back porch and kitchen of the mayor's house, shattered the windows, and started a fire. In New York, 2 bombs went off between 11:17 and 11:37 at subway stations along 28th Street, injuring 18 people and rippling the sidewalks. The bombs of August 5th quickly disappeared from the headlines. For at least a moment, though, they forced New Yorkers to think about what might have been. The following day, the New York Times wrote, "As the report of the subway explosion spread, it immediately recalled to many New Yorkers the Wall Street bomb explosion of September 16, 1920. In the 17 days between the August explosions and the executions, the Bureau resumed its surveillance of Sacco Vanzetti supporters. The prevention of attacks on federal buildings, Hoover argued, now justified such actions. In Washington, guards closed off most entrances to the Capitol and searched all visitors. In New York, police sent motorbike patrolmen to guard the major institutions of the financial district, where many employers were already adding private guards. Using its own resources, the Guarantee Trust Company hired 15 watchmen. Standard Oil increased its security, too. Spokesmen for the Morgan Bank and the New York Stock Exchange said they were unconcerned and offered their support for the public police. But some observers thought they were feeling more nervous than they let on. According to the Times, a financial district rumor suggested that they planned to hire a few extra guards, just in case. This concludes The Day Wall Street Exploded by Beverly Gage, narrated by Pam Ward, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2009 by Beverly Gage. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Beverly Gage, care of Francis Golden Literary Agency, and was produced in the year 2018 by Tantor Media, Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.